One day there was an out-of-the-ordinary event that everyone called the invasion of the world, all because a portal opened and no one was prepared for it. It was a shock. A huge number of monsters from another realm seeped into the world, and they were very evil. This led to the fact that humanity faced the threat of annihilation. People were very scared. They did not know what to do. When everyone had already come to terms with their involvement, something happened. A golden arrow hit the monster. There was a very strong and loud explosion, and there was absolutely nothing left of the monster. To people came salvation, which no one thought about. Another portal opened, and through it passed representatives of the world of swords and magic, and it was called Einhart. So began the confrontation against a huge number of monsters, who already felt themselves masters of life. The monsters were not going to retreat. They saw how they were afraid of people, so they actively attacked. But the representatives of the Einhart world used martial arts thanks to their inner energy. The men were armed to the teeth. They were not going to retreat, as they were confident in their strength. But the demons of the land of Gehenna were also not timid. They did not think to give in to their opponents. And the people who recently ruled the land, in such chaos and confrontation, did not know what to do. After a while, the awakened ones appeared, who asked for a challenge to the system, having gained superpowers. They did not sit still, but actively saved people from monsters, acting quickly and coherently. A group of awakened fought the monsters, while others took people away and determined them to safe places. It was very hard for the warriors. They were angry at the people, as they did not listen to them, and were getting in the way under their feet. After a while, the monster fighters were called nothing but gamblers. The rescued came to them, bowed at their feet, and thanked them for their rescue. But the players asked them to stay away from the portal. A young man got angry and asked why dudes in his presence were always causing trouble. Another player replied to him that it was no surprise that people were perpetually neglected. The kid closed his eyes and noticed that the dude had a magic circle, and most likely that of high rank. Suddenly, the kid heard a very strong scream, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a huge monster near the car. He snapped his fingers in order to activate his stat window. He wanted to know some characteristics. The player recognized that in front of him was a three-headed werewolf, a mid-level monster that roared with anger, and in the car was a woman with a small child who had made an emergency evacuation request. The young man asked the players too what they were doing, and stated that it was necessary to catch that crazy dog. The young men rushed to the kid and shouted for him not to hurry so much. But it was as if Iron did not hear their words, and flew forward to save the woman who had fallen into the trap. The boy heard the earpiece declare that mid-rank monsters should be dealt with by the Vulcan Guild. The young man replied that he was well aware of that, but noticed that those were clearly not doing well. Those shouted that they were holding their own. Iron replied that what he was doing was called simply supporting other players. He frowned and used a specific weapon against the monster, as he saw no other option. The guy hit right on target, the neck of one of the monster's three heads, and the monster screamed very loudly. The players of the Vulcan Guild were watching closely. One of them clenched his teeth and frowned. The young man had used an exclusive skill, hidden class status control. It helped him increase his stats significantly. He attacked the monster again. It was complicated by the fact that it was two-headed, and it was difficult to deal with. The woman who was sitting in the car watching all of this hugged the child harder and screamed. Tears came to her eyes as she was worried about her baby more than anything else. Iron clenched his teeth. He was shaking with helplessness and said he was running out of strength. He turned his head to the side, smiled, and asked if his friend could cut that dog's head off. The brunette frowned and said that the young man had never listened to his advice. He started to pull out his weapon and used the Mega Kick Tank skill and added that with Iron. He wouldn't survive. Our hero smiled and thought about the fact that the kid always has his back like a true friend. The brunette really started to fight the three-headed monster. He was collected and focused. After a while, he was behind the young man's back and stated that he had something to say. The young man turned to his friend, but he opened his mouth and eyes wide with fright. And the brunette frowned and muttered through his teeth that Iron did not interfere with his life and wished him death, spicing it all up with the word, friend. Our hero flew down from the heights like a wounded bird, and thought about the fact that this was a betrayal. He understood perfectly well that he was betrayed not only by his friend, but also by all the members of the team. All were against him. The guy looked at the monster and heard someone give a command to catch him sooner. He started to think about running away, and informed the girl that they needed to escape as soon as possible. But when she turned her face to him, the young man understood everything perfectly without words. She had also betrayed him. Though tears flowed from the girl's eyes that looked like pity, she had evil and ruthless men at her back. Iron frowned, his pupils narrowed, and he realized that everyone he trusted had betrayed him. The exhausted young man flew face first into the dirt. He was so exhausted he couldn't fight back. The man yelled at him so much that veins protruded on his forehead. He ordered the guy to work faster and called him names. He stepped on the young man's back and asked if he was a highly ranked top player. It was Mu Jae-yong, who was in charge of the Vulcan Guild's Monster Corpse burial site in the Vanishing Hell. And Iron had gotten into this place 5 years ago. Since then, he had stayed in this place where he worked hard. His master stamped his foot into the ground and informed him that he would be trampled as nothing to do, and our hero thought about where the status window was. Our hero waited a very long time for it to appear, and finally it appeared in front of him. 2 system messages appeared in front of him. The first stated that he had been selected as a source of chaos, and the second warned that his selection could lead to the destruction of the world. Iron only smiled and thought about the fact that he really wanted to stop this pain. He was well aware that he had no other choice, so he agreed to such a proposal. The guy heard some sounds and saw the legendary creatures that ruled the world. He realized that in front of him were 3 lords who looked at him with interest. In front of the young man's eyes were the long-forgotten legends of the 3 worlds. They were called the 3 lords. The first was the Silver King, who had taken over the entire continent with just a single strike. His name was Mu Wan, the gray-haired lord of the world, Einhart, who shattered the heavens with a single swing of his sword. The King of Swords, and the goddess of murder who destroyed divinity, the Lord of Gehenna and the Demon Queen. The 3 lords in front of the young man were imprisoned in the Chaos world. The Sword King asked the lad why he was looking like that, and then inquiring if he was definitely the source of chaos, the Silver King demanded to look at him. The Demon Queen smiled and asked what they wanted. After all, Aaron had been dragged here by force. The young man stared intently in front of him and system messages appeared in front of him. The first notification called out for the young man to come this way. It was a bit surprising. From the next message, our hero learned that he could become a source of chaos. The third notification warned that his choices could lead to the destruction of the world. Iron, on the other hand, was worried about whether he would be able to take revenge on his traitors who were now enjoying life. He remembered the girl who had also betrayed him, and thought only of revenge. The Demon Queen called the guy a poor child, and the Sword King thought he was some kind of brute. The Sword King asked if the young man thought that taking revenge would give him relief, and then remarked that if he was chosen by the source of chaos to come here, it was simple, and added if he was waiting for the destruction of the world, now it was possible. The young man replied that he felt calmer now, and added that he really wished for destruction. The gray-haired man pointed out that in such a case the retribution would no longer be from him, but from chaos itself. The Silver King added that this meant that Iron would be stripped of his body and consciousness, and would only receive the news that the world had been destroyed. The Demon Queen smiled and asked if that would be enough, and then clarified if this revenge would be enough for him. The young man looked away and wondered what else he should do. The Lord of Gehenna changed in her face and informed him that they would allow him to exact his revenge with his own hands. The king smiled broadly and said that the lad should experience what killing was all about. Our hero turned his head, looked in front of him and thought about something for a few minutes. He frowned and wondered how he could do anything with this pathetic body that had lost all its strength and had become a slave. The Sword King frowned and asked what he was even thinking about right now, since he would be taking power from them. And the Silver King smiled broadly and added that the young man would be able to contain the chaos within him. The Demon Queen said that retribution would no longer be a problem, and if he set his mind to it, he could become the ruler of the world. The Lord of Gehenna smiled and added that they were willing to help the young man with everything. The kings were also very pleased. Their eyes shone with joy, and they declared for the lad to adopt everything from them. Iron looked up and thought about how the purpose of the 3 lords wanting him to become their apprentice was not that important. He thought about what was most important to him, was that he would be able to get his revenge. The young man turned his head to the side and asked if he could call the lords teachers. Those very quickly agreed and added that it was not difficult to convince the young man, and added that it was very strange. So our hero very quickly and easily became a disciple of the 3 lords. He did not have to beg for a long time. After this conversation, the most interesting thing began. The young man was not very easy. First, he trained in a world devoid of time and the very concept of death. Through it all, he was able to imprison chaos within himself, which is exactly what he was aiming for. Our hero was lying on the ground and suddenly felt someone kicking him with all his might with a heavy boot on his back and calling him a jerk. The man was very angry. He shouted, "Did Iron really sleep in the fucking pit?" The young man didn't immediately recognize the boss and thought about the fact that time had stopped right as training began. The boy managed to get out from under the heavy leg of his offender, his eyes burning with hatred, and attacked him back. The young man stared intently in front of him and began to call up the status window. He became very frustrated as it wouldn't open, and the boss began to groan in pain. Iron looked at his arm and thought about the fact that his body remained in the same state without strength. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought about the fact that if it wasn't for the teacher's words, he would have thought that the past 100 years of training was just a dream. The Silver King had said that when he returned to the world, he would probably lose all the strength he had spent from them. These words surprised the young man very much, and he clarified why this would be the case. The Demon Queen replied with a smile on her face that the world simply could not withstand such power. And iron has chaos inside as well. The young man thought about these words, and his face was covered with drops of sweat. The Silver King smiled and asked what the apprentice would do, and added that when he returned, his body would have to readjust itself to something that could withstand the force. Our hero put his hand on his forehead. He realized he was reliving these events all over again. And the boss was yelling at him that he was going to be screwed today. He was very upset. The young man looked at the man through his fingers and thought about the fact that he had forgotten that the asshole was here. The guy quickly got to his feet, folded his hand into a fist, and accelerated to strike. But he couldn't do anything. The guy folded his hand into a fist and put it forward. The boss wasn't prepared for this, and Iron thought about the fact that this asshole had been bullying him for the last 5 years. The young man clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought that with a body like that, there was no way he was going to lose. He remembered the Silver King saying that even a redneck could defeat a simple opponent if he controlled his lust for killing. His pupils narrowed greatly. He frowned and knew he had much to teach the lad. The same sat in front of him and listened intently. That lust for killing. It was about inner strength. Iron stared intently at his opponent whose face was wet with sweat. He thought about tearing his opponent to shreds. He remembered all the offenses and humiliations. The young man with all his might restrained the hand of his opponent, who was not averse to teaching him a lesson. But the boss, although he did not remove his hand, but frowned and began to scream very loudly with pain. The eyes of our hero glowed with hatred. He thought about tearing the opponent to pieces. The guy gathered himself and started attacking his opponent. He was very belligerent. He was beating his superior with all his might, and thought that this was the lust for killing. And he was screaming loudly in pain. His face was covered with drops of sweat, and his pupils narrowed and became like dots. He could not stand on his feet and fell with his back on the ground and screamed even more, for he was also frightened. After a while, a great number of other slaves came running to the screams and looked at what was happening with astonishment. Iron looked at the men and thought about how clumsy violence would only lead to resistance. The warden's mouth began to foam, and the young man realized that fear is what gets through to the bone. Our hero thought about the fact that from now on, everyone here would shake with fear at the sight of him. He began to walk forward, as he realized that he had to hurry before the dudes from the Vulcan Guild noticed all this. One of the workers approached the guy and asked him where he was going. He was very scared. The young man opened the door and looked down. It was a monster burial ground. There were a lot of toxic odors coming from the huge amount of corpses that were there. No one would risk getting close to them, as this place was a living hell. But Iron had an idea. A slight smile appeared on the face of our hero, and he said that in this place he would be reborn. The young man did not think for a very long time, but jumped from the very top, down to the monsters. The men who worked together with him were very much surprised. They could not understand what was happening. In a few seconds, the guy found himself near a huge amount of rotting flesh of monsters. He plunged into the mess up to his nose, his eyes glowing red fire, and the young man thought that this was the perfect place to hone his blood demon technique. Iron remembered that his teacher had told him that there were various secret techniques, and he had mentioned the divine volcano technique, and added that it was the strongest martial art. The Silver King said that his principle was painfully simple: steal what belonged to someone else and take it for yourself. The young man opened his eyes wide and stared intently at the teacher, and the teacher noted that the target was blood. The boy was up to his eyes in the bloody slurry and thought that dark magic, which absorbs life from blood to accumulate inner strength, is the technique of the blood demon. Our hero closed his eyes to remember what was needed to use this technique. The Silver King then spoke about the need to create a Dantian within himself. The Dantian, the source of power for the warriors of the Silver World, is similar to the player's magical core. The young man thought about the fact that if you are not from the Silver World, it is simply impossible. The teacher brought his face closer to him and informed him with a smile that he had another way. And he told him that it could take not just dozens, but hundreds of years. But you had to keep studying until you succeeded. The guy sat in the bloody slurry and thought that judging by the method that the teachers had been developing for over 3,000 years, he would need a lot of time and screamed with all his might. But after a great number of years, he was finally able to create a Dantian. The young man clearly remembered the entire process, including the first step he took. He had to gather not only blood, but also energy in the first place. The second step was actually to create the Dantian. It wasn't as easy as it might seem at first glance, the guy shouted with all his might. The blood demon's technique was not so simple. He felt in the process an intense pain that was far beyond this world. The reason why this area was off limits was not only because of the toxic air standing because of the corpses. It contained a huge number of mutants that were created from the dead energy that emanated from the bodies. Our hero rested on his hands and breathed heavily. He was in the very epicenter of the lair of the dead. A huge, scary monster was pulling its huge paws towards the guy and clanking its teeth. But the young man was not afraid of him at all. He reached forward with his hand and squeezed the head of the monster with all his might. Iron said that in front of him was a goblin zombie. He knew that each attack carries poison and kill such a zombie is impossible until you cut off the head. The guy was well aware that if he was in his old body, he would have become another meal. But now it was different and he could safely deal with the monsters on his own. The young man stared intently at the zombies approaching him, and then grabbed the first one by the head and squeezed hard. He used the blood demon technique. Our hero's eyes glowed with the fire of hatred. He said that he finally felt alive again. Our hero thought about the fact that this is the realm of scarlet blood, and here you can absorb the enemy's blood and turn it into your own energy. He looked at his bloody hand and thought about the fact that this had its own advantage. Iron looked at his hand and thought about the blood and iron residue gathering. That was exactly what was happening on his finger. After a while, a ball of steel began to form. It was honestly very surprising. The young man stared intently and calmly at the opponent in front of him who was nearby. He threw a round steel ball at its head, which hit right on target, and the zombie was no longer any danger. The guy gritted his teeth that he would devour the monsters and leave no trace of them. He didn't think long and started attacking them with a huge number of steel balls. But the zombies approached him again and again. They were in huge numbers. They were not at all frightened by what had happened to their brethren. The young man, not that he wasn't going to run away from them, he didn't stand still, but ran first to attack them. The first monster that got in his way received the strongest blow directly to the head. From the hand of our hero sprinkled a huge number of steel balls. He was well aware of their effect on monsters. Steel balls flew directly into the heads of zombies, who approached the young man and stretched out their paws to him. But the other monsters, which were a little further away, were so stupid that they did not run away, but ran to the guy. An iron immediately very quickly disposed of them. Some of them strangled directly with his bare hands. The guy again released a huge number of steel balls from his hand. He thought about the fact that the monsters that are in front of him, this is his prey. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. Literally in a few seconds, a huge number surrounded our hero. He was not afraid of them at all, and in a short period of time was able to get rid of them. The young man stepped aside and stopped to catch his breath, as he was a little tired. He looked closely at his hands, and said that it was not as bad as it might seem at first glance. Meanwhile, a huge, toothy monster appeared behind his back and raised its arm to strike. Aaron folded his hand into a fist and listened. He heard some strange rustling behind his back. He bounced to the side and saw a huge monster strike very hard at the spot where he had just stood. The young man watched dust and debris fly in different directions and regarded the monster. He immediately recognized it as a zombie troll. It had sharp teeth, its eyes glowed red, and it growled very loudly. The young man smiled, took another close look at the monster, and said happily that this was the level he had expected. Iron's boss held his hands to his head and repeated like a mantra the words that he was going to die, and then began to beg for salvation. The once friend of our hero looked at him and thought that the man was completely broken. A player approached the brunette and stated that he had summoned the other guards who had been present during the incident. The commander ordered the young men, who were covered in drops of sweat, to report the incident. One of the guards reported that the commander had decided to teach the chilly slave a lesson, and the slave had grabbed his arm. The brunette frowned and clarified if that was it, then asked if there were any other interesting details. The man replied that the slave had been staring at Chul Dai-min strangely. The commander frowned and thought about whether it was lust for killing. He knew it was only available to martial artists with inner energy. He turned to the guards and asked them where that slave was now. There was a pause in the room. Then one of the men lowered his head and replied that the guy had committed suicide. The commander immediately clarified where his body was. The guard began to stammer and said that the guy had gone to the monster burial area, and added that it had most likely decomposed because of the noxious odors. The commander listened to all this carefully. He stared intently in front of him and frowned. And then with all his might, he grabbed the guard's face with his hand. The man was very badly frightened. The brunette stated that the man lied and reported the suicide so he wouldn't go there, and then asked if the guard understood why he was here. He yelled that he didn't care about such bullshit as a useless guard being beaten by a slave, and the man began to wheeze. The commander stated that he felt the slave's mark being destroyed by himself. The brunette frowned and shouted that the guard had lied about the suicide without even finding the body, and asked if he thought he didn't deserve to die. Tears flowed from the guard's eyes, where the vessels had burst, and he began to beg for forgiveness. But the commander did not even listen to him. He squeezed his face with all his might, and drops of blood flew in all directions. The other guards were frightened at what was happening, and sweat was beading on their faces. The commander told them to choose either the same fate or go to the burial grounds and look for the guy's body. One of the men said he would find him. The brunette looked in his direction, frowned, and through gritted teeth muttered for him to hurry up. And the two guards rushed forward to carry out the commander's orders as quickly as possible. And he declared that the men would die of poison before they found the case anyway, and added that when they returned, they would check their gear and head for the burial grounds. The members of his group agreed. The commander clenched his teeth, frowned, mentally cursed, and thought about not making him angry. 2 weeks later, our hero continued to fight the mutants he met along the way. He put one hand forward, and the other clenched into a fist and stared intently in front of him. The guy thought about the fact that he had absorbed almost all of the mutant bodies that had appeared. He looked at the purple orb and realized very well that he had now reached the second stage of the blood demon technique. The young man was very serious. He frowned and threw the orb forward. The young man looked in front of him and thought about the fact that the power of the second step was all about concentrating power. But that wasn't all, as there was also to be an explosion, which happened a few seconds later. Our hero folded his hands into fists and watched as rocks and dust flew in different directions. Iron thought about the fact that her resistance to poison was several times stronger than the blood essence stage, and if he didn't reach her, there would be nothing left of his body. The guy realized that he wouldn't last long, but this time should have been enough. Other than that, all the main preparations were done, and it was possible to move on to his main goal. Transcendent beings, these were monsters of the highest level of danger. The young man knew that it was best to never encounter them, but rather try to avoid meeting them. The boy looked at the dragon skeleton and thought about how they were the most honorable among such creatures. He remembered an event that happened a long time ago. Back then, a dragon came out of a portal. After a large amount of time, a serpent appeared. It was very evil. People were very much afraid of it. Some players risked their lives very much, but still challenged him. It was amazing, but the warriors still managed to miraculously defeat the evil serpent. The world was in chaos. The corpse of the dragon attracted a lot of attention. Its blood was the best material in alchemy, and the bones could be used to make unique weapons. Iron thought about the fact that the body was also full of poison, rage, and magical power. One touch would melt the whole body. That was the reason why a burial zone was created where the corpse could be purified naturally. The young man placed his hand on the dragon skeleton and mentally promised that he would be sure to take revenge on the Vulcan Guild wholeheartedly. After a few seconds, the young man activated the blood demon technique. The Silver King was very surprised and wondered if it was Embre's dragon. Our hero stated that he was going to absorb it, and the teacher hesitated and replied that it would indeed help him regain some strength. After a few seconds, the Silver King smiled and told him that it would be terribly agonizing. Iron frowned and clenched his teeth in pain. It felt like several thousand bolts of lightning were shooting through his entire body. He thought about the fact that he was on the verge of losing consciousness, and if he hadn't practiced with his teachers, he would have died a long time ago. The young man looked in front of him and realized that his internal energy was rapidly accumulating from the blood, and even though the dragon had long been dead, his power was still alive. The young man felt very bad. He was screaming very hard and his mouth was bleeding. He remained conscious and thought it was incredible, because he suppressed the internal energy with the technique of his own blood, but the reservoirs were already full. The guy was well aware that if he stopped now, he would die from the sudden flow of energy. But if he continued to absorb, he would simply explode. He had expected this development, but he was worried if this was already the end stage. The Demon Queen asked what would happen if it failed to absorb all the energy, and remarked that it was a good question, and then noted that dragons in Gehenna were very revered, and then informed that it would indeed be difficult for an ordinary person to take in so much power. Her eyes lit up with purple fire, and she stated that the solution was very simple. You just had to become a dragon. The guy looked up and wondered if that was even possible, and the Demon Queen replied that he had gotten so much out of them and was still surprised. She asked if he wanted to get his power back and remarked that the dragon was just another step. The young man looked intently in front of him. He remembered that he had learned a lot from his teachers. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that he had to undergo another transformation, and nothing was impossible. Our hero raised his head up and shouted with all his might that he had already absorbed even the chaos. The Silver King folded his arms on his chest and remarked that transforming into a dragon was not a bad method. Then he smiled and noted that in the Silver Kingdom, there was even a special name for those who get the body of a dragon. Iron didn't think for long. He walked closer to the dragon skeleton and placed his hand on it. His pupils became like a reptile's and glowed with orange fire. The guy was focused. He stared intently in front of him, clenched his hands into fists, and thought about the body of the dragon bone. The commander frowned, clenched his teeth, and thought about what the hell was going on. He began to look around and thought about all the bodies disappearing somewhere. The brunette realized that not even the highest level guardian could do such a thing. He couldn't understand what was wrong. The commander was also very concerned about what had happened to the dragon's body. He turned his head and told the warriors to immediately report to the guild that all the corpses were missing. The player immediately left the groups and quickly ran to report the incident. But just a few seconds later, he stopped and looked intently in front of him. He saw a black dot. It began to approach him, but the player could not understand what it was happening. Literally a few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion, but the guy couldn't understand what it was. The commander and the other players turned their heads when they heard the explosion. They were very much startled. Dust, dirt, and some debris were flying from that side in different directions. It was hard to breathe. And the guy who was supposed to report the incident was very badly burned. He screamed when someone grabbed him by the neck. It was the commander who was thinking about what kind of explosion it was, and if this happens just a couple more times, there will be nothing left of the burial ground. Just as suddenly, he heard the news that he had become the commander of one of the branches of the Vulcan Guild, but he was still hiding behind other people's backs. It was our hero who looked at Kim Shin-hun with glowing, hateful eyes and declared that he was a traitor. The young man put his index finger forward, and when the commander saw it, he was very surprised. He frowned and asked through gritted teeth if it was iron, and then asked if he was alive. The guy informed him that he was very sad that he didn't recognize him just because he looked different or just didn't want to acknowledge him. The commander frowned, and the young man said that he had heard that the one betrayed him and became the leader. He was quiet for a bit, and added that he was also a coward. The brunette folded his hand into a fist. Bits of rocks, dust, and dirt flew in different directions, and he shouted for our hero to shut up. He pointed at Iron and shouted for the Black Hawks to kill his opponent immediately. A whole crowd of players rushed towards the young man, but he stood calmly and waited for the attack. Blackhawks, it was a special squad that was appointed by the leaders. Their skill level is usually above 90. They are experts who are about to become the strongest rankers. Our hero stared intently at the attackers while he thought about stealth. This was the skill he used. Iron thought about the fact that the technique of the Black Hawks who were taught to kill could bring many dangers. The boy stood looking in front of him and felt that someone was at his back. He knew exactly who it was. A steel ball appeared in the young man's hands and he asked for it behind his back. Literally a few seconds and the enemy was attacked, and most importantly, he was not prepared for this development of events. Our hero thought of the third stage of the Blood Demon Black Blood technique. It was a black blood ball. The main advantage of this ball was that it shot out many nuclei. But that wasn't all of its advantage, as it absorbed the opponent's internal energy. After it completed all the tasks that were assigned to it, the balloon would explode. The young man pressed his lips tightly together, raised his hand up and stared intently in front of him. A great many black balls appeared in his hand. They were of different sizes. After a few seconds, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and shards sprinkled from it in different directions. They immediately began to attack the Black Hawks that were set against Iron, and the young man stood calmly and carefully watched everything that was happening. He was completely relaxed. Kim, who was to the side and watching everything that was happening, covered his head with his hand and thought about how his opponent had such a skill. He frowned and immediately activated the skill to find the information he needed. Literally a few seconds later, a system message appeared in front of him. The guy stared intently in front of him. His pupils narrowed very much. He also frowned his forehead. Shin Hong held his head with his hand. Drops of sweat were running down his face, and he was thinking about what was going on with his head. Kim clenched his teeth and thought to himself that he had never seen anything like this. Our hero came closer to him and wondered if the guild leader was dying of curiosity. He raised his hand up. A black ball formed on his finger, and Iron asked if his opponent wanted to know where he got such power from. And then he added that Shin Hong never acts without first learning everything about his opponent. The brunette frowned, and the young man continued that this was so like him, the guild's main tank. Kim frowned, his eyes glowing with hatred, and he wondered at the boy if he was so sure of himself. He reached with his hand for the sword he had behind his back, and declared that he was no longer the tank that Iron knew. Sean Hin put out a huge weapon in front of him and shouted that he was the raid leader of the Hwasun Guild, and stated that our hero always thought he was better than everyone else, and pretended like he was the smartest. He pointed his sword at the young man and said with a snide note in his voice that he would see how he behaved. Kim shouted that the boy would rush forward and not even think about his comrades. Iron threw a black ball in Sean's direction and calmly replied that that's exactly what he was going to do. The young man didn't think for a long time, but threw his ball directly at his opponent's weapon. The one tried to fight it off with his sword. He frowned so much that his pupils became like dots. Our hero calmly noticed that Kim called himself the leader, but he didn't change at all. He started attacking his opponent again, and said that nothing else could be expected from the Hwasun Guild. Sean also, like last time, started to defend himself from the black ball. He used the white shield skill. It really worked. The kid remained unharmed. Only pieces of the shield were scattered in different directions. Kim turned red with anger, frowned, and shouted with all his might for the young man to shut up. He swung at the young man, and the latter managed to dodge the huge sword at the last moment. Our hero stared intently at the weapon, which was right in front of his nose, and his opponent was adding oil to the fire, saying that it was the end. His expression was insane. Iron snapped his fingers again, and a large black ball appeared near them. The young man calmly looked at his opponent, who clenched his teeth in anger and wanted to strike. The huge, heavy sword was stuck in the ground, but the boy managed to bounce aside, so he remained unharmed. Kim got even more angry, and he asked Iron again how he got so much strength. He turned red and shouted that the young man had definitely lost his powers, and such a thing was simply impossible. Our hero looked intently at his opponent and calmly asked what such a cowardly traitor would get his answer. These words very much angered Sean. From rage, he could no longer restrain himself. Therefore, Stronger clenched the sword, which was in his hands, began to run at the young man with wishes for a speedy death. But the guy put his hand forward and noted that he had already told his opponent that it was all useless. He snapped his fingers once again, and a black ball appeared from under his finger. Kim was already well aware of what would happen next. He frowned, his eyes glowing with fire, and the kid decided to use the wall skill, though it saved him from a direct hit, but there were splinters flying around. Sean clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that Iron had nothing but black orbs, and if it was different, he wouldn't have kept his distance. He began to lash out at our hero with the thought that he would prevent him from retreating, and there was nothing he could do. Kim gripped his heavy sword harder in his hands and decided to activate the night weapon skill. There was a very strong explosion. The flash lit up everything around Kim, and he stood in anticipation of victory. When the fire went out, the guy covered himself with drops of sweat and began to look carefully in front of him. He stared at the puffs of smoke and thought about the fact that even the best rancher wouldn't survive such a blow, and rejoiced that finally the stubborn bastard was dead. His mood changed in just a few seconds and his face turned a purple color. Our hero stood there as if nothing had happened, and the dust and the remnants of the construction materials that still circled in the air reminded him of the explosion. Kim could not believe his eyes. He screamed as loudly as possible and reached for his weapon, but the young man rushed towards him with words that it was all too late. Iron squeezed his opponent's head with all his might, and all he could do was groan and cough in pain. The young man looked calmly at his opponent and asked if it was true that everything was simple. Chaos thrives on the destruction of other worlds. It transcends time and space, wandering through dimensions in search of someone worthy to be its source. Worlds that chaos descends upon are consumed and then meet their demise. Iron trained hard for over 100 years to encapsulate the chaos within himself. A systemic message appeared in front of the young man of overcoming the path and becoming the source of chaos. The Silver King said that he had done his best. The Demon Queen was a bit doubtful, and the Sword King remarked that if it didn't work out, there was nothing else to do. The young man stared intently in front of him and thought that beyond this place, everything had already been decided. Just as suddenly, the Silver King called out to him, and the boy immediately turned his head toward him. The teacher frowned and asked what the student's name was. His pupils narrowed to dots. The young man smiled and asked if it was true that he was asking that after all these years. The man laughed, held his hand to his head and replied that he was very much used to it, and added that he had once been called a heartless ghost. He took his hand away from his face and noticed that even he had managed to become very attached to the young man. Our hero continued to smile. He looked intently at the teacher and replied that his name was Lee Iron. Our hero frowned very hard, his eyes burned with fire, and he shouted very loudly. Some unknown force was pulling him to the side and he reached for it like a magnet. Suddenly he was embraced by the Demon Queen and calmly said that he had succeeded. The young man was called out by the Silver King who, along with the Sword King, was standing a little to the side. The boy lowered his head, drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he reported that he felt drowsy. The teacher remarked that this was the influence of chaos, and his body was resisting its power. The Sword King said that the chaos was eating away at Lee's spirit, and added that from now on, he would be constantly haunted by nightmares. Iron clenched his hands into a fist, and spoke of how if he fell into a nightmare, the chaos would awaken again. The young man took a few steps forward, and made it known that he had expected this to happen. Our hero turned around, looked at the teachers and asked them if they could kill him. The Silver King lowered his head, frowned, was silent for a moment, and remarked that Lee knew. The boy closed his eyes, smiled, and wondered whose student he was according to them. He placed his hand on his chest and said encapsulating the chaos inside his body and destroying it completely. The young man turned to ask the teachers if it wasn't their goal to destroy chaos. They looked at him intently. The Sword King inquired if he knew everything. So why did he contact them anyway? Lee replied that he was betrayed and left with nothing, then remarked that he couldn't trust anyone. He stared intently in front of him, wanting to add something else, but he couldn't get the words out. Then he said that the teachers had given him a warmth he had long forgotten, a feeling he had not had for a long time. The young man said that retribution meant nothing to him now, and said that he wanted to return the care they had shown him. Lee looked at the teachers and asked that they finally give their names and added that this was their last request. And they stared at him for a while and remained silent, the kings frowning. After a short while, the Silver King called out his name and said that his name was Shin Yu Wool. The second gray-haired king called out his name. He stated that his name was Sigurd von Damien. The Demon Queen lowered her head down. She was looking at something below and said that her name was Bergena. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and said firmly that he had no more regrets. He spread his hands apart and said that he was Lee Iron, would die here for his teachers. The young man stood with his eyes closed. He was already ready for anything, when suddenly he was called by the name Sigurd von Damien. The old man came closer to the boy, put his hands on his shoulders and told him that he would not die here. The man frowned, looked intently at the Sword King, and asked in surprise what that meant. Bergena smiled and declared that Iron was their child and their apprentice. All the kings looked at him with a smile, and the Silver King folded his hands in front of him and asked how they could kill him with their own hands. The guy shouted that this way they would abandon their mission. He got very upset. But the Demon Queen came closer to him and informed him that they would share the burden of the chaos within him and imprison him together. She added that the chaos in Lee was formed by their tech, so their power can handle it. Bergena said that the spatial bindings had weakened and he would return to where he belonged. But the boy asked what would happen to the teachers. They answered that they would be sealed somewhere deep, and looked at the young man with pleading eyes. Our hero began to slowly drift away somewhere, and the teachers pulled their hands to him. The young man was very much frightened. He stretched his hand forward and called out to them, but they held out their hands to him and said that the lad should go already, and then added that it was not worth looking for them. The young man walked back to where he was fighting Kim. He thought about being curious about how far the power he had gotten from his mistakes could take him. He thought about how he felt its greatness, being someone who once almost became a high-level ranker. He wondered how it would affect others, not teachers, but other people. Lee didn't remove his hand from Sean's face, who was barely breathing and realized it was all too easy. Our hero reflected on the fact that Kim may not be of the highest rank, but was clearly above the 150th level. He continued to restrain his opponent and thought about the fact that it would be worth it to find techniques other than the Blood Demon, and then he would definitely not be defeated. The young man thought about the fact that the Vulcan guild leader and the other high-ranking experts of the Silver Squad would be no match for him. The young man was well aware that the people from Einhart and Gehenna wouldn't be a danger to him. And after a few seconds, Lee also thought of those representatives at the top of the world. He stared intently in front of him and thought about the fact that this revenge had been planned for hundreds of years, and now that it was really here, he was less than thrilled. Kim, who was having a hard time breathing, started calling our hero by name. He was calling for him with his last strength. The kid begged for mercy and remarked that they all just had to betray Iron. The young boy pulled his hand away from his face and clarified why they had to become traitors, and Sean replied that otherwise, they would have all died. She shouted very loudly, as loud as her strength allowed, that there was no other way to save them all. Our hero asked Kim if he had done it to save him, and then frowned and remarked that Sean had become captain, while he suffered day to day, and clarified, it was all for him too. A large black ball flew out of our hero's hand, and his opponent began shouting that he would tell him where the others were. The young man stared intently at his opponent. There was absolutely no emotion on his face. Kim shouted that he would help him get revenge and just begged for mercy, while Lee held up the black ball. He was quiet for a moment and noticed that Sean had betrayed him once, and now he was talking about betraying him again. The young man put his hand over his face again so he couldn't hear the screaming and wailing. He remarked that everyone would hear about Kim's death, then added that the kid was waiting for them in hell. Our hero squeezed his opponent's face harder. He began to moo, and the kid remarked to wait for them all, as they would be joining them soon. The man stared intently into the darkness. He saw the silhouette of the guy who was approaching him. The young man broke the huge, thick metal chains with ease. The slaves and guards intuitively understood everything. They knew perfectly well that the man had broken the chains and got out of the abyss. The men looked at Lee, who stood before them, and were certain that he had defeated Black Arrows and Kim Shin Hong. Our hero looked at the guards and slaves and thought about the fact that if it wasn't for his teacher, the same fate would have awaited him. The guy opened his palm. Black balls sprinkled from it. He thought that the men would die and he would help them. Those very unfolded and began to shout that it is necessary to run away as quickly as possible. And in just a few seconds, each of them was hit by a black ball. One of the servants held his head. He was shaking with fear, and the man said through clenched teeth that he did not want to die. He was sobbing profusely. Tears, drops of sweat, and snot mingled on his face. The man was exhausted. The other slaves and guards were on their knees and holding onto their chests. They were no longer thinking of running away somewhere. But what they saw after a while shocked them. They were surprised as the slave's mark was gone. Our hero raised his hand up, pressed his lips together, and was absolutely calm. No one could understand what was going on. Suddenly, dust, dirt, and huge stones began to fall from the very top. The men raised their heads up, scrutinized what was happening, and said that the cave was collapsing. Lee told them that they would either die buried under the rubble or get out alive, and added that the choice was theirs. And he himself began to climb upwards to get out of the hated cave that way. The boy climbed the mountain, began to look around, and thought about the fact that when he first met the teachers, he only wanted to destroy the world. The young man was finally able to realize what he should do only after seeing their sacrifice. Iron began to walk away from the precipice and reflected on the fact that this world was indeed full of chaos. His eyes glowed with the red fire of hatred, and the young man thought about the world being consumed and destroyed. The young man looked at everything that was happening and said that it was all so ridiculous. He remarked that he heard the report, and then added that he couldn't even think it was true. It was Jong In-woo, the leader of the Red Plum Raid of the Volcano Guild. The guy reported that the position of leader had been given to some beggar and now the guild was in a heap of trouble. He asked his ward how things were going with the interrogation of the slaves. He replied that he thought they didn't remember anything at all and added that someone had just erased their memories. Jong In-woo noticed that even the slaves' markings were gone. The player replied that there were traces of someone's magic circle left behind. The guy thought about the fact that this someone was clearly not below master level, and he asked if there were still marks left or not. He was told that there were no traces of a martial artist or player, and that it was most likely the work of Einhart mages or Gehenna demons. Chan noted that it was probably Gehenna after all, and wanted to say something about their true purpose. But someone called out to him. The player folded his hands into a lock, frowned, put his head down, and reported that a dragon corpse was missing. The leader thought to himself that this was exactly what he expected, and if it was all Gehenna, they could use the corpse without cleaning it. And he himself ordered the player to contact headquarters, so that every trace of Gehenna for the past year could be investigated. Jong In-woo approached the decapitated corpse and asked what the scum was doing here. He was answered that Kim had come to make sure Slavely Iron was dead. The leader interjected the name he had just heard. He thought about if that guy who was about to become a high-level ranker hadn't touched this, he would be very famous right now. Chan asked the player what about his corpse, and was told that the young man had gone into the abyss about a month ago. The leader lowered his head and noticed that Lee was dead, as his body would simply not have been able to withstand the poison. He turned around, waved his hand, and told the boy that it was time to end it all. His eyes burned with fire, and he ordered the player to find the others, who bowed and was ready to carry out the order immediately. In Seoul, one of the bars in the city was very crowded. Almost all the tables were occupied. One of the men told his opponent that the burial site of the Vulcan Guild had been attacked, and the man asked what kind of idiot went there in the first place. The girl twirled her hair in her hands and reported that there were rumors that it was the intrigues of Gehenna, and added that it looked like they wanted the corpse of a dragon. Her opponent remarked that there was an end to the lull, and was told that it looked very much like they had contacted the Vulcan Guild after all. Our hero pressed his lips tightly together and thought about the fact that everyone was just talking about the guild. He realized that it was all quite expected. The guy stared intently in front of him and thought about the fact that they were all going to be screwed soon, and just had to wait. He thought that he should first find teacher Muwan's abode, because that would be the most effective way to become stronger. He realized that it was the only way for someone like him to find people. But the bartender approached him. Lee ordered a Kahlua on the rocks and asked for a stronger and sweeter drink. But his opponent replied that Kahlua without milk was not according to the recipe. A man in glasses came up to the bartender and said he would handle everything and told him to put the delivery in the pantry. The guy walked away, and the manager looked after him to make sure he had gone and left the two of them behind. He looked intently in front of him and asked what the principles were, and then clarified if the young man had come out of the portal 5 years later. Our hero lowered his head and remarked that this was indeed true. But after 100 years, the manager inquired if he was some kind of demon. Lee replied that he wasn't, and then asked what difference it made, and remarked that they still have a poor here. And the manager smiled and replied that it was true. It was Jang Ho-seok, the head of Seoul's black market branch. The young man informed that he needed a job. The man clarified any specific one. Iron replied that any job would be fine, and added that the most important thing was D rank or higher. The manager started to open the shukladu with the key and noticed that he had something suitable for the guy. He put a whole stack of papers on the table and said that the young man could make a choice. Our hero began to study very carefully the papers that his opponent provided him with. He was very much surprised because on one of the leaves he read that it would be necessary to steal people. Chan replied that it would be worth luring newcomers, locking them in a portal, and then demanding a payoff from their parents, and added that the victims were the children of wealthy families, and there were plenty of those, and the payment was 200 million with a 30% commission. Lee put his head down and started folding the sheets of paper and remarked that it was a lame job. The head of Seoul's black market branch looked intently in front of him and asked what the guy had just said. He reached for his gun with his hand and inquired whether or not the young man would take the job. Chan pointed the muzzle of the gun at our hero and remarked that sometimes you get idiots who come in with silly dreams of justice trying to cover their place. And then he asked if they had thought about what would happen to those who would be out of work here and who they would take their anger out on. Iron calmly told the manager not to worry and added that he liked everything, and added for the man to tell his men to lower their bloodlust. Chan smiled, surprised that the guy noticed everything, and said he thought he could trust him with the job. He put his cell phone on the bar and said he'd be in touch soon and to have the young man ready. And the manager clarified why not have a drink if he came in, since it was a bar after all. But Lee replied that he didn't think there would be a problem with that. Chan clarified why he came here. The guy's eyes lit up and he replied that if he got drunk, he would fall asleep and there would be no one alive here. A smile appeared on the manager's face, and he asked the young man if he understood the joke, and then added that he didn't insist. The young man turned around and told his opponent that he would be leaving the bar. Chan looked at him and thought that the guy was full of illusions, and at this rate, he wouldn't have long to live. Dasadon, Namyangju City. There were 2 guards standing near the entrance to the D-rank portal. The young man waved his hand and called out to his brother Chul-ho, who heard everything but didn't turn his head, only smiled. When the guy came closer to him, he was happy that An Min-hong had come to see him. He pointed his hand forward and said that the players were there, that he would join them this time, and added that they were like the closest to him and asked to be kind to them. Chul-ho smiled and asked what his expectations were for his first such operation. An Min-hong also smiled back, his face covered in droplets of sweat, and he replied that he was a little nervous. His opponent replied that there was no need to be. After all, his comrades had been with him for over 3 years, and added that the D-rank portal, it was nothing. He turned to the side and began to look at the people who were standing there to the side. It was our hero and some other man with a large scar on his face. They were called Wanderers. The players who had gathered in the portal frowned and were covered in drops of sweat. They opened their mouths in surprise. Chul told them not to worry after all. They were martial artists who had been with him for over 3 years. Lee looked at everything that was happening and thought that it was normal to worry. And Wanderers are known for being no worse than the demons of Gehenna, which is why our hero was introduced to the black market as a wanderer. The young man wondered if there was someone without a shadow of surprise on his face. He looked at the people carefully. His eyes lit up with red fire. He began to realize that he had most likely found what he was looking for. It was getting evening and the players were sitting around the campfire, warming themselves and admiring the tongues of flame. The guys hugged each other, and Chan told Anne that his experience points had increased significantly thanks to him. He remarked that they could hunt tomorrow. Some of the players said that they had come without telling their parents because he said they would get a lot of points. Chan smiled and told them not to worry, as he had thought of everything, and added that there was a place where they would be able to hunt in peace. He added that tomorrow they would finally know the real action and advised them to rest for now. The players immediately listened to him and went to a tent that was nearby to rest. The guys looked after them, smiles appeared on their faces, and they thought about the fact that the players continued to believe them. Our hero was sitting in front of the fire, warming himself and admiring the flames. He was thinking about something of his own. A girl came up to him and asked if she could sit next to him. The young man did not answer, but as if she did not expect an answer, she sat down next to him and asked if it was true that he was a wanderer. Then she looked at the young man and asked him if he was a martial artist, what level, and added that he hadn't really participated in today's hunt. Iron replied, if the girl was aware that it was rude to ask players their level. She remarked that she didn't know since she was still a beginner. She looked at the boy and thought about how he wasn't even trying to pretend to be excited. The girl smiled and wondered if she could at least ask the young man's name. The young man calmly said his name was Iron, but did not ask her what her name was. She looked in front of her and thought about how that name seemed very familiar to her. The blonde came up to them and told Yunha that it was her turn, and she could go rest. She agreed. The brunette told Lee that she would go and added that the conversation was short, but she enjoyed it. Ha was leaving and thought about how the guy didn't seem like a bad person, But for some reason a strange feeling kept her going. Chul clenched his teeth tightly, frowned, and struck the monster with all his might with his sword. The guy who was standing to the side turned his attention to the fact that the portal would close very soon. Ho told Min that the portal would close soon, and if he didn't leave now, he would only be able to leave next time after killing the boss, and then he would have to really sweat. He asked why not just go at him together, and asked if the boss was an easy target for him. But his opponent said he was afraid the kid would get hurt. An remarked that he was a normal player, and if he ran away every time for fear of getting hurt, he wouldn't get stronger. An shouted that he didn't need to worry about him and suggested going to the boss. Chul clarified that he was sure. The young man replied that he was sure of it all, and his opponent rejoiced and thought that Min was caught, and he himself pointed at the monsters and suggested that An fight them first. The one began to draw his weapon, frowned, smiled, and said that this was what he had been waiting for. And the fight began. The players pounced on the group of monsters, each pulling out their weapons. Chulho bit his lip and frowned. He stood back and watched everything that was happening. After a while, a system message appeared saying that the portal was closing. And Ming clenched his teeth, frowned very hard, and clenched his weapon more and more tightly in his hands. The monster went on the attack and hit the young man so hard that he fell and his sword fell out of his hands. The kid's face was covered with drops of sweat. He looked at the burning eyes of the monster and screamed that they were much stronger than he thought. While the players were fighting the monsters, Min started shouting as if frantic for Chulho to help him. The latter frowned and said that there were enough problems here as well, and asked him to handle it himself. An frowned, clenched his teeth with anger, and his pupils became like dots. He was at a loss. And the monster was getting closer. It clutched the weapon heavily in its paws and swung at the guy. He reached into his pocket, took out a piece of paper, and shouted that it was a fire strike, though Min didn't think he would have to use it until a few minutes ago. A huge explosion happened. The monster flew away a few meters. It became like a coal. Chul ran up to Hong and asked if he was all right. He was very worried. He frowned and apologized for not helping him right away, because he had been killed by an ogre, and then asked if he had been lucky enough to find the strongest scroll. An looked at his hands and noticed that his father had said to use it only as a last resort, and added that it could only be used once. With a smile on his face, Chul asked if the boy had any other items like it, and he stated that the scroll was quite expensive. Ho pulled a sheet out of his pocket and showed it to Min, who asked with surprise in his voice what it was. Chul didn't answer him but only issued an order for the guy to be tied up, and after a few seconds An was immobilized. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. The young man sat on the grass, trying to get rid of the shackles and wondering why Ho suddenly did this. He then looked to the side and saw his friends starting to be tied up as well. Chul, along with his friends, smiled and noticed that Min Hong bought it, but he couldn't understand anything. An laughed and told Ho to stop joking and asked the kid to untie him. The opponent didn't reply anything, but only slapped the young man on the cheek with all his might. Then he sat down beside him and told him that he had sawdust in his head, and added that it was probably because of his rich ancestors. He looked at Min intently and asked if he thought it was all a joke. Chul brought his sword up to the guy's ear and said he'd explain everything. But first he'd cut off his ear. Hong asked him to stop, but he didn't listen to him and struck a blow as Yunha rushed to the guys. She was clutching her sword hard in her hands. Chul was not ready for such a development, but still put his weapon forward for defense. He looked at the girl and asked her how she was able to break the magical shackles. She smiled, extended her arm forward, and clarified with a smile as to what she should do next. Chul frowned, looked at the girl intently, and wondered if it was a sword aura. And the fight between them began. Yun was not easy. She clenched her teeth from the tension. The guy looked at her and said Ha was a martial arts master. Now it was clear to him why the magic didn't work, and noted that his skill showed her as a player. The girl frowned and noticed that he didn't look like a D-rank player himself, and asked if his C-rank was first class. Chul heard the man who was standing behind him tell him to move away, as martial artists must fight against their own kind. He began to slowly approach them. He frowned and drew his sword as he walked, and noticed that judging by the aura of the sword, she, like him, was on top. The man put his weapon forward and said that the girl's spirit was awesome, and then asked if she could handle everyone. The girl lowered her head and thought about the martial artist and 3 C-rank players in front of her. She realized that the ratio was so-so. The man immediately threw himself into the attack with the words, since he wasn't going to be attacked, the first move would be his. And the fight began. Yunha perfectly repelled the attacks of the opponent who was determined to defeat her. He smiled caustically and asked the girl if she would defend herself forever. He looked very nasty. Ha frowned, clenched her teeth, gathered all her strength into a fist and continued to defend herself. After a few minutes, she shouted to her opponent that she was not to be underestimated. During the fight, behind the back of the girl appeared a strong man who clenched his hand into a fist and wanted to strike. But Yoon had time to bounce at the very last moment because she felt the presence of the guy behind her back. She looked at her opponents and thought that one wanderer was not so easy to deal with. Chol turned his head and shouted to our hero, who all this time stood aside. He asked why he did not catch monsters and ordered to catch the girl if he wanted to get money. But the young man only slanted his eyes in the direction of the speaker and did not answer him anything. After a while, he walked over to where the fight was going on and stopped, looking at what was going on. Yoon turned her head and frowned, drops of sweat dripping down her face. She was very tense. The girl looked at Lee and thought that she couldn't look him in the eyes since yesterday. Ha clenched her teeth, frowning very hard as she couldn't understand who was in front of her. The girl stood in front of our hero and clenched the sword in her hands harder, drops of sweat appearing on her face. She closed her eyes, squeezed her eyes shut, and some guesses began to swirl in her head. The young man looked at her intently, said nothing, and thought about something. He remembered the Silver King telling him about the master of the divine demonic cult. Lee then noted that he had only heard about the ordinary demonic cult, but not the divine cult. The teacher then told him that the demonic one came from the divine one. Our hero asked if demonic cults were not the main nemesis of all guilds, and noted that they were known for bringing destruction to the world. The Silver King raised a finger up and clarified that this is how he looked at his teacher, but Iron noted that wasn't what he meant. The teacher said that after he left, the Martial Alliance started spreading propaganda that suited them. He looked at the boy intently and added that they were just pathetic creatures. The Silver King smiled and said when Lee returned, he would let him deal with them. The young man looked at Ha and thought about the fact that she might be able to fool others, but definitely not him. He clenched his teeth, stared intently at the girl, and thought about the fact that there was no doubt. Lee was well aware that the power of the demonic cult was in front of him, and Yoon clenched her sword tighter in her hands. The young man remembered the conversation of the slaves who talked about finding the remaining followers of the demonic cult on the black market. They would rescue people and lure them to their side. One of the men himself got into the black market and learned their fate. After these words, the slave laughed. Lee did not even think that he would find them so easily. And these deceivers came to hand. The guy asked him if he was not going to attack the girl. Our hero calmly told the player to shut up. He did not expect such a rude answer and was very much surprised. Iron did not stop. He told the man that his breath stinks and told him to shut his mouth. Ha, who was standing off to the side and watching everything that was going on, was very much surprised, and the man didn't calm down. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Lee. Chol said that he didn't know anything, as he had hired him on the black market to clean up after them. He asked him if he could kill Lee because he had hurt him so badly. He did not think for a long time, and took out a sword and waved them in front of the nose of our hero. He did not even move. When the man looked at the weapon, he had only the handle in his hand. The sword itself was scattered into small pieces. Black-colored orbs appeared in the young man's hand, and he stared intently at his opponents. The man looked at what was left of the sword. It was amazing to him that it was filled with energy, yet it broke so easily. He realized that his opponent was much stronger than him, and wondered if the guy was transcendent level. Another of the players asked what it was all about, as everyone piled on at once and the huge brat was yelling for Lee to die. But he calmly remarked that the portal was closed and their deaths wouldn't mean anything anymore. The man looked carefully in front of him. His pupils became like dots, and he shouted to our hero to stop. Iron clenched his fist. Black balls flew in different directions, and he calmly noticed that it was too late. In just a few seconds, the orbs reached their targets and began to destroy the young man's opponents. The man threw his head back and thought about the fact that he was clearly a supreme master in front of him. Just a few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion. Grains of dirt and dust flew in different directions. The young man held his hand in front of him in a fist and watched carefully. Chol ran up to him and asked what it was, and stammered and asked him to stop. Iron turned his head and asked the kid if he really had time to think about him. Ho had droplets of sweat on his face, and his pupils narrowed greatly. Ha appeared behind his back and raised her weapon to strike. Literally a second later, the girl struck Chol, who didn't even realize he was being attacked. After all this, she headed over to where our hero stood calmly, who had absolutely no emotions. He looked at Yoon and asked her if it was his turn now, but he was completely calm. Ta replied that nothing would happen, and added that she wasn't stupid enough to attack knowing she was going to die. She pointed at An Min Hong and noticed that she was on the same team as him not too long ago. The girl remarked that Lee had gotten rid of them alone, and added that it was best not to pretend like they were on the same side. And then added that the guy had a purpose, and noted that whatever it was, she was willing to help. Un frowned and stared intently in front of her, drops of sweat appearing on her face, and asked if Iron would spare her or not. And the man asked if he needed her life. Ha looked at the young man with surprise. Then she smiled and remarked, if that was really the case, he would have nailed her a long time ago. The young man looked at the girl, hesitated a bit, and said that she was conspicuous. Suddenly Ha looked behind the back of our hero, and in a second changed in her face. She was scared. There was a huge, scary, toothy monster that held a weapon in its paws. Iron didn't turn around and asked the girl if it was true that it was the boss of this portal, and added that Yoon had talked about helping. But we need to deal with the monster first and then get out of here, and she agreed. The monster raised its arm with a weapon and was ready to strike. It was screaming very loudly. And Ha was not a timid person. She was not afraid, but rushed to attack the enemy. A portal appeared on the playground, and after a while, a hand appeared from it. And Ming began to look around. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, and the kid noticed that they were outside. Then he clenched his teeth, frowned, and said in a trembling voice for Chul Ho to rot in hell. Ha smiled and remarked that she was thinking about letting him go too easily. Min bowed and the other players did as well. He thanked the girl for saving his life. He asked why Yoon hid the fact that she was a martial artist and went to the rookie squad. Ta pointed her hand toward a man in a black suit and glasses, and said with a smile on her face that he would explain everything. He said he would escort An Hong home and tell him everything on the way, and then offered to get into the car. The kid agreed. After the car drove away, the girl turned to our hero, asking how she could help now. He looked at her and asked permission to ask something first, which surprised Ha. The young man immediately inquired if it was the Heavenly Sect or the Blood Sect. Yoon frowned and covered in sweat drops and asked what he meant. Lee clarified if she wasn't a member of the demonic cult, and added that he wasn't going to report her to the Battle Alliance. The girl frowned for the umpteenth time and asked if he wasn't a cult member. Iron smiled and noticed that Ha's facial expression had changed a lot and added, if he was a cult member, they would be on par. Yoon clenched her hand into a fist and shouted for the guy to answer if he was a cult member. The young man kept his eyes open from the girl and noticed that he was the first to ask the question. Our hero, in just a second, was surrounded by 6 men in dark suits. They pointed their weapons at him. He stood in the same pose, only told Ha that this was her last chance, and asked again whether she had a heavenly sect or a blood sect. The guards clenched their teeth and thought about the fact that this was a very strong pressure. They couldn't understand who this monster was. The girl, who already had drops of sweat on her face, still replied that she had a blood sect. The guards turned their heads. They were also very tense and opened their mouths. Yoon waved her hand and told them to put away their swords, and added that her patron was in front of them. Someone shouted that he knew of their existence. The girl frowned, her face covered in drops of sweat. She stared intently at our hero. And then she noted that whatever it was, if he wanted to, he would have killed them without blinking an eye, and added that it was useless to threaten him. The guards were very nervous, evidenced by the drops of sweat on their faces. Ha turned to Lee. If he had gotten an answer to his question, it was time to now answer hers. She looked intently in front of him and asked if he was a cult follower. The young man calmly replied that he was, and it came as a surprise to everyone present. Yoon remarked that she still didn't understand what his purpose was and added that she promised to help. The girl put her finger up and inquired what the guy craved for and demanded to say now. She glared at her opponent and asked him if the two of them would go further together. He only pressed his lips harder together and stared at her intently. So Ha suggested that they go on. After a while, the young people were sitting indoors. The girl began to take off her cape. Our hero, very carefully and with interest, began to observe what was happening. Yoon grabbed her face, apologized, and said that she needed to breathe. It was an amazing sight. The young man watched all this carefully. He was discouraged by what the girl was doing, and she removed the mask from her face, which she clutched heavily in her hands. The guy was surprised. He realized that Ha wore the mask of infinity and only exclaimed in surprise. Then the girl began to take on her hair. She began to remove the rubber band that held them tightly. After a few seconds, Yoon transformed, smiled, and was already completely different. Lee looked in her direction and noted that Ha was quite beautiful without all that equipment. Ta felt awkward, thanked her, and asked if that face was real or not. Iron lowered his head, hesitated a bit, and replied that it had changed a bit. Woon looked intently in front of her and wondered if he had given her a real name. He looked at the girl with surprise and answered in the affirmative. She wanted to ask something else, but hesitated. She noted that it was his turn to ask her questions and looked him straight in the eye. Lee reported that he thought her companions knew absolutely nothing about her, and added that she had lied about being taken home. He looked at the mask and noted that it cost a fortune, so money was definitely not an issue for her. The guy waited a pause and asked if Ha was recruiting cult followers. The girl frowned, lowered her eyes, had sweat drops on her face again, and answered in the affirmative. She held her head and said that she was going to recruit them gradually, making connections, but Kim Chul-ho had messed it up. Lee noticed that the rich kids were clearly bringing in tons of donations and asked if Ha had earned any. She replied that they were collecting donations, but not as absurd a number as the associations demanded, and noted that they needed a guild. She talked about how joining a cult goes hand in hand with helping to found a guild. So it comes out very lucrative. Iron thought about how for players who can't level up without progressing, guilds are the way to go. Yoon looked at the guy and said it was her turn, and asked what technique he used at the portal. He clarified if she decided to find out about his techniques right away, and remarked that it was pretty pushy. Ha informed him that she had uncovered the secrets of the cult, so she wanted to get no less. Lee replied that he couldn't use his martial art yet, and she was very much surprised, and shouted that the young man had blown the head off a supreme martial artist and was now claiming such a thing. And the young man informed her that it was manipulation and should not be considered a martial art, and then said that it was his turn, and asked what kind of cult was on the black market. She clarified if he was talking about an order, and replied that they were using the black market to recruit cult followers. Iron stared at the girl and asked and also teach them how to kill and kidnap. Ha yelled for him to keep their cult out of such dirty business, and added that they only go after bad players and criminals. The young man asked, "It comes out that their goal is to recruit noble followers." Yoon said that's right. The boy lowered his head and thought about how they weren't as bad as Teacher Mu-wan and the Hassan Guild described, just typical baddies. He was distracted from his thoughts by a girl who wanted to ask one last question, but didn't know how to phrase it. She wanted to call the young man a patron, but for some reason she called him a murderer. Ha stared intently in front of her and thought about the fact that for some reason she couldn't move or even lift a finger. The girl was shaking as she couldn't understand what was happening to her, and mentally asked herself if it was him. Our hero folded his arms on his chest and calmly looked at Yoon. Not a single muscle on his face trembled. After a while, the girl let go. Drops of sweat dripped down her face and neck in hail. She frowned, looked at her opponent, and realized perfectly well that it was a warning. After a while, when the car came to a stop, Ha noticed that they had already arrived. The guard opened the door and our hero told the girl to get out first and led the way. They arrived at the Manhwa company. This huge corporation had influence in all of Asia, and its director was Kang Han-chul, S rank. Lee looked up, looking at the building, and noticed who would have thought it was a company building, the headquarters of a cult. Yoon walked closer to him and asked if he was going or not, but the guy didn't say anything. Then he asked if he wasn't going. Would she just let him go like that? Ha remarked. If he wanted in, he'd go anyway. Iron stated that if he refused, she wouldn't let him go anyway, and then the Hwasun Guild and the Blood Cult would chase him. The girl looked intently at our hero, her pupils becoming like dots, and a hunch hit her. But she was still wondering if it was true that the guy in front of her was really Iron or not. And the guy looked at Yoon and asked if the persecution would stop if she was snatched away. The girl had drops of sweat on her face and replied that it's better not to joke like that here, and added that she was taking a risk by bringing him along too. Suddenly they heard someone shouting. They were surprised and turned their heads. The head of the corporation, Kang Han-chul, was flying toward them, and the ground was burning under his feet. He frowned with anger. His pupils narrowed very much, and the director shouted very loudly as Lee dared to threaten the lady. Kang Han-chul started running towards the young man and shouted for him to prepare for the consequences. The girl reached forward and shouted for her grandfather to stop. Drops of sweat appeared on her face. But our hero stood calmly. He was not even going to run away somewhere or prove anything. Yoon began to scream very loudly. She was frightened to think that everything was too late. The man furrowed his gray eyebrows, pressed his lips tightly together, and heard the guy say that it was unbelievable. Lee grabbed his fist with his hand and noticed that this was how the blood cult treated their benefactors. Kang Han-chul sat at the table, smiled happily, and said that he thought he was wrong. The man waved his hand and told the young men to eat to their heart's content. They sat at the set table. Iron pressed his lips tightly together and looked at the dishes that were on the table. They were outlandish to him. Khan stabbed a piece on his fork, looked at it, frowned, and said that there was no poison in it. Our hero smiled and began to eat, while Director Ganha sat across from him, watching him intently. The boy chewed, swallowed, and calmly noted that the poison did not work against him anyway, and noted that he had not eaten normally for a long time. The old man was surprised at this news and told the young man to eat plenty. He raised his head, looked at the young man, and thought about the fact that after a hasty investigation, after the rumors Lee had headed here, Kang thought about the fact that he had learned that it was Lee Iron, the murderer of his own comrades. He also knew that he had recently been enslaved by the Vulcan Guild, and yes, the boy's appearance didn't differ from the description. The old man recalled how the young man had blocked his strike not long ago. After all, that was when he had sensed the inner energy rather than the player's strength. The man frowned his huge gray eyebrows and thought about who was really in front of him. The waiter took away the young man's plates, and Kang thought that Lee's internal energy wasn't much higher than his. But what bothered the old man was why the young man was so calm. He put his hand up and stated that he came because the lady said she owed him a debt, The old man told our hero to speak up and promised that he would give anything. Kang smiled and remarked that our hero had to promise him something first. Lee wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked the old man if he wanted the guy to join the ranks of the sect followers. Company director Ganya smiled wryly and said that was exactly what he wanted. He then added that he was aware that Lee knew quite a bit about their cult, and inquired as to where such knowledge came from. Kang frowned again and stared intently into the young man's eyes. He stated that he had not heard that Lee Iron's assassin was once a member of the cult, and the young man only pressed his lips tightly together. Our hero was silent for a moment, and then asked if the old man had made inquiries about him. The man replied that he couldn't allow someone into the headquarters without first getting enough information. Eun-ha turned her head to the side and looked at the men, drops of sweat appearing on her face. Han Chol asked if the young man had joined the cult. Then when he was in the Vulcan Guild's burial zone, he replied that he could say that he had. The old man noticed that the lad was asking about the Heavenly and Blood sect, and then asked which side he himself was on. Iron lowered his eyes and replied that it could be said that he was now on the side of the Blood sect. This answer surprised the man a great deal, and Lee remarked that he would gradually bring him up to speed. Kang smiled and said that he was like an official member of the cult, but our hero interrupted him and said that he was not going to obey him. The old man was speechless. He frowned, his pupils became like dots, and he asked what the guy had just said. And Iron calmly said that a wolf had no business obeying some dog, and added that they were the ones who should obey him. The old man folded his hand into a fist and slammed it on the table with all his might, and shouted that it was arrogance. Kang became very angry but asked in a calm tone if the young man understood what he had just said. Our hero calmly replied that he understood everything, and at this time, Ha jumped up from her seat and yelled for them to calm down. Lee folded his arms across his chest and told Kang that he would have to hand over the position of Blood Demon. The old man became very angry. He got up from his seat and began to tear up and throw. The young man stared intently at his opponent, his pupils narrowed very hard. Kang folded his hands into fists and shouted for all he was worth that Iron had crossed the line. Ha was very scared. She rushed to her grandfather, but he yelled for her to stay out of it. The old man asked Lee if he knew what happens if you cross the Blood Demon and added that even a girl will not save him. Our hero thought that objectively he was now a level below Kang Han-chul. He was advancing fast, but time was too short. The young man looked at everything that was happening and thought that his body was not able to endure martial arts yet. The old man looked intently in front of him and asked if he needed a weapon and immediately added that he would give one. The guy calmly remarked that he couldn't use a weapon as it would spell disaster. Kang frowned very hard and called the young man an upstart. He was very angry. He looked at Lee and clarified that he wouldn't even try to fight him. The young man calmly replied that if he used martial arts, he wouldn't feel bad. These words made the old man very angry. He began to call Iron names and then asked if he was mocking him. Our hero looked at the angry old man and replied that he was not mocking him at all. Kang waved his hand and remarked that then there was nothing further to scratch his tongue about, and told him to attack, and added that as an indulgence for being kind to the lady he was giving 3 spare seconds. Lee smiled and asked if the blood sect was really that honorable. The old man's eyes burned, but he told Iron to remember that he was treated as a guest, not an enemy. Ha rushed over to Khan again and asked him to wait for a while, but he yelled for her to step aside. Then the girl yelled for Lee to say he was just blabbing, and the guy stared at her intently. The old man got very angry and asked why Ha was sticking up for him like that. Our hero looked at everything going on and thought that it really doesn't make sense. He realized that the girl herself doesn't know why she's doing this. Iron looked at Yoon and thought about the fact that all this is too much. Indeed, he saved her life. But this is too much. The boy thought about Ha deep down, realizing who exactly would save the sect in a time of need. The young man was aware of the fact that the girl was not ordinary, and she was actually a priestess who served the Blood Demon, the head of the sect. The old man put his hand forward and rushed towards the young man. He shouted with all his might that he was a bastard. But to his great surprise, the guy didn't even bounce aside. He calmly stood there and looked at his fist. And only Ha, who was standing to the side and watching all of this, screamed like a furious person. A very strong explosion happened, and people who were outside could see it. Yoon was very frightened. She clenched her teeth as the blast wave was quite intense. Literally, after a few seconds, she opened her eyes and started thinking about her grandfather's flame. Kang was also very surprised. He looked in front of him with his eyes and mouth wide open. Ha had drops of sweat on her face and began to think about the fact that the old man's flame had not disappeared. She looked at everything that was happening and came to the conclusion that Kang's flame had been stolen. Yoon stood at a loss and watched everything that was happening, and the men stood across from each other. Kang frowned and realized that his powers had been taken control of, and it was clearly a martial art. The young man looked at his opponent and calmly asked if he recognized it now. He added that it was a blood demon technique and ordered everyone to kneel down. Just a few seconds later, The old man and the girl fell to their knees and began to salute the blood demon. Lee looked at them victoriously and declared that he was their master, and added that he was a blood demon. Sweat streamed down Kang's face, and he thought about how the player knew the blood demon art. Lee looked down at the man and asked if he was willing to give him the title of blood demon. The old man kneeled down and remained silent, so our hero clarified why the man was silent. The man raised his head, blanched, and did not know what to answer. He was very nervous, and then said that the current blood demon is already running the sect, and Lee was surprised. The guy clarified if there was already a blood demon, and Kang said without raising his head that it was correct. Iron asked why they were kneeling in front of him then, and the old man tightly pressed his lips together. He then reported that his blood demon art seemed stronger than the current one. Kang noted that he didn't know how he had mastered such an art, and added that it was the symbol of the blood sect and the true mark of a blood demon. Lee held his hand over his head, repeated the man's words, and said that it was terribly funny. The young man raised his head up and noted with a smile on his face that it was now clear to him why the sect was in such a state. The old man raised his head, drops of sweat were rolling down his face, and he looked at the young man with surprise. The boy looked the man in the eye and said that they had some kind of blood demon. Then he asked Khan what his position in the sect was and waited for an answer. The old man replied that he was the left guard. The guy said that was great, and he should know everything. Iron informed the man to listen to him carefully and stated that the symbol was not a blood demon art. The guy frowned and stared intently in front of him. He was very serious. Kang tightly pressed his lips together and thought about the fact that there was indeed a real blood demon in front of him. He didn't understand how this was possible, but the energy of divine art, this was undeniable proof. The old man and the girl bowed to our hero again and wished him prosperity in unison. Lee asked what was the matter as he couldn't understand what was going on, and Kang informed him that it was a greeting meant to honor the blood demon. The boy sat down on a chair and noticed that it looked ridiculous, and asked him to tell him how things were in the sect. He demanded to narrate everything that could be useful when he would expel the imposter. Kang said that there were only 6 elders in the sect right now, and there was also a right guard. The man looked up and noticed that the current elders wouldn't accept a new blood demon so easily, as it had been about 10 years since the current demon had arrived. Iron asked, what if they just killed all the dissenters? And the old man remarked that some of the sect members were very useful. For example, he was looking for information and dealing with external matters, so they could be extremely useful. He said if the young man orders, he will personally find out from the elders about their intentions. Our hero agreed to such a suggestion, and the left guard reported that everything would be carried out. The man got up and left the room, and the girl continued to kneel in front of the guy, but looked at the young man and did not know what to do. She was at a complete loss. So she began to bow to Lee again and wished eternal prosperity to the true demon, and the latter said that he asked her to stop this. There were a huge number of guards standing outside the blood demon's chambers in Namyangju. Someone knocked and called out to his room. A young man without turning his head suggested to come in. It was Ha. She knelt down, lowered her head and greeted the blood demon. Iron asked what was the matter, and the woman replied that she had come to greet him since morning. He frowned and wondered if Ha had gotten dressed just to say hello. The girl lowered her head, closed her eyes, and replied that that was exactly what happened. Lee waved his hand and told her to stop starting tomorrow and asked what was the point of doing it in the morning. Yoon remarked that she was a priestess who served a demon, but the boy interrupted her, waved his hand and remarked that it would be better if she slept longer. She replied that a priestess should go to bed later and get up before the blood demon. The young man, without turning his head, calmly stated about not going to bed at all. Ha was quiet for a moment and wondered if Iron was joking. He replied that he really wasn't sleeping and told her to rest and finish with these morning greetings. She grabbed her heart with her hand and yelled that she shouldn't sleep then either. Lee got angry and asked if she couldn't hear him at all. He turned his head and stated that he was ordering her not to follow silly formalities and greet him anymore in the morning, and then added that Ha should behave the same way she did in the basement. Yoon spread her arms apart and started making strange noises. The young man asked what was going on with her. He rolled his eyes and noted that she had most likely realized that the blood demon used to be a player. Ha stammered and replied that wasn't the point, and Lee ordered her to stop talking with such a teary voice, and added that the girl should just say what was clear and asked, since it wasn't hard, and she agreed. The guy looked intently at Yoon and asked if there had been any word from the guard. The girl was very nervous. She had drops of sweat on her face and replied that she hadn't heard anything yet. Lee started to get up from the floor and said that his goal was still the same, and Ha clarified what it was. He rubbed his shoulder and asked her what she thought, and without waiting for an answer, he said that he wanted to get rid of that imposter. Ha opened her mouth in surprise, and our hero said that in this world the strongest wins, and as soon as he shows that he is stronger, everything will fall into place. And Iron stated that this all meant that he needed to train. He asked if there was a gym here, and asked to be taken there. He remembered how his whole body was covered in drops of sweat then, and he asked if he would be trained in combat techniques. The Silver King smiled, hesitated for a moment, and noted that it was a very good question. He said that the techniques the young man was currently learning were adapted to fully utilize the power of all three teachers. The teacher noted that each technique was a separate cog, and together they fit together perfectly. If you don't follow a certain order, you can't move to the next level. The Silver King stated that if you force a cogwheel to spin by force, the whole mechanism would break, and until the divine arts were done away with, he wouldn't be able to use weapons or martial arts. The Sword King held out a weapon to the lad, and stated that it was better to live on himself to understand these principles, and offered to try it just once. The young man took the sword his teacher gave him and squeezed it very hard in his hands. After a few seconds he screamed like a raging man. The boy closed his eyes and thought about how he didn't even want to imagine this pain. After all, it was better to go through 10 cycles of reformation. He realized that thanks to the black demon blood, he had almost reached the limit. But he still hadn't reached full development. The young man knew very well that the dragon blood was still circulating inside him for now. Lee closed his eyes tightly, sweat dripped down his face, and he realized that he had to get rid of the poison and absorb the life force. A week passed. Ha sat in front of the door that led to Iron's chambers. She thought about what he was doing there. After all, he cannot in an empty room to train the art of Blood Demon. Just a few seconds later, the door opened slightly, and a foot was seen. Yoon immediately stuttered and shouted to Lee. She called the guy an honorable blood demon, but the guy didn't pay any attention to her, but only looked at his hand and thought that he had finally succeeded. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes burning with red fire, and he thought he had reached the last step of the divine art of the blood demon True Blood. The young man sat at the table and ate. A little far away stood Ha, who was watching him. The young man turned to her, gave her a hard stare, and then inquired if she wanted to eat. She looked at Lee fearfully, drops of sweat appearing on her face, and she thought about the fact that it had only been a week. The girl was well aware that the young man had become much stronger than he was. Yoon looked at our hero with her mouth open, but she still couldn't answer his question. The art of blood demon without pure blood and a special ritual is impossible to practice. The girl was aware of that. She had no idea how Lee was able to reach this level in an empty hall. Iron again asked if the girl would eat or not, but she was thinking about something else. After a while, she said that next time she would cook it herself, but more. The boy said that it was not necessary, and there was nothing difficult, and asked again if she would eat now. Suddenly, Iron looked away and said he wasn't going to be wary of those weaker than him, and asked if the boys would eat with him. Ha opened her eyes and mouth wide. She was very much surprised and thought about Lee noticing the Black Shadow Squad. The girl knew very well that there were elite guards who were personally trained by the yeoman once. In terms of stealth, they were Muram's famous ghost assassins. Yoon thought about it and drops of sweat ran down her face. Lee waved his hand, and the girl couldn't understand how the guy noticed them. He turned to the guards, asking what they were waiting for, and offered to come in quickly. After a while, our hero closed his eyes and thought about the fact that this is real blood, and it's not a bad feeling. The young man thought about the fact that he had almost completely absorbed the blood of the Black Dragon. Now he needed to purify it, perfecting it to the true blood circulating within him. After a while, Lee wiped himself with a towel and thought about the fact that he was running out of time. And to shorten it, he needed to seize control of the blood sect first. Ha stirred something in a bowl, and with a smile on her face, she informed the young man that the food was ready. Lee looked at the plate and noticed that he had talked about dealing with the food himself, but she noted that she couldn't let the blood demon prepare the food on his own. Our hero pointed at the food with his hand and wondered if Yoon had put too much spice in it. She fell to her knees, thought that it should taste better, and said that she had committed a terrible sin and would owe her life. Iron asked her to stop, and staring intently before her, Ha called out to the young man, and he calmly stated that they had guests, and his pupils narrowed very much out of anger. The guards immediately reached their hands to their weapons and told the newcomer that he would not pass. The man frowned after these words and questioned why he would not go where he wanted to go. The man then leaned on his huge sword and asked if they knew who was in front of them. And it was the third elder, the cold-blooded Taoist master, Han Do Baek. The guards had drops of sweat on their faces and replied that they knew the elder perfectly well. He frowned very heavily, surprised that they nevertheless refused to let him pass. One of the guards clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, and he remarked that this was the order of the left guard, and added that no one could enter without permission. The foreman was very angry at these words, and raised his huge sword upwards. The guard immediately reached for the weapon and told the intruder that it was not his fault, but the man didn't want to listen to anything at all. He stared intently in front of him and stated that he was warning for the last time. He pointed his sword at one of the men and told him to move away. Now and then, he would turn a blind eye to their rudeness. The elder's eyes burned with hatred, and he glared at the guards and waited for their decision. But those were not going to comply. One of them drew his sword, and the other began to reach for it. Han Do-baek swung and shouted that this was how a follower of a blood sect should behave. The guard became very nervous. He frowned and thought about when the master had time. Someone started calling the man's name, as suddenly Ha was in front of the sword right in front of him. She had her lips tightly pressed together. Drops of sweat were pouring down her face, and she was staring intently at the matron. The elder was very much surprised, frowned, and asked what this recklessness was. Ha shouted what the yeoman was doing, and noted that the left guard didn't give permission. Han Do-baek asked, "Is it true that Yoon doesn't understand what the left guard is up to?" She looked at him tightly, pressed her lips together. The elder shouted that it was a betrayal, and he wanted to divide the bloody sect they had struggled to unite. The man frowned, glared at the girl, and wondered how he could stand by. The woman stated that she had chosen the blood demon herself since she was a priestess, and asked if Han doubted him. The man's pupils became like dots, and he asked if she could explain how the former player suddenly mastered the art of the blood demon. He lowered his head and noticed that there are always imposters appearing who pretend to be blood demons. So he asked Ha, what if the new blood demon is a spy from the heavenly clan? Han remarked that if the guy is really a blood demon, the law doesn't allow two lords at once. The girl listened intently, droplets of sweat dripping down her face, as she listened to the fact that at this rate, she, him, and the left guard would be found guilty of treason. He thrust his huge sword forward and declared that he had decided to deal with this beforehand. Han shouted for Ha to move away, as he didn't want to lose her or the left guard. Yoon only whispered that there was no way they would be forgiven for these antics. She was very much agitated. But the man closed his eyes and declared that he had already made up his mind, and if he had to fight with the left guard, or even forfeit his life, he held out a huge sword in front of him and said he would do anything he could for his neighbors. Han shouted for Ha to move aside as he couldn't take it anymore, not even for her sake. As the left guard appeared behind the man's back quite suddenly, he was already ready to strike. Just a few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion that lit up everything around him. Khan clenched the weapon he had in his hands harder. He frowned, and his eyes burned with fire. The left guard threw his teeth. He was very angry, asked what Petty Officer Han Do-baek was doing. The men stood in front of each other, the elder pointing a huge weapon at Kang. The gray-haired man frowned, clenched his teeth, and thought that he had expected this outcome. Han Do-baek stared intently in front of him, his eyes glowing, unaware of why things were unfolding so quickly. Then he announced that the Hwasan Guild had begun to act. Ha and Chul's eyes opened wide in surprise, and the elder added that those had already stumbled onto their trail, but the gray-haired man remained silent. Han remarked that if he told them about the blood demon now, heaven only knows what would happen. Chul frowned, and Do-baek remarked that he would be the first to be thrown to his enemies as bait. The old man thought for a bit and reported that there was no reason for the Hwasan Guild to oppose the blood demon. The elder frowned and wondered if he had thought about the fact that the new blood demon might be a spy. His opponent pressed his lips tightly together and furrowed his brow. His pupils became like dots, and his eyes burned with fire. Chul folded his hands into fists, his eyes burning with fire, and the man shouted with all his might that this was nonsense, and then shouted, "Did Han mean to say that he was unable to recognize the true art of a blood demon?" The elder remarked that Han was well aware that the heavenly cult had studied the blood demon art for years, and noted that the impostor had managed to achieve such a level of skill. Chul's pupils became like dots. The old man was very much pissed off and shouted that it was enough to argue with him. But Han didn't stop. He noticed that even if the guy was a real demon, it didn't change anything. He pointed his sword at the gray-haired man and remarked that our hero was seeking to split the blood sect, and then minted that the surest step would be to just kill him. They have no other way. Chul was very angry. He folded his hands into fists and shouted that Han had finally crossed the line. He put the huge sword on his shoulder and asked how he could stand by when his comrade was willingly getting in the way. The gray-haired man frowned again and shouted that he would cut off his limbs and beg the blood demon for forgiveness. Han's eyes burned with hatred, and he frowned and asked if Kang could finish him off right away. And the men threw themselves at each other. They were very furious, each defending their position. Then the young man's voice sounded and asked them to stop. In another minute, they would have killed each other. Han frowned, his eyes burning with fear as he felt someone behind him. Chul was covered in drops of sweat and frowned. He saw the blood demon and called out to him. The old man immediately fell to his knees and began to beat bows and greeted the young man. The elder was also covered in drops of sweat. He turned around to look at Lee and thought about the fact that he didn't even feel his presence. Chul shouted to Han to immediately bow down to the blood demon, and the latter looked fearfully at Iron and thought about if it hit him in the neck, it would be the end. He began to look at the young man, saw the scarlet hair, red eyes. All these were undeniable proofs of the blood demon's art. The Khan immediately hid his weapon, bowed, and began to greet the young man. Lee asked to stop bowing already and added that he didn't like them. Chul was very much surprised. The guy stated that the blood sect was already deteriorating and they still decided to cut each other's limbs off. The elder apologized. He looked at our hero and was very much frightened. Han then frowned and asked if Iron had come here to kill him. The young man looked down at his opponent and he read his thoughts of mercy and killing. The man was very nervous and worried, and informed him that the blood demon was saying all the right things. And then he added that the sect served the blood demon, and the appearance of a new master would cause a split, and things had just gotten better. Our hero smiled and said that Han was very brave, and that was just right for an elder. The young man's eyes burned with fire, and he asked if he fit his opponent's standards. The man frowned, gave the boy a hard look, and said he needed proof. Iron rubbed his breed and thought about something for a while. He was not ready for such a development. A ball of blood began to fly out of his finger, and he asked if that would be enough. Han Dobek stared in front of him with unblinking eyes, drops of sweat running down his face. The man thought about how from such a small drop of blood, so much demonic energy spilled out. He literally fell to his knees after a second and bowed, then began to salute the great blood demon. The elder took up his weapon and shouted that he would have to chop off his right hand for daring to doubt the blood demon. Suddenly, a huge sword flew out of his hands, flew like a bird, and stabbed into the ground with its blade. Lee looked at the finger from which smoke was coming out and noticed that he said not to cut anything off, and then asked who was listening to him. Literally in a few minutes, all three were kneeling in front of our hero. The man held his head and told the gray-haired man to sit on the couch. The man replied that he couldn't sit next to the great lord. He frowned and looked at the guy from under his gray eyebrows, and Lee replied to do as he wished. The young man propped his head up with his hand, and Chul thought about the vague feeling he had that Lee had become even stronger in just a week. Kang asked the young man if the blood demon had reached the transcendent stage. He replied that he hadn't reached that level yet, and the man lowered his head and remarked that with such rapid progress, he would be able to do so very soon. Han said that the current blood demon had already reached that stage. He was nervous and had drops of sweat running down his face. He then remarked that moreover, the first elder, the current lord's closest advisor, was also at the transcendent stage. He continued that among the remaining elders, there was no one left who was willing to defect to the new demon. And then the priestess spoke. She said that there was only one way out. She said that if the Lord was evolving faster than expected, he should quickly reach the transcendent stage and personally slay the current blood demon. Yoon said that in that case, even the elders would have no choice but to switch to Lee's side. The latter asked how long it would take to reach that stage. He then said that he wasn't sure if he could even reach it. The girl stammered that there was no such thing. Iron asked Ha if she thought they would just sit back and watch. He looked at the men and said the same question to the third petty officer. The guy noticed that everyone in the sect most likely knew about him now, hence the rush to attack him. Chul began to bang his head on the floor with terrible force and asked the young man for forgiveness. He said that he thought the fourth elder would be willing to switch sides, but he had already sworn an oath to the current master. Iron ordered the gray-haired man to stop bemoaning such a matter, and everyone looked at him in surprise. The guy's eyes lit up with blood fire, and he calmly said that it was about time to overthrow the blood demon. If you enter the portal, you will most likely fall into an unknown land full of monsters. But if you enter a dungeon, then you will definitely enter a completely different world. Many years ago, the world first learned of the existence of dungeons. People were quite frightened. Through a huge number of rifts, monsters began to fall, but humanity was saved. Players could not just leave it like that, so they were ready to fight strong monsters. And a little later, super players began to appear among the inhabitants of the Earth. By the way, they were not so many. They could not cope with the inhabitants of the captured worlds that fought with mysterious creatures for many centuries. Eventually, the world survived their invasion, with Murim controlling Asia at the time, Ihart ruling the West. These forces were able to divide the entire world into several spheres of influence. They were able to come to an agreement. Mural, coming from mostly South Korean territory, made sure that the bloody sect was carefully hidden from view. Ha, along with the man, approached the huge doors of the building. There they stopped. Lee asked if the structure even fit into the existing landscape. He also wondered if this door had always been there. Yoon remarked that she thought the door on the way to the blood demon should stand out, and the young man wondered if she had tried to hide the entrance even a little. The girl replied if someone made it to the door, then they had overcome all the traps and magical barriers, and there was nothing to hide. She added that it was safe to say he was the only one who had made it this far. Ha stared at the young man and asked if this was his first time in the world of Murim. Our hero calmly informed that he had been to this world before. This answer surprised the girl. Yoon remarked that she had expected this from the blood demon and added that he was an excellent player. Lee lowered his head and said that if he had lived like he always did, he would have never made it here. The girl wanted to ask the young man something. He told her to forget everything and demanded she open the door. She agreed and walked up to the huge, beautiful doors. The priestess began to apply her skills. The men stood a little aside and watched everything carefully. Just a few minutes later, the door opened and illuminated everyone present with a bright light. Yoon held her hand up, smiled, and motioned for the blood demon to step forward. She announced that this was the Blood King's fortress, and Iron was very much surprised. He began to look around, and then after a while he noticed that an interesting sight had opened up in front of him. Lee spoke of how he had heard that things were not going well, but he had not thought of it being that bad. The gray-haired man covered himself with drops of sweat, closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and then began to apologize. Our hero didn't say anything to him, only inquired about what had brought the fortress to such a state. Ha was also very nervous, and said that few people know that Murim is part of the destroyed world. The girl was silent for a while and then added that this world needs to be constantly maintained by the monster's magic stones. Yoon noticed that the Blood King's fortress is big compared to other parts of the Murim world. Lee interrupted her and asked if it absorbs a lot. The guy then remarked that it was now clear to him why the sect was so desperate for followers. He asked if the guild wasn't part of a huge corporation and why not collect more magic stones. Chul came closer and said that it wasn't worth attracting too much attention, and pointed out, if the Hwasun Guild were to find out about the current state of the Blood King fortress, the heavens alone would know the outcome. Un spread her hands apart, and remarked that this was one of the reasons, but the elders had also forbidden hunting monsters in portals. The young man listened to the information carefully and asked what kind of nonsense that was. Ha replied that the elders said that it would be against the laws if the followers of the great blood demon hunted ordinary monsters. Lee put his hand on his head, sighed heavily, and remarked that he was going to have to do a good job. He asked Han if he was in favor of all this. The latter reported that he had always been against it and had even founded a guild to continue following the plan. Just as suddenly the young men heard someone inform them that they had arrived, and those turned their heads. A tall man surrounded by guards announced that he had been waiting for them for a long time. Ha looked intently in front of her and thought about the fact that these were the Blood Swordsmen, the Blood Lord squad. The captain of the Black Swordsmen, Jong Ji-soo, said that they had been ordered to escort them and asked them to follow them. Yoon bare her sword, pointed it at the men and asked if they were going to take them away by force. Jong Ji-soo stared intently in front of him and replied that they were only following the Lord's orders. Kang clenched his hand into a fist and asked if they thought he would go willingly. The captain of the Black Swordsmen frowned, closed his eyes, and stated that they didn't come to fight. He then began to bare his sword and said that there was nothing to be done about the situation. Yoon frowned and clenched her sword tighter, and the men behind her became wary. The Blood Swordsmen frowned and stared at their opponents, tension in the air. As suddenly the silence was broken by our hero, he calmly said that it was necessary to pass with the swordsmen, and added, since they had come all this way to accompany him, he would also go. The young man began to walk forward and told them not to be afraid, but to follow the bloody swordsman. After a certain amount of time, everyone was in the Blood King's fortress, in the throne room. Chul stood behind Lee's back and thought about the fact that there was most likely an end to solitary training. The gray-haired man was dousing himself with drops of sweat, and thinking about how the guy was much stronger than he was before. The man turned to him. He stated that he could not believe the fact that he had gone up against the Bloodlord. He asked how the left guard, the closest person to the Lord, could do such a thing. Kang frowned, his face covered in drops of sweat, and he replied that he had faced a true blood demon. His opponent's eyes lit up with red fire. He frowned and was very surprised. The men got angry and started shouting what kind of ignorance and nonsense Chul was talking about. The blood demon scratched his beard and remarked that this was all astonishing. He wondered if there was another blood demon besides him. The men who were standing near him were very much surprised. They didn't know what to ask. But he smiled and said that it was about time, for he had perfected the art of the blood demon. He laughed, his eyes burning with fire, and he declared that absorbing our hero's power would allow him to ascend to blood god. Han and Kang were covered in drops of sweat, their pupils narrowed. They were very much frightened. The servants of the Bloodlord said with a smile that he was very wise. One of them wanted to add something, but our hero calmly interrupted him and said that it was all nonsense. Iron was calm as a boa constrictor. The men began to stare intently in front of them. The room became very quiet. The young man moved closer to the blood demon and told him to stop talking nonsense and come down to him. The one frowned and pressed his lips tightly together, and Lee added that he would show how pathetic the one really was. The false blood demon became very angry. He clutched the armrests with his hands and his eyes burned with fire. His servant got angry when he heard those words. He frowned and asked, how dare the guy say that? and then told the false blood demon not to interfere, and added that they would handle it themselves. The other man agreed, and added that no one would go near the blood demon until he went through them. The one looked intently in front of him, his eyes burning with red fire, and he confirmed their decision. The servants were already ready to throw themselves at our hero and his entourage, and Ha clenched harder the sword she had in her hands. The gray-haired man who stood behind the young man clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that the elders had decided to unite. He turned his attention to the first elder who was standing aside and most likely wasn't going to interfere. Chul thought about the fact that that one was a martial artist to the core and had always hated attacking in a mob, and that gave a bit of relief. He looked at the group of elders and realized very well that the difference between them was still too obvious. Drops of sweat ran down his face. His eyes burned with hatred, and he thought about how ideal it would be to get rid of the elders one by one. Chan looked at Lee and wondered why the man had even gone here of his own free will. Behind the back of Aaron's table, Ha was holding her sword with all her might. She was very much cowardly. The young man felt it all and told the girl not to be afraid, and the girl interrogated what he said. And our hero calmly noted that he would not die and Yoon should not worry, and the one clarified whether he wanted to say that he was immortal. Lee replied that he didn't and added that he won't lose to these guys, and if he dies, the whole world will fall. The guy also said that until he found his teachers, then he wasn't going to destroy the world. Ha looked at him with surprise. The girl had drops of sweat on her face and asked the young man what he was talking about. Our hero looked up and replied that he had been thinking about this for 100 years. He was worried about what he would do when he returned. Lee looked at his hand and stated that the first thing that came to his mind was revenge, but he should also thank his teachers. The boy clenched his hand into fists and said that he would find everything his teachers had left behind and restore it, and make sure no one else dared to touch it. The young man remembered what the Silver King had told him about giving him power. Our hero pressed his lips tightly together and thought about the bunch of rogues around him. He thought about the fact that they just wanted him to create something of value without destroying the world out of a sense of revenge. The young man understood their intentions, and was even willing to follow them, and told the guards to attack him. One of them blew on Lee, thus he atomized the ghost blood poison. The room began to be covered in fog. The left guard was very frightened. He started waving his hand and started yelling to retreat. Iron was standing in the fog. He was completely calm, so Kang rushed towards him. Following him, Han started running. He reached out to the gray-haired man and called him a jerk. A second later, the men were sitting on the floor. Chol cried out, and his opponent asked him if he was going to die. Han looked around and frowned. His pupils narrowed very much, and he wondered where the blood demon was. He saw that the young man was in the very epicenter. The man began to think about what he should do. He began to immediately take his skills, and huge tall ice flows appeared in front of him. The guardian of the false demon looked in front of him and thought about the fact that the poison of the ghost blood was so strong that the blood demon shunned it. He realized that death was inevitable. The man smiled and frowned and thought about the fact that he would definitely leave a good impression. The thought that the position of left guard would be his never left his head, and he started laughing loudly. Kang, on the other hand, fell to his knees and thought about how it was all going to end so easily now. Ha walked over to him, put a hand on his shoulder, and informed him that Iron was fine. The old man turned his head, looked at her, and asked how she knew all this. Yoon stated that the ghost blood poison was deadly even to those who had reached the last stage, and the blood demon was behind these guys. The girl put her hand on her chest and stated that her gut still told her to follow Lee. She stared intently in front of her and declared that their blood demon was saving the blood cult. Iron put his hands in his pockets, looked around, and then wondered if this was it. The guards were definitely not prepared for this development. They thought the guy would be affected by the poison. And our hero calmly reported that it was no surprise that the cult was now on the verge of collapse. He told the elders that they were stuck inside the fortress and ignored the world. He then pointed his finger at them and stated that there were enough people like them outside. The guy called them fools and asked them if they knew which masters were walking around outside, and added that they were comparable to a large guild at best. The men clenched their teeth, and the young man noticed that they ignored the left guard and priestess when they tried to talk about what was going on outside. One of the men asked how long his partners were going to listen to this nonsense and ordered them all to pile on him at once. And those, without thinking for a long time, went straight to our hero. They were very angry and serious. In a second, they stood in front of Lee and pointed their weapons and hands at him, but the young man was unperturbed. He wondered if the guards knew why the blood demon was honored as a god. The hands and weapons of the opponents trembled, but our hero calmly explained that the blood demon for the cult, that's all. One of the guards clenched his teeth, frowned. Drops of sweat dripped down his face, and he thought about the fact that he could not move. And Lee said he was glad to see that at least the bloody techniques had been passed on over the years. Kang, who was standing behind the young man's back, was watching everything that was going on, and he asked the old man who he would spare. The left guardian stammered and replied that he would spare the Blood Sword Brigade, the 1st and 6th Guardians. Our hero listened to him attentively and flexed his fingers. He was focused and very serious. As suddenly incredible things began to happen, one of the men saw his partners flying in different directions. The false blood demon continued to sit at his throne and watched everything that was happening intently. He frowned. His pupils narrowed very much from the tension. He couldn't understand what was going on. Iron noticed that everything was very strange, and told his opponent that he had mastered the bloody techniques, and he definitely couldn't hide from the divine art of the blood demon. The young man looked at the imposter and wondered why the head was still on his shoulders. The guy moved closer and called his opponent a false blood demon. He took a few more steps towards the throne, but no one could stop him. Lee looked intently in front of him and wondered if the creature in front of him was not real. He got very angry, jumped up from his throne and started screaming like a furious man. Just a few seconds later, he used his skill and pulled out a huge sword from his palm. Ha! Who was watching all of this, frowned and started shouting very loudly. And it was all because the false blood demon had used the blood demon's sword skill. Our hero, who was watching all this, didn't say anything but only frowned. The opponent commented that he had used the blood demon's sword art, the 3rd form. He clenched his sword harder and rushed towards the young man, who had no intention of running away. A bright yellow glow appeared around Aaron, and his body was still like being made up of a huge number of puzzles. Ha! Who was standing beside Khan and watching everything closely, shouted again. The false demon frowned and declared to Lee that he would rip him to pieces and only leave a scarlet lake of blood. He looked carefully in front of him, and our hero used a special skill to keep himself safe. He was in the middle of a huge ball and added that in front of him was an ordinary piece of shit. The false demon got very angry. He frowned and asked what the guy said. The young man looked at his opponent and asked if it was a bloody sword art, and added that his teacher didn't create anything like that. The opponent stammered and replied that it was nonsense, and Lee remarked that his teacher had never mixed the divine blood demon art with any sword art. The false demon clenched his teeth and thought about what the guy wanted to say, that the blood demon divine art was created by his teacher, and thought that it was nonsense. After all, it was the founder of the sect who died thousands of years ago. And Lee said that it was most likely some fool repeated it and passed it on, and his opponent cowardly. He started yelling so loudly for the guy to stop saying stupid things that his heart almost stopped. The false demon approached our hero with his unusual sword, but Iron stood and calmly looked at him. The enemy thought of the young man blocking his blood demon's sword with the palm of his hand. Then our hero applied his skill towards the opponent. He used flying blades. The false demon was watching carefully. He frowned and looked quite frightened. He thought about the needles from the blood demon's energy, clenched his teeth and couldn't believe it all. The man was shaking with fear. He thought about the young man using the blood demon energy, and realized that no matter how magnificent the blood demon divine art was, it was only a battle mode. Meanwhile, a huge number of needles were being thrust straight into his body, and he clenched his teeth in pain, for they were sucking his blood and destroying his inner strength. But the false demon clenched his hands into fists and shouted at the young man not to make him laugh, his eyes burning with hatred. Ha stood to the side, watching everything that was happening, and thought about the fact that he had repelled the blow. The false demon was screaming so much that saliva was flying in different directions. He claimed that it was all just tricks and manipulations, and he had never heard of such a skill. He raised the unusual sword he still held in his hand and screamed that it had poison on it, and then shouted even louder that he was the true blood demon, and everything else was lies. Our hero clenched his teeth tightly and watched intently. The false demon used the blood demon sword art, 6th form and blood dragon fury. Ha and Kang, who were standing nearby and continued to watch everything, became very tense. The false demon pointed his huge sword at the young man and shouted for him to die. Iron calmly watched the fire dragon approach him, but he wasn't even going to run away. He calmly replied that he would play by his opponent's rules, since he wanted it that way. A scarlet ball appeared from the young man's palm, and he said that he would have fun since that's what the false demon wanted. After a while, a small serpent or dragon also formed from the scarlet ball, and the young man calmly released it towards his opponent and watched him. The latter began to laugh as if furious, and said that it was a pathetic worm, and asked if that was all Lee was capable of, and added that it was an annoyance, and then yelled again that he would destroy the guy, and the two dragons were in front of each other. Literally a few seconds later, the huge dragon began to devour the serpent of our hero. As suddenly, quite unexpectedly, there was a very strong explosion. Debris, dust, and dirt flew in different directions. Chul and Ha, who were nearby, barely had time to cover themselves with their hands and started coughing. When the dust cleared a little, they could see two silhouettes that stood opposite each other. The imposter started coughing very hard, and then fell to his knees in front of our hero. He frowned, for when their energies collided, he felt something unreal. The man looked at Lee and realized that he had reached an extreme level of the demon realm. And after all, he was sure that his level was higher. The young man asked the imposter, who clenched his teeth in anger, if he was the youngest in the cult. He added that he was just a jerk for appearing out of nowhere with the divine art of a blood demon and suddenly taking the throne, and said that he found it hard to believe that people had elevated him to cult leader. Our hero became suspicious of something and noticed that his opponent hadn't even mastered the blood art. The red-haired man frowned, and Iron asked him if he was on the side of the heavenly sect. The guy didn't hear the answer and noted that he was probably right and added that he had a lot of questions. The false demon was shaking, but the young man calmly informed him that he would not kill him, as he needed him alive. The opponent began to paddle the ground with his hands and asked if he really wouldn't kill him. Literally in a second, he changed his face. His eyes burned with the fire of hatred, and he began to shout like a furious man. Our hero was carefully watching everything that was happening. He began to guess about something. Ha, who was standing to the side and watching everything, shouted that it was impossible. The people who came along with the young man were very much distressed. They looked at the man in front of them and said in unison that it was a blood god. Lee asked if it was a blood god. He was quiet for a while and added that it couldn't be. He looked in front of him and noticed it was a backward flow of blood, a desperate last struggle. The false demon frowned and began to shout that he would devour his opponent and become a blood god. The young man gave him a hard look and told him to try it if he could. The opponent rushed towards our hero. He shouted with all his might for him to shut up. He was already a few centimeters away from the guy, clenched his teeth with anger and began to pull his clawed hands towards him. Lee grabbed him by them and asked him if he planned to suppress him with stronger internal energy, and remarked that it was expected. The opponent shouted for the guy not to be such an upstart, for his energy level is far superior. Aaron didn't reply anything. He didn't think for a long time and immediately applied the blood demon absorption technique. His opponent smiled ecadiacally and thought about the fact that for more than 20 years he had been revered as a blood demon that absorbed the blood of tens of thousands of people. He didn't understand how the young man had repelled all of his blows, but he was sure that the pressure of his internal energy amplified by the backflow of blood would definitely not stand up to him. The false demon frowned, his eyes burning with hatred, and mouthed that the victory would be for him. And our hero asked his opponent if he thought that he would not survive the pressure of his internal energy. The red-haired man frowned and thought about how the young man could talk so calmly during a serious battle that demanded attention. Lee had noticed that in a normal battle, energy level was crucial because the opponent needed to be suppressed with absolute power. He restrained his opponent's hands and noticed that the technique of absorbing the blood demon does not depend on energy in any way. It absorbs, not burns. The main thing is to control it correctly. Our hero looked intently in front of him and noted that he would show how to do it properly. These words made the red-haired man very angry. He began to shout what it meant. The young man calmly explained that it was a blood demon absorption technique. The opponent's eyes became red in color. He shouted as if he was furious. From the outside, it could seem like he was vomiting from the inside out. Yoon and Kang, who were standing to the side, opened their eyes and mouths wide in surprise. At the same time, the false demon began to lighten in color, his once red hair turning white. Suddenly, he found himself in a dimension he didn't understand, and couldn't understand where he was. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He started looking around and then asked where he was. After a short period of time, his face took on a bluish color and he was confused. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, and then a voice asking him if he had seen him. The red-haired man frowned, turned his head to the side, and tears began to flow from his eyes in rivulets. Literally a moment later, his hair turned white, and he said that the great blood god in front of him. The man fell to the floor, right under Iron's feet, and hit his forehead hard against the floor. Our hero stared intently at his hand, and thought about the fact that the engorged blood was full of impurities. While the process was going on, the guy realized that it needed to be cleansed of everything that was not necessary and leave everything useful. It was also very important for him to collect the energy in the Dantian, which he did. The eyes of our hero glowed with red fire, and he thought about reaching the peak of pure blood. He stared intently in front of him, and thought about the fact that this was the divine art of a blood demon. Kang and Yoon watched everything carefully and opened their mouths again in astonishment. The gray-haired man was covered in drops of sweat, and thought about the fact that this was only a game. He understood very well that the blood cult really needed a change. Even if the blood god did appear in the cult earlier, they would still have no future. Chul thought about the fact that this was why they had switched sides. Since they realized that defeat was inevitable, they hoped that their sacrifice would awaken the blood cult. The old man was very nervous. Sweat was running down his face in rivulets. Something was bothering him a lot. but he stared intently at the impostor, who not only turned white, but seemed to be withered. Kang thought about the fact that Hyul Subaek was the first to know the blood demon divine art to perfection, and even he had suffered a crushing defeat. The left-handed dread was well aware that he still, in the last seconds of his life, recognized the blood god. Chol called Ha to my lady and she turned her head to him, but the gray-haired man was silent. The man frowned and remarked that it was wrong, and informed her that he would call the girl priestess. Ta looked at the old man carefully, and he in turn asked if she had foreseen this outcome. Ta waved her hand to the side and declared blood demon, king of the blood cult. She glared at the men near her and stated that this god was capable of a miracle, and added that she had just recognized the true blood demon, Li, who was standing to the side, listened intently to everything. The first elder, who had been standing to the side the entire time and watching everything intently, frowned. Our hero pressed his lips together and lowered his eyes. He was thinking about something and not paying attention to anyone, and people began to gather in the room. Neither stood aside and watched Iron. The young man remembered his teacher, the Silver King, and a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a man began to approach him, who clenched his hands into a fist, but Li looked at him calmly. The first elder stared intently at the young man and frowned his forehead. Chul also frowned and began to call out to the man very loudly. He couldn't contain his emotions. The old man clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that everyone had seen the battle, but still couldn't accept the truth. The first elder opened his fists, raised his hands with palms up and began to greet the blood demon. He wished him eternal rule. The left guard was very surprised. He frowned and opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. The man began to bow to the very floor. In this way he was honoring him. The other men also fell to their knees and began to wish the blood demon eternal rule. Li pressed his lips together and watched all of this intently and thought about the fact that they were all like him. The men in front of him looked haggard, and Iron was well aware that they were on the ruins of life. The young man knew perfectly well that they had lost everything and were dreaming of revenge, barely surviving, waiting for a new blood demon to appear. Scarlet tears flowed from his eyes, blood ran down his body, and he thought that as a disciple of his masters, he must answer their call. The left guard watched in horror as he opened his mouth wide in surprise. Streams of blood ran down the young man's body. He stood there calmly as if nothing had happened. Kang shouted that the blood lord they had been waiting for so long, the god of the blood cult, was in front of them. The gray-haired man added that the young man was a true blood demon. Everyone present wished the blood demon eternal rule over and over again. The young man lowered his head, pressed his lips tightly together and watched intently. And the elders and guards continued to repeat the words, as if a learned phrase in beat bows. Our hero calmly told them to finally stop bowing to him, and then he came closer to them and said that he knew it would end this way. The guy told everyone to stand up and remarked that he didn't like that kind of thing, and asked them not to do it again. Someone informed them that doctrine says they should bow down to the blood god. Li asked the priestess what that doctrine was, and she said it was an instruction left by the Blood King to the followers of the cult. In other words, a set of rules. Iron asked if he himself could determine how his subordinates should behave. The first guard said, "If it is presented that way, he will obey." The impostor, who was lying on the floor, suddenly began to move, and Han saw this. He was very much surprised as he thought he was dead and began to draw his weapon. Li turned his head to the side and told the man to forget about him, as he had no chance anyway. Our hero looked closely at the liar. He did not have any negative emotions. The young man only thought that he was finally broken as he lay on the ground barely breathing. He scratched his neck and announced that he was going to take up the Heavenly Clan. The first guard clarified in what sense. The young man put two fingers together and informed that he was about to show the man everything. Iron reached out his hand to the liar, and the man was still electrocuted. He opened his mouth and rolled his eyes. The guards, who stood not far away and watched everything that was happening, were covered with drops of sweat, and the impostor's body began to twist in different directions. His fingers were twisted, but he couldn't even scream. The first guard frowned, covered with drops of sweat, and opened his mouth in surprise. He wanted to say something but could not. Then he looked at the liar and said that this technique was called reverse transformation. Han, who was standing behind Kana's back, asked if no one had noticed the reverse transformation technique before. And he covered himself in sweat drops and added that even the former cult leader didn't suspect anything. Iron turned his head and told the gray-haired man that he was talking about the liar from the Heavenly Clan, and then asked if he knew, after all, it was a martial art that allowed you to secretly change your body at will. The old man stared intently in front of him. His pupils narrowed very much, and he thought about it being a heavenly demon technique. The young man put his hand on his shoulder and suggested that we discuss this matter later, and himself turned his head towards Ha and called out to her. She immediately replied that she would obey any order from the blood demon. He came closer to the priestess and asked if there was a pond of 10,000 bloods, and the girl led our hero. They walked along the corridors, which were illuminated by a faint light. Lee thought about the fact that the pond is full of energy and the whole body is cleansed. For someone who is not from the blood cult, the flow of demonic energy would seem too heavy. After a while, Yoon stopped, lowered her head, closed her eyes and reported that they were there, and reported that in front of them was the pond of 1,000 bloods, where the blood of all the occultists had been collected. The girl noted that Lee knew that this was where the cult leader shed his blood to perform the blessing ceremony. Ceremonial robes appeared in her hands and she asked if she should prepare them. The boy said that it was not necessary as he had not come here for the sake of formalities. The priestess wanted to say something, but our hero interrupted her and asked who she thought the god was. Ha replied that the blood demon who stands in front of her is the true god. Lee clarified if she thought he asked that to hear that answer. And he added that he was interested in the classical idea of a god and asked what makes him a god. She replied that it was a super being that fulfills human desires and leads them to well-being. Iron agreed with those words. The young man put his hand up and asked why he was then called a god. He remarked that he kicked the dread's ass and then added that punishment doesn't make a god out of a man. The girl remarked that controlling the bloody arts was already enough. The guy informed that she didn't understand anything since no one had shown it to her yet. He put his hand forward and told Ha to look at her and said he would show her why he was a god. Drops of blood began to drip down. The men who were in the throne room heard some noises and began to listen. One of them noticed the puffs of smoke that drifted across the floor and asked if it was a blood god. Our hero closed his eyes and thought that he could feel the energy of all the cult followers in the fortress. The ordinary people also heard something. They raised their heads up and looked out for something. A strong whirlwind appeared a few meters away from Lee. My lady began to cover her face with her hands. Dust and dirt flew in her face. She stammered and said that it was a pond of 10,000 bloods. The girl said that she had never even read about such a thing. And Iron smiled and said that it was expected. The young man noticed that this was not possible during Teacher Mu Wan's time. He remembered being around the 3 teachers, and noticed that the divine blood demon art he had learned was somewhat different from the usual method. Our hero then approached the Silver King to ask why this was the case, to which the latter replied that the Demon King said that the divine art resembled the magic of the destroyed race of Gehenna. But this art was created by him, so he must overcome the tricks of some vanished race. And he added that when the Demon King started working on redefining the divine art, he helped him a bit. The Silver King frowned and remarked that they needed strength to test the power of the new divine art, and added that there was a new feature in the technique. Lee thought about the Blood Demon divine art combining magic and martial techniques. The Blood Demon divine art acts like a spell. The guy said, if a god has the power to punish, he should also give blessings, otherwise it's not a god at all. Our hero clenched his hand into a fist and put it forward, and the crunch of bones was heard. A few meters away from the young man there was a bright glow. My lady, who was watching everything, covered her eyes with her hands. The wind fluttered the girl's hair. She closed her eyes tightly and covered her face with her hands. The young man stood calmly in front of the bloody lake. He simply stretched his arm forward. Milady opened her mouth wide and stared upwards. She was very much surprised. After she recovered a little, Yoon asked Lee what was going on. She didn't hear the answer, and quite suddenly fell to her knees. Ha was very much surprised. The girl from surprise opened her eyes wide, the pupils of which narrowed greatly, and thought a shiver went through her entire body. The guy did not turn to her, but only calmly told her not to worry. Our hero noticed that when my lady woke up, she would feel differently. The girl was lying in a huge room on the floor, and an air vortex was swirling around her. The people who were outside also fell, and every last one of them fell into a sweet sleep. Our hero sat on his throne, looked at his opponent, and then asked him if he liked it. The men closed their eyes, and the guy asked them how they felt. Already better. Those fell to their knees, and began to beat bows and thank the blood demon for his immense mercy. The young man ordered them to stop doing that, and thought to himself that everyone had gotten younger and stronger. He looked at the people present and thought about the fact that their eyes had even turned red, symbolizing the blood demon's divine art. Lee told the third elder to cut his finger and show everyone his blood. That one immediately drew his sword and carried out the blood demon's order. He didn't even think of delaying. Han thrust his hand forward and the men bent down to look at the wound. Their pupils narrowed in surprise. The young man commented that it was called purple blood. It was indeed that color. Han looked at his hand, at the rivulet that ran down his finger, and Iron asked if the man knew what it was. He clenched his hand into a fist, and remarked that he didn't know what the purple blood was, but reported that he had passed out, come to his senses, and could now use twice as much internal energy. Lee put his hand up and stated that it all depended on the level they had before. The guy noted that most likely the left guard and the first elder were already at the purple blood level as well. He looked at Ha and noticed that she was at the next level of black blood. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. She said that elders had much more achievements and wanted to add something, but the young man interrupted her and pointed out that it was because she was a priestess. The young man looked intently at the girl and stated that he was now affecting her power. He squeezed his hand from which blood flowed in streams, and remarked that a new ability of the divine art of the blood demon was on the case, and added that from now on, those who learn the blood art and join the cult will receive the power but will become his debtors. Li said that he would like to see how the occultists were doing outside. Kang replied that there was a place with a good view. Our hero began to stare at the occultists. He was curious how they lived and what they were doing. Chul said with a smile that even the most ravenous and sickly inhabitants had become livelier. Iron agreed with him, then remarked that it probably wouldn't last long. The boy turned his head to the man and asked if it was true that they still didn't have enough money. The man lowered his head and said they were sorry, and added that it was all because of the guards and elders. Li noticed that the left guard wasn't to blame and pointed out that it was all Hel Subek and the dead elders. The guy looked up and said that they would pay dearly for jeopardizing the mine and would not find peace even after death. He closed his eyes, frowned, and remarked that it was still possible to keep things from progressing like this. The young man asked Khan if it was true that they wouldn't even last until next month. He began to stammer and then stated that they had even managed to sell shares of the company, and added that the guild was on the verge of collapse. Chal said that they were going to clear a couple portals, but then Iron showed up. Our hero looked up and thought about why his teachers had sent him to these people. Kang closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and remarked that the biggest problem was the lack of elders. He added that the first elder was in charge of the Blood Sword Palace, the second elder, the Blood Gold Palace. Each palace had a role, and the leader was in charge. The man pointed out that all the elders were dead now, so there was no one to do the job. Li ordered the deputies to be promoted. After all, they had been trained by the elders and would definitely be able to do the job. Chul frowned and said that those were loyal to their elders. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He also said that anyone who refused to swear allegiance to the blood demon would be executed. Our hero asked in surprise why they should get rid of people when there were already few workers, and the man said that it was better to prevent a rebellion in advance. Iron asked if Iron thought that those would dare to go against him, and said that it was all nonsense, and it was better to do as he said. The man folded his hands in a lock, closed his eyes, bowed and said he understood the order. When Kang straightened up, the young man put his finger up and stated that he wanted to tell him something. After a few seconds, he stated that Chul would become the cult leader. The man turned red with surprise. Li repeated that the man would become the cult leader. The man frowned and began to say something non-dickish. The boy explained that the cult leader was not a blood demon, but that no one had ever been able to take on such responsibility, and added that it was necessary to separate the role of God from the leader. The boy said that the corporation was falling apart, but it had no future anyway, and added that Khan had kept the company afloat for decades. The young man also remarked that the man cared about the blood cult, and the man looked at him with surprise. Iron noted that he understood what was going on, both outside and inside the fortress. Our hero was silent for a moment and remarked that Khan should be the leader of the cult. The elders folded their hands in front of them, bowed, and informed them that everything would be as the blood demon said. The young man stepped closer to Chal and looked at the man intently, and then added that it was he, the left guardian, who would be the leader of the blood cult from now on. Kang got down on one knee in front of Li and said that he would prove himself worthy to bear such responsibility. Our hero put his hands on his shoulders and said that he even sounded like a real leader, and was saying exactly what he wanted to hear. Iron's eyes lit up and he asked what will happen now, since the king's fortress has no sources of income. The boy was silent for a while and asked what Chal's plan was, and he was covered in drops of sweat. The young man raised his head, looked at the Strashin and asked if they had any worthy ideas. They answered nothing, only lowered their heads, drops of sweat running down their faces. Ha entered the room and said that she would be in charge of the matter. She was sure she could handle it. The girl pointed out that she didn't know the fortress as well as her grandfather, but she knew exactly what was going on outside its walls. Yoon added that she'd helped with the corporation's management, and asked that they give her a week to solve all the problems. Li looked at her and wondered how she would solve a huge crisis in a week. Then he came to the conclusion that Ha was running a large guild and therefore could handle it. The young man replied that he was granting her all rights and she could act. A week later, Yoon knocked on the door and told the blood demon that she had come to report. He was sitting and thinking about something. Without turning his head, he invited the girl to come in. She opened the door and entered the room. Iron did not even turn around, but only asked how it was. The girl began to look at something in the tablet and search for information about the company's shares and assets, and then stated that they had all been sold, and the young man looked at her in surprise and opened his mouth, and then asked again. The young man frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek and asked if Ha had sold everything. She answered in the affirmative, and the boy clarified if absolutely everything had to be sold. Yoon calmly said that the corporation had already served its time, and Iron looked at her questioningly. The girl told about the fact that they had blocked the entrance to the Blood King's fortress, and added that they had also figured out a way to keep the company afloat. Ha said that a good portion of the shares had already been sold off, and the continued growth of the corporation would only benefit others, and noted that it would only get harder to sell a share at a good price over time. And the priestess added that she had decided the matter well in advance. Iron opened his mouth in surprise. He remarked that it was not wrong to entrust this matter to Ha, and noted that it was a great job, and the girl bowed and thanked the boy. And then added that she had also abolished the Ganha and Nango guilds. The young man was even more surprised. Yoon asked if he remembered his conversation with the third elder. Drops of sweat appeared on her face. And the girl added that he had said about their guild being influenced by the Hwasun guild. Lee scratched his beard and began to think about the fact that now was clearly not the best time for this. Aren was able to capture the Blood King's fortress so quickly, but because of the connection between the Blood Demon divine arts, everything could change. The guy was well aware that he could lose everything if he went against the Hwasun guild now. The girl closed her eyes and noticed that she had decided it was better to start fresh. The young man folded his arms across his chest and questioned what he meant by a clean slate. Ha replied that she needed a fresh start. She said that she planned to start a new guild, and it would be built from scratch. Yoon stated that she was well aware that there were already enough guilds as it was, so it was even careless. She smiled, held her hand up, and announced that their blood cult wasn't what it used to be. Lee remarked that maybe they had gotten a little better, but they had enough difficulties, and looked intently at the girl. The girl frowned and looked fearfully at the young man, drops of sweat running down her face. Iron said that the cultist lacks experience, fighting monsters in the portal. It's completely different from humans. Ha lowered her head, was silent for a bit, and then whispered that the blood demon was right. The guy immediately tried to calm her down, asked her not to worry, as they will gain experience and become stronger, because there is a way. Yoon asked which one. Lee said he would tell her when the time came and clarified if she had chosen a guild name. The girl frowned and answered in the affirmative. She informed that it would be the Guild of King, God, and Emperor Aaron. The young man rolled his eyes, frowned, and stated for her to forget about it. The girl was barely breathing. She felt out of place, and the young man was thinking about what to name the guild. The boy stated that it would be Yunha's guild. The girl raised her head, opened her eyes wide, and asked in surprise if the guild would be named after her. Our hero put his index finger forward and said she was the leader of the guild. But she uninterrupted him and said he was the true leader of the guild. Iron stated that the girl was so stupid at times, and she got angry and clenched her fists. He asked if she had forgotten who he was, and pointed out that he couldn't do anything outside of the fortress, and added that Ha was just perfect for the role of the new guild leader, since nothing was known about her. The young man pointed out to the girl that the Hwasun guild was still following him. Namyangju City. The entrance to the D-rank portal was surrounded by yellow tape, but who could stop that? Huge, insane monsters rejoiced to see the prey in front of them. But the player was focused. He evaluated the opponent and clenched the sword in his hand harder. He used it vigorously. The monster's fingers flew in different directions. Despite the fact that the monster was crippled, it did not stop him. He did not feel any pain at all. The player waited for a moment and stabbed his sword directly into the monster's chest, and the metal blade came out from the side of its back. The young man looked intently in front of him, frowned, and declared that the hunt was over. The monster's eyes glowed yellow. It clenched its teeth and grabbed its opponent's weapon. The guy was covered in drops of sweat and noticed that he had hit the monster in the heart, while it was still alive. As suddenly, inexplicably, from where Ha appeared and started wielding her weapon, body parts of the monster flew in different directions. She threw a vial of medicine to the guy and said, "If you do not cover the weapon with sacred charms, the undead will not die." He replied that he understood. The young men informed the guild leader that everything was cleaned up, and she reported that it was fine. One of the players crouched down near the monster that was no longer a threat, and Ha ordered that they should get started. Our hero stared intently at his hand and remarked that it was the art of absorbing a blood demon. The priestess wanted to object to something, but the young man interrupted her and remarked that it was now possible. He added that they bonded with her and the players, put their hands on the blood puddles. They were very collected and focused. The wharf bar was operating in the town of Tondaman. This establishment was very busy as always. One of the men reported that one of the guilds in Namyangju had been making a lot of noise lately. The opponent replied that he had heard of them, and that it was Eunha's guild, and added that there were rumors that they were the heirs of Jung Jin-ge. Someone clarified if they knew that Young and Woo of the Hwasun guild was leaving. Everyone was wondering what the matter was, why the Scarlet Plum Squad leader was acting like this. A stranger wearing a hoodie entered the room, his head covered by a hood. The bartender was looking at him carefully. The guy walked closer to the bar, and it was our hero. He was completely calm. The bartender clutched the bottle of alcohol in his hands and remarked, if he held a grudge because of what happened last time, he shouldn't even mention it. He began to pour whiskey into a glass and wondered if it wasn't a common thing for a place like this. Our hero lowered his head and looked at the glass, which the bartender put on the bar. Literally in a second, Lee grabbed it, drank it, and put it back, and the man asked if the guy had joined the clan. Without waiting for an answer, he noted that the blood market was on good terms with the blood cult. The bartender noted if the guy was an occultist, it was unlikely he came with a personal request, and added that he likely had an errand from the cult. Iron agreed. The man adjusted his glasses and asked what brought the young man here. Our hero stared intently at the man in front of him and, minting every word, informed him that he needed access to the black market. Barham frowned, looked into the young man's eyes, and replied that he did not have enough authority for such a request. Iron didn't say anything back. He just pulled an interesting piece of jewelry out of his pocket and tossed it on the bar. The man folded his arms across his chest and began to look very carefully at the object that lay before him. In a moment, his mood changed. He grabbed the item and stammered that it couldn't be and asked if it was the Great Elder in front of him. Lee calmly inquired if it wasn't obvious, and the bartender remarked that he didn't understand how such a thing was possible and added that the request would have to be paid for. The young man calmly told the man that he had some very valuable information. The man looked intently in front of him, frowned, covered with drops of sweat, and asked what the information was. The guy replied that the blood demon of this generation had been deposed, and his eyes lit up with red fire. The bartender asked with surprise in his voice if the blood demon had really been overthrown. His face covered in sweat, he frowned and stated that it couldn't be. Lee smiled and noted that his opponent sounded like he knew a lot about the king's bloody fortress. He frowned again, his pupils becoming like dots and his forehead turning blue. He didn't know what to say, and then said that he hadn't heard of the blood demon changing. Iron smiled and said that it turns out that there was a rat in the palace of the Blood King. The bartender rolled his eyes and asked our hero if he realized what he was doing now. Lee asked him if he was one of the elders and then remarked that he might be a member of the blood sect. The man put his hand under the counter. The sword was there, and told him not to do something the guy might regret. And there in the hall, not far from the bar, sat men who listened attentively to the whole conversation. And the barman began to draw his sword, and our hero said that it was not so important now. He was silent for a while and asked the man about the black market. The man replied that he couldn't guarantee any power from his position, but had to report to the top and get permission first. The young man looked at his opponent and replied that he knew and was silent. He was thinking about something. After a brief pause, he remarked that he had to meet the Black King. The men at the table, which was nearby, became very tense. They were ready to jump up from their seats. Just a few seconds later, 4 swords were pointed at our hero, and the bartender declared to him that he had completely crossed the line, and the guy stared intently in front of him. The man grimaced and asked if the young man thought he could shout his name so easily here and go unpunished. Lee asked if his opponent was overreacting because of some name-calling. The man replied that the young man didn't understand anything at all, and added that the guy had probably lied about being a petty officer. The bartender corrected his glasses and stated that Iron wasn't from a blood cult and asked what his purpose was. He pressed her sword harder against his neck and added, if the guy told the truth, he would let him go. Our hero calmly said that he was bleeding, and his opponent did not immediately realize what he meant. The young man looked at the trickle of blood that ran down his sword and told the bartender to pay attention to it. The man finally realized what the young man was talking about. He frowned in surprise. After a moment, his hand and face turned a red hue, and he screamed very loudly. The boys called out fearfully to their leader. Lee said that the blood of the real followers of the sect was resistant to poison and added that it was useless to give him poisoned whiskey. The bartender was shaking, and Iron remarked that the poison might well cause the death of anyone who came in contact with it. The boys who stood behind him started to poke him with their swords, but he calmly told them not to worry, and added that he didn't want the connection between the Black King and the bloody sect to break down. The young man asked the bartender if he didn't have the right to see the Black King, and he was shaking. He stammered that Lee had said that the past blood demon, but our hero didn't let him finish and continued that he had saved the Black King's life. Drops of blood dripped on the floor, and the guy continued that the Black King helped the blood cultist to repay. The guys who never lowered their swords stared intently in front of them, sweat droplets running down their faces as they were frightened. They were guessing something, and Iron turned his head and declared that he was the blood demon. The bartender stared intently in front of him, dousing himself with drops of sweat and thinking that this couldn't be happening. He opened his mouth in surprise and knew full well that the guy had a right to be greeted, and someone's voice said to lead Lee to him. The young man turned his head to the side, smiled, and wondered if he had been watching them all this time. The bartender pressed his lips tightly together, frowned, and thought about the fact that somewhere off to the side was the king himself. Our hero calmly used his power, and the boys looked at it all in wonder. The bartender lowered his head, looked confused, and the young man ordered him to lead the way. And they went to the Black King, passing the young men who had come to the disco. We also saw teenagers dancing to mischievous music and saw no one around. Our hero looked around and after a while noted that it was very noisy. The bartender turned his head to his opponent and thought about what he was worried about because he was a blood demon. Our hero stared intently at the man who was thinking about the fact that he was simply the ruler of the fallen world. The bartender had a whole swarm of thoughts in his head and thought about the fact that the young man was a nobody to the king who ruled darkness over the entire continent. Drops of sweat were running down the man's face in rivers, and he was worried about why the boy wanted to see the king in person. After a while, they stopped near the doors, which were guarded by two big men. One of their guards put his hand forward to stop them, and the bartender frowned. The guard looked intently in front of him and said they weren't getting through and frowned. The bartender spread his arms out to the sides and stated that he was thinking that he couldn't go any further. He turned around, fixed his glasses and wished our hero good luck, then started to walk away. The guards looked at each other, but said nothing. They understood each other without words. One of them put a card at the door and informed the young man to follow him. Lee followed the guard and thought about how the man was so strong, it was even ridiculous that he was guarding the doors here. Our hero turned his head to consider the people in the bar. He immediately realized that most of them were high-ranking members of a black sect. The guard, on the other hand, stopped near the stairs where guards stood to the left and right. The young man began to climb up. No one was escorting him now, but he wasn't even in a hurry. After a few seconds, he opened the door and entered the room. He began to look around. Iron was quietly looking at what was in the room. He thought someone would come out to him. Suddenly, a man approached him and remarked that he didn't mean to scare him and apologized. He smiled and said that he was a particularly important person here, so his security was particularly strong. Our hero did not answer anything, but pressed his lips tightly together while the brunette greeted him, and then said that he was the owner of this place, and he was the Black King, and his eyes lit up with violet fire. The man changed in just a second, waved his hand and motioned for the young man to sit down. When Lee sat down, he said that there was a great drink ready and asked if he wanted a glass. The young man refused and said that he did not get drunk anyway and stared at his opponent. The brunette didn't insist, he just snapped his fingers, and the drinks that were on the table seemed to evaporate. The man smiled, looked carefully in front of him and asked Iron what he wanted to see him for. The boy noticed that the Black King had been helping the blood cult all along and asked if that was true. The one sipped the drink that was in the glass and replied that kindness is still valued in the world. This phrase surprised Lee very much and he asked what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking about. Our hero was very restrained and calm and replied that there was another reason after all. A slight smile appeared on the Black King's lips, but he did not answer anything, but only remained silent. He put the glass with the drink on the table and said that the information about the blood demon's change was quite valuable. It explained many oddities and the puzzles finally came together. And the brunette asked if Kang Han-chul was running the blood cult now, and Lee asked if all the rats were dead. He lowered his head, covered his eyes, and asked if Petty Officer O was dead. Our hero calmly concluded that it was that jerk, and the Black King summarized that they could be considered comrades in the exchange of information. He looked at the young man and noted that that kid was a fool who was long behind the times. The brunette said that appointing Kang Han-chul as the leader of the cult was the right decision, because by doing so, the influence of Yunha's guild would expand. He stared at the man in front of him and noted that it appeared that the blood demon and the blood cult leader were working together. And the young man asked if the rules of the black market didn't imply a fee for any information. The Black King laughed and replied that he probably had too many questions. He pointed his finger at Lee, looked at him intently and added that he wanted to know a lot of things. Iron lowered his head, pressed his lips tightly together and said nothing. He was thinking about something. The Black King said that the captain of the Volcano Guild team, Shin Hong, had died at the monster burial ground. He had gone there after hearing about the death of one of his slaves. A hole in the ceiling had been found that day. The man added that most of the guild's slaves escaped, and at the same time someone in the black market came in, mentioning an incident from 5 years ago, and took an order. He mentioned that it was coincidental that the slave that Kim Shin-hoon cared so much about had just gotten into the guild 5 years ago, and then asked if Mr. Iron thought it was all a coincidence. Our hero calmly replied that he didn't believe in coincidences or fate, and the Black King looked at him questioningly. The guy's eyes lit up with red fire and he minted every word and said that he was building his future with his own hands. The man held his head up and noticed that Lee had deliberately left the hints to himself and added that his opponent was much more interesting than he thought. The young man put his hand up and stated that he had only gotten this far because of him. The young man smiled and said that it was still a bit difficult for him to learn all about him on his own. The Black King remarked that it was only for now, then held his head up and laughed out loud. He began to wipe the tears that came out of his eyes and noted that this was all great, and he was sure they would work out. But our hero stared intently at his opponent. He did not share his joy, but was absolutely serious. The Black King immediately calmed down, spread his hands apart, and asked Iron to tell him what he needed. After a while, the man cleaned himself up, adjusted his tie, and went somewhere. He entered the room, bowed on one knee, and announced that he was back. A woman dressed in white robes stood by the window, and the Black King called her mistress. The man continued on one knee, and the woman was quiet for a while, and asked how it went. The brunette replied that he now understood why she was so interested, and added that Lee was an unusual man, and said that an ordinary player had gotten the power of martial arts skill, and added that it was still not clear how he became a blood demon. The Black King stated that nothing was known about the guy's past, and then wondered if he was really that legendary blood god. The lady listened attentively, and the man said that at first he thought it was the work of the Vulcan Guild, but they didn't even know much about him. The woman clasped her hands together even tighter, and the brunette went on to say that that guild still didn't know how to develop a normal player to that level. The Black King had drops of sweat on his face and asked what the lady thought about it. She was shaking, sweat trickled down her face, and she said that it couldn't be human. And she stamped every word and said that it was a monster. Mistress frowned. Such a reaction from her was unexpected. Without turning her head, the woman said that the Black King could promise Lee anything he wanted, and added that the young man could come to her personally. The brunette replied that he understood her. The lady looked out the window and saw her reflection in the glass. She thought he had finally appeared and frowned. Our hero was in Kang Han Chol's villa in Namyangju and thought about the fact that it was risky. He thought about the fact that he was interested in learning more about their power, but not that much. The young man was well aware that he definitely couldn't handle that guy right now. He clenched his hand hard into a fist and thought about the fact that he did make sure that they would never help a cultist for no reason. Lee thought about how both the heavenly and blood sects were equally important, but since ancient times, it was the blood cult that had been secretly aided by one group. The young man stared intently in front of him. He knew that its name was Hamun. Yoon shouted very loudly, her pupils narrowed and drops of sweat streamed down her face. She opened her mouth in surprise and couldn't utter a word, yet Iron was completely calm. In front of them was a man dressed to perfection, a satisfied smile on his face, and he asked why they had come. Without waiting for an answer, the young man announced that the investment was solved. Our hero looked at him intently, frowned and asked what he meant. The man said that the blood sect needed changes. Ha looked at him and clutched the leaf in his hands hard, and the man continued to talk about how there was a new blood demon. Lee listened to him intently. The young man noticed that any good investor knows that it is worth investing in ventures with great potential. He jumped up and started shaking Yoon's hand and stated that he forgot to introduce himself. He said his name was Ha Sai-min from the black market. She turned to Iron and told him that the investment terms were incredibly favorable. And then she added in a whisper that it was so lucrative that it was even suspicious, and you could keep the campaign going. There was enough for everything. Lee stood up, walked over to the man and asked if they could talk in private. The young man looked at him intently and replied that it was quite possible. The men left the room where Ha remained, Min looking at our hero with a smile. Iron looked at his opponent and asked why the man had actually come to them. The one smiled and stated that he was looking into investment opportunities, but Lee didn't let him finish. The young man stared intently in front of him and asked what he meant when he talked about the guild. His opponent smiled, looked at the guy carefully and said that he thought they knew about everything. He waved his hand and said that the blood demon had plenty of secrets. Iron looked at him calmly. The man stated that they, the black market, were extremely curious about them, and he just wanted to see for himself. Our hero put his index finger up and asked if Min was sure it wasn't an order from above. The latter asked what Lee was talking about. He frowned and replied that he was the king of the black market. Iron closed his eyes and informed that if there is a king, there must also be an emperor. Min frowned. A drop of sweat ran down his face, and he noticed that the young man's humor was bad. The boy asked if a king could walk around like that, and he replied that a good company functions well without a leader. The man calmed down a bit and told Lee not to worry, since he had already intervened. The same thing was waiting for the bloody sect. And he asked the young man if he had access to the black market, and he looked at him with surprise. Lee replied that he didn't get anything, and asked what kind of access he was talking about. Min remarked that it wasn't that simple. He talked about the black market. It's a place of secret information from all over the world. Access allows you to be there. The man remarked, Since the blood demon couldn't reveal his identity so easily, he would act as his representative for the time being. The young man folded his hands into a lock and inquired about the search and glared at his opponent. The man raised his index finger up, covered his eyes, and replied that he was just about to say something about it. The man was silent for a moment and then stated that the mage would find it. The room became very quiet. Lee put his head down on his hands, frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, and thought about something. He thought of Bondeno. That young man was just like him. Iron was silent and said nothing. But our hero really thought about the fact that that man was long dead. This information shocked him. Min, on the other hand, took out a cell phone and said that there was some problem. He slid the smartphone towards the young man and said that the photo was the Bondeno dungeon. The young man began to stare intently at the screen, and his opponent noticed that the location of the Armo had been revealed. Min revealed that there was a dungeon on Manhwa Island, which was the territory of the Hanem Guild. In front of the stone monster stood the young men, each thinking about something different. Suddenly, the eldest among them ordered everyone to gather. The men all turned to him. He said that he was happy to welcome everyone, and noted that his name was Yuksagul, and he was the elder of the Hanem Guild. One of the players present was very surprised, and another called him a lightning sword. Other men began to greet the elder, and someone said that if he was here, things would get easier. The two boys who were standing to the side talked about being annoyed by Yuksagul. As he walked up to them, clasped his eyes and smiled, the guy who was wiping his sword started to sweat. He began to shake with fear, mumbled something, and wondered if Yuk had been eavesdropping on them for a long time. The Hanem Guild elder didn't say a word, didn't ask a single question. He just folded his hand into a fist. And then he punched the young man with all his might, and he screamed in pain. He started spitting blood. The young man kneeled in front of the elder and did not even want to get up, but he clenched his hand into a fist. Yuksagul's eyes were glowing with fire. He frowned and retorted that the guy in front of him was a worm. He then began to bare his sword and declared to the kid that his head was full of demonic thoughts. He brought the sword up to the head of the player, who was shaking, and stated that he would personally rid him of the demon's energy. The guy started to beg for mercy as another player ran up to them and asked the foreman to wait. He looked at the man, his pupils narrowed, and he asked if the player was from their company. The man was very nervous, and said that he was the leader of the Gedong Guild, Kang Chul-woo. But Yuksa clenched his sword harder, and said that it wouldn't stop him, and added that it was his duty as a righteous swordmaster. Kang stood in front of the young lad, and said that he vouched that he wasn't related to the demon. Yuksa's eyes lit up with red fire, and he wondered if they wanted to tell him that he was mistaken. The young man frowned and informed that he would be able to prove everything in the dungeon. Yuksagul, the Hanem Guild elder, stared intently in front of him and only pressed his lips tightly together. After a while, he hid his sword, kept quiet for a while, and declared that he would believe the man. He turned around, folded his hands behind his back, and then replied that they would look at everything later. He moved a few meters away from the players and shouted to the other guys that they were coming in soon and needed to finish preparing. Kang Chul-woo held out his hand to the guy who was covered in sweat and said that they were just pathetic dogs to them. He said that they become stronger through a lot of training and insight, and then he added that they, ordinary players, only through killing monsters, and they meant nothing to them. Kang held out his hand to the guy and added, if he can't ride, he shouldn't bark, and noted that it's the only principle of survival. The man grabbed the young man's hand and replied that he understood his leader's recommendations. Some kid ran up to them and Chul-woo asked him if he was from the Shadow Guild, and he answered in the affirmative. Kang noted that he had heard of him once, and added that he had recently appeared, and asked the young man to be careful if he wanted to survive. Lee Iron smiled and said that he would listen to the advice given. He was also among the players. Ha Se-min said that Hanem Guild held the key, and he said that he wanted to handle everything on his own. But it seemed that a squad had already been formed. The man raised 2 fingers up and stated that there were 2 ways out. He looked intently at his opponent. Min said that the first way out was to disguise himself as a Ghost Guild member and join the squad. He then showed his index finger and pointed out that the second way out was to take and steal the key, and added that it was quite feasible and noted, if Lee just said so, he would immediately order him to find the key. The man smiled, looked intently into the eyes of our hero and asked what he would say. Iron frowned, was a little silent and asked if his opponent was checking. The lad remarked that if he asked for such a thing, Min would definitely charge a good price, and added that he didn't want to be in debt for such a trifle. He looked at the man intently and minting every word said that he shouldn't test him. The opponent asked if the young man realized what the investment on his part entailed. He stood up and said that they would stick to the first method, and asked him to prepare men ready to join the squad. Min started to walk away, stopped at Lee's back, was quiet, and then wished him luck. Iron was so angry that his eyes were glowing with fire. He thought about the fact that the man couldn't behave like this forever, and it was him who needed to be tested. Yuksagul, the elder of Hainam Guild, entered the dungeon. He tightly pressed his lips together and was very tense as the water rushed directly onto him. After a while, the man and the other players saw huge cobblestones flying. The guys smiled and said that it was unbelievable since Yuk had broken such a thick wall. The man laughed and asked what else to expect from the elder. Just a few seconds later, his mood changed dramatically. His eyes lit up with a blue light, and he asked the players why they stood up. The man didn't wait for an answer and immediately ordered everyone to go forward. One of the guys had drops of sweat running down his face. One of the players said they were ready and yelled for everyone to move forward. Kang quietly remarked that they were a scouting squad and ordered them to scrutinize the dungeon and report back, and added that it was created by mages, and there was a chance of getting trapped here, so they should be careful. One of the players probably wasn't listening very carefully to what he was being told about, and almost started at the pattern that was on the floor. The man frowned and shouted as if frantic for the guy to be careful. The man calmly turned his head and wondered why Kang was yelling so much. Just a second later, there was a very strong explosion and dirt and dust sprinkled in all directions, and from the ceiling began to fall huge cobblestones, which made hollows in the floor. The guys were swept away because the shockwave was so intense. Kang Chul-woo saw that Minho's player was covered in blood, shook him and asked him if he was okay, and he apologized to the leader. He took out a vial and asked the guy what he was apologizing for and ordered him to drink the potion. The man stepped aside, frowned, and thought that luckily he wasn't badly injured. Yuksagul came over to him and said in a sarcastic voice that the players didn't even dodge such a thing. He called them idiots and informed them that it was not the time to whine, but to go to the next zone. Kang Chul-woo frowned and replied if they didn't deal with the wounded, there would only be more problems from here on out, and asked for a short break. Yuk retorted that if the guys hadn't fallen into the trap, none of this would have happened, and added that he would give one chance. But next time, don't even get your hopes up. The man thanked him and told the players that they were taking a short break, and everyone needed to get ready. As the young men gathered and drank the potion, the man began to stare intently in front of him. He looked at our hero, who was standing off to the side with one of the players, and was very surprised. Kang Chul-woo frowned, pressed his lips together. His pupils became like dots, and he thought about the fact that there wasn't a single scratch on the guys. There was no way the man could take his eyes off the young man. He was also surprised that there was nothing on him, not even a speck of dust. He thought that the young man had used some special item, and that it was very expensive. The guy who was standing next to Lee mentally told him that the guild leader Geedon had been looking at him for a long time, and asked if he should deal with him. He clenched his sword harder. Iron replied that he shouldn't overdo it. The young man thought about the fact that Bondeno was not the easiest opponent, and getting through his dungeon would not be easy. The young man thought that if the moment came, they would deal with it. But there was no need to attract attention right now. His partner understood. A girl ran towards Kang Chul-woo, calling out loudly to the man and calling him leader. When she was near him, she told him that they seemed to have found a way out. He replied that it was just in time as they were almost done. The girl frowned, drops of sweat running down her face. She hesitated a bit and informed him that there was a problem. Kang Chul-woo was very surprised. He frowned and looked at the girl questioningly. Yuksa came closer to them and looked in front of him with surprise, and his opponent noticed that it was a magic circle for sacrifices. Sweat dripped down his face and neck, and he noted that it would be better to retreat now, bring the masters, and deactivate it. But the man didn't listen to him at all. He bared his sword, clenched it harder in his hand, and shouted for everyone to move aside. He pressed his lips tightly together, concentrated, and applied the blue wave sword technique skill. Yuksa frowned, and without thinking for a long time, he applied the skill called Huge Blue Wave, and water rushed onto the magic circle. The man smiled and said that they could destroy these pathetic magic traps. And Kang Chul-woo, who was standing to the side, covered his head with his hand. His mood changed in just a second. The water turned into vapor, and Yuksa thought about whether the magic circle in front of him was accurate. Some of the players clenched their teeth and thought about where he came from here, so far away from the western lands. Yuksa clenched his hand into a fist. He was shaking very badly, and thought about the fact that they couldn't just retreat. Kang Chul-woo came closer to him. His pupils narrowed, and he offered to retreat. But the man replied, if this is a magical sacrifice circle, then they might sacrifice someone. Kang Chul-woo blushed, clenched his teeth. Sweat streamed down his face, and he thought that this old man was crazy. He turned around, raised his hand forward, and said that he would give him a chance to die with honor. The opponent was very much frightened, and noted that they were engaged in exploration, and what for all these unnecessary sacrifices. The young man wanted to say something else, but the man barked at him to shut up. He frowned, held up a finger, and asked if there was any guarantee that the mages would stay still the whole time, and specified what if they got out and injured their comrades. Kang Chul-woo clenched his teeth, and the old man asked if the useless idiots, believed they could resist them. He pointed his sword towards his opponent and said that whoever disagreed would be killed by him personally. Yuksa pointed his sword at Kang Chul-woo and asked if he had promised to prove that he wasn't a traitor. His eyes lit up with blue fire, his pupils became like dots, and he ordered him to choose who would be the victim. Kang Chul-woo frowned and looked at the old man in surprise as he again told him to choose a victim. The man clenched his teeth and mentally cursed. He thought about the fact that he had been preparing himself for death all his life. He knew very well that he wasn't ready to die about the greed of these scum, and thought that it was a miserable death. Kang Chul-woo closed his eyes. A sword was pointed at him. The man thought that it would be a miserable death. He couldn't understand if such a doom was beneath him. He said he couldn't choose, as he suddenly read someone's thoughts on whether to tell him how to survive. The young man looked around. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he wondered what that voice was. Suddenly, Kang Chul-woo saw our hero staring intently in front of him, a slight smile on his face. The man was thinking that if that guy was using telepathy, he didn't know how an ordinary player could use a martial technique. Yuksa smiled wryly and said that it was clear to him Kang Chul-woo couldn't choose someone from the guild, and then clarified if he had decided to choose someone else. The man began to stammer as a voice suddenly appeared in his head and demanded to do as he said. Lee mentally fronted that he would not be offended if Kang offered him as a sacrifice, and if the man wanted to live, he should follow his instructions. That one was very much surprised and thought about what was going on. Did he not care about his own life? Yuksa was very much annoyed. He again told the young man to stop procrastinating and make a choice. Iron told Khan that if he wanted to die, he should continue to stand like this. The man began to shake with fear and said in a stammering voice that he was nominating the Shadow Guild. The old man finally calmed down. He looked away and pressed his lips tightly together, his pupils becoming like dots. Partner Lee got angry and mentally asked how Kang Chul-woo dared to point at the Great Blood Demon and clarified if he would allow him to mess with him. Iron replied that he needed to look around. There was a lot of tension between the players. They pressed their lips together and each was thinking about something different. Our hero took a few steps forward and stood on the magic circle. Kang followed closely. He pressed his lips tightly together and thought about what was going on and why there was no activation. Yuksa said that it was clear to him, if the magic circle of sacrifice was strong enough to block his technique, there would be few casualties. He remarked that the mages are so strong that sacrifice becomes more important, and told Khan to choose the next sacrifice. He became nervous again, covered in drops of sweat, and began to mentally tell himself to rebuild himself up to be righteous. Lee stood back and regarded the young man, and the latter stood at a loss. Our hero began to mentally talk to him again. The guy offered to choose the one he would save. Drops of sweat appeared on Kang Chul's face, he thought. What kind of nonsense is this? How can he save in the magic circle of sacrifice? Iron's eyes lit up and he mentally said that the man didn't understand him, and repeated that he had to choose a sacrifice that he would save. Khan stood at a loss. He thought about how he could believe this. He wondered if this was even possible. He didn't know what to do, and Yuksa put his finger up and said that there was no time, and he had to choose a victim. Chul thought about the fact that even if he survived without becoming a sacrifice, these scumbags would still kill everyone else. After all, no one wants the rumor to spread that the dungeon was cleaned up with the help of sacrificed players. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that it was better to grasp any chance of survival than to die at their hands. Kang Chul lowered his head and ordered Kim Min-ho to go. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The other players shouted. They said that it was wrong, and one of them said that he would go, because Min-ho had just finished school and he was still a kid, so let someone else go. Kang Chul got tired of putting up with all these statements and shouted very loudly for everyone to shut their mouths. He clenched his hand hard into a fist and said quietly that there was no chance and Kim should go. The guy replied that the leader had made the right decision, and he had always been a useless burden, and was glad that he could finally be of use to the guild. Kang Chul was shaking all over, and the young man bowed and thanked him for everything. Kim Min-ho pressed his lips tightly together and closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face and neck. The boy took a few careful steps and stood in the middle of the magic circle. The girl clutched her heart, drops of sweat streaming down her face, and she was glad that Kim was all right, while the young man remarked that someone had to sacrifice himself anyway. Yuksa frowned and asked why Kang was standing, and said that they needed to offer other sacrifices before the circle was activated. He called out name after name, and then thought about how besides him and the leader, everyone had already joined the circle, but it still hadn't activated. Chul blushed, and thought about the fact that he had never heard of such a large magic circle. He had no idea where it came from in such a small dungeon. The boy looked at our hero and thought about what he had done to him. If a normal player could do such a thing. Kang frowned and realized that he could survive, and Lee mentally informed the guy that it was time to choose the last person. He looked intently at the young man and let him know that this was the last chance to survive. Sweat ran down Chal's face in rivers, and he could hear Iron mentally commanding him to choose whether to live or die. The man thought about the fact that he would be lying if he said he didn't want to live and stood staring at the shadow. He realized that he had been flattering those nasty bastards all this time like a pathetic dog in order to survive. Kang frowned again and squeezed his eyes shut, for he knew he could not sacrifice others for himself. He bowed in front of leader Guiyan and informed him that he was sorry, but he would be the sacrifice. The man was not prepared for such a development and asked for Chul's understanding head. He smiled and said that he wanted to be the victim all along, but he wouldn't say his name. Kang was shaking, and Guiyan remarked that he was curious as to why he had taken care of his guild forever and was now making such a choice. He put a hand on his opponent's shoulder, laughed, and noted that the guy must have personal reasons. Chal thought about the fact that he would be remembered as a disgusting person for sacrificing his comrades for himself. He realized that it didn't matter, since everyone couldn't be saved anyway. He looked up and thought about the fact that even though he had lived his whole life like a dog to reach such heights, he would not die a miserable death. At this time, our hero stood across from Khan and scratched his beard, while the man looked at him questioningly. Lee folded his arms across his chest, smiled, and said that it seemed but there still weren't enough victims, and mentally asked Chul what choice he would make in the end. The man frowned and clenched his teeth. He was just pouring sweat and thinking about how the young man was scum. And Yuksa, who had been watching the whole time, noticed that it was finally Kang's turn. The eyes of his opponent and his players were very satisfied. The man put his hand on his chest and said that he would never forget these sacrifices. Chal had nothing left to do and went to the magic circle and told Yuk not to say anything stupid. The young man who was standing near Sa grabbed his sword and called Kang a bastard, but the man laughed and pointed out that Cholu was finished anyway, and the man stopped near the magic circle and looked at Iron, who smiled and started cheering the guy up. He covered himself with drops of sweat again and asked if the young man was sure that everyone here would survive. Our hero covered his eyes, lowered his head, and calmly said that soon they would see everything. Kang had no other choice and stood on the magic circle. Everything became red in color. Yuksa turned around to his players and informed them that the magic circle was activating and they needed to get ready. He then turned around and looked at the magic circle and the people who were standing on it. Suddenly he frowned. His pupils became like dots and he wondered what the hell was going on. There was a huge explosion. Shards of concrete flew in all directions, and Chul started screaming. Lee calmly told everyone to keep their eyes open, and added that this was the fate of those who forced others to sacrifice themselves. The players were standing on the magic circle and huge blocks of concrete were falling nearby. The young man noticed that there was originally such a magic circle here, and Kang began to shout, and added that when you make a sacrifice, the passage explodes. Chul frowned and asked how he knew all this. The guy replied that he knew a lot of things in general. Kang looked in front of him and said that it was a good thing that the number of victims matched the number of players. Otherwise, they could have ended up in the same place. Our hero calmly informed his opponent that only one victim was needed. The same frowned, his pupils becoming like dots, and shouted what the young man meant. Lee replied that he couldn't destroy the old magic circle or create a new one yet, but it was quite easy to modify it. Kang thought, how could an ordinary player modify a magic circle with an aura? He looked at the young man from under his eyebrows and wondered how such a thing was possible. As Yuksa suddenly appeared and clutched his weapon heavily in his hands, he was already ready to strike. The man became very angry. He frowned and clenched his teeth. He shouted to Lee, who was he? He used his skills and a stream of water rushed from him a few meters forward. Lee pressed his lips tightly together, put his hands in his pockets and calmly watched what was happening. The brunette with long hair bare his sword and clenched it very tightly in his hands. He was ready to fight. He shouted that Yuksa was an unscrupulous rascal and asked how dare he interfere with the internal energy. The man stared intently in front of him. His pupils narrowed greatly and he interrogated the guy. He called the players jerks and then wondered if they were martial artists. Yuk pointed his sword at them and remarked that they had hidden their identity and infiltrated the squad to hurt them, and asked if they thought they could survive becoming their enemies. Our hero listened to what the enemy was saying and began to scrutinize their weapons. The young man realized that it was thanks to the sword that everyone around Yuksagul had survived. And because those players who were on the sidelines had died, they were completely unlucky. Iron stretched his hand forward and thought about whether or not they would be able to resist the battle any further. A guy with long hair approached our hero and asked if he could rely on him. He turned his head and started to ask Yuksa how dare they, and wanted to inform that there was a blood demon in front of them. But Lee stopped him halfway through his words and mentally asked the guy if he had decided to reveal his identity at all. The guy frowned, his pupils became like dots, and sweat ran down his face in rivulets from worry. The guy told Lee that the opponents dared to touch his essence, and he couldn't just stand by. Iron stood and watched as Yuksa and his players approached them. He told the lad that he felt that those young men approaching them were suitable opponents. The young man thanked our hero. He frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, and began to think about something. He remembered that on the day the blood demon appeared, he had committed a terrible sin by not recognizing the true bloodlord, and extended his sword against him. The guy realized that he could now atone for his sin, and told his players that they would get rid of their guild members' enemies, and added that those would not be able to show dishonor any further, and then ordered the young men to go on the attack. Yuksa clenched his teeth and shouted if they were suitable opponents, and asked if they had forgotten who he was. He held his sword strongly in his hands and shouted that he was the elder of the great guild of Hanem. And then the fight began. The brunette with long hair fending off the attack, he was very collected and serious. His opponent looked questioningly in front of him. His pupils became like dots. He frowned. The guy with long hair told him that his soul would be washed in blood, and the man clenched his teeth. The young men who came to the dungeon with the young man clenched the weapons in their hands harder. They threw themselves into the attack. The opponents were also not timid. They shouted to each other to help the elder. Our hero was off to the side. He crouched right on the floor and watched carefully. Kang Chul, who was at his back, asked if they should help those players, a question that surprised Lee. He raised his head, rolled his eyes, and then calmly asked who they should help. The man frowned, began to pour drops of sweat, and mumbled something unintelligible. Meanwhile, the opponents were fighting each other. They were collected and focused. Kang opened his mouth in surprise. He was watching the players carefully and thought that the warriors of Hanem would be dealt with very soon. The man was very much surprised as the guy with long hair was fighting back Yuksagul himself, and the man frowned, covered in drops of sweat, and thought about how his opponent was simply amazing at wielding a sword. Lee said that he needed experience points. Kang Chul was very surprised and asked him again. Our hero stared intently in front of him, and minting every word said that it was time for them to realize what a modern martial art was. The guy with long hair was very tense. He was thinking about something that was somehow disturbing. Gul frowned, and realized that the young man was obviously weaker. But what surprised him was that there was such calmness in the air for some reason. After a while, he asked his opponent if he was from the Wanderer sect. Then he added that the guy was weak, so he hadn't practiced much at all and repulsed his attack. The guy with long hair didn't respond to this lunge, and Gul raised his sword up and said that it was time to show the real sword art to the Hanes. The young man clenched his sword harder in his hands, and thought that the expression on his opponent's face had changed. Indeed, Yuksa's face had become distorted and very scary. The young man understood very well that the man wanted to end everything. The guy didn't think for a long time, and immediately delivered a strong blow to his opponent right in the neck. He frowned. His pupils became like dots, and he thought about the fact that he was definitely aiming at an open area. Gul only said a single word. He applied a skill to increase his speed. The guy clutched his sword tightly in his hands. He was wary, but he didn't even hear his opponent behind his back. When he turned his head and saw the weapon aimed at him, he didn't have time to be frightened. Only after a while he realized what had happened, and thought about the fact that the opponent had great speed. Gul, on the other hand, frowned, his eyes glowing with blue fire, and he decided to increase his strength as well. The man immediately began to attack his opponent again, but he managed to fend off the attacks. And the fight began, each of them trying to act recklessly, for each wanted to win. The young man was not easy. He frowned and clenched his teeth, and sweat ran down his face in streams. When his strength was running out, Gul attacked him with all his might, and the boy could not repel the attack. The man with long hair coughed, his mouth bleeding, wondering what his opponent had done as his strength and speed increased. Gul, on the other hand, raised the hand that had the sword in it upwards, and said that he would use internal force. He was very pleased, and from all sides at the same time, stones, cobblestones, and dust flew. The man began to run with all his might towards the young man who was standing to the side and holding his sword with all his might. The young man was very angry. He frowned, clenched his teeth, and began to roar like a wild beast. But his opponent did not think of retreating, and this time he used not his sword, but his skills. There was a very strong explosion, and again rocks of different sizes flew in different directions. The young man was shaking, and he heard his opponent tell him that he didn't understand what was happening, because it was natural that just a minute ago, he was a head stronger. Gul clenched his sword more tightly in his hands and remarked that he should personally check such a fool, and added that this was the power of the divine weapon. The young man clenched his teeth. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and he thought about the fact that this was a huge humiliation in front of the blood demon. The young man began to slowly rise. He mentally told his opponent that he would finish him off. And he looked at the guy with burning eyes and asked if he was sad and wondered what he should do now. Ghoul at this time used a skill that was supposed to increase his rage in battle. The young man clenched his hands into fists as an opponent appeared behind his back. Yuxa noticed that rage was an emotion that was beyond the control of weaklings, and smiled. The young man stared intently in front of him. He frowned as he realized he couldn't dodge, and there was a sword pointed at him. The lad stood staring at it. He had the feeling that he was bewitched and couldn't move. He frowned, pressed his lips tightly together. Drops of sweat ran down his face and he thought that his body was not yielding to him. Suddenly Lee came up to them and remarked that the difference between him and the other warriors was now clear. Iron said that this old man was nothing, because in Henem there were 100 warriors much stronger and with more powerful equipment. His eyes lit up, and he said that now he could see the price he would have to pay if he continued to believe that warriors should not rely on their weapons. The young man frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and whispered that he understood. Ghoul was shaking all over, and he thought that everything was as the great blood demon would say, and frowned. The man felt an eerie aura. He had no idea if it was demonic energy. The young man noticed that he suppressed his lust for killing. He said he had to thank Iron and thought he realized the burden of his sins thanks to him. His pupils narrowed greatly. The brunette with long hair walked forward, his eyes glowing with hatred. He clutched his sword harder in his hand. He threw himself forward, the wind fluttering his hair, and shouted for all his might that this was his payback. Yuxa was covered in drops of sweat, frowned and shouted with all his might for the young man to stop. But the man frowned, looked from under his eyebrows, and stamping every word said that it wouldn't hurt. The players stood aside and watched everything that was happening and opened their mouths in surprise. The young man shouted with all his might. He ordered the bloody squad to get rid of the opponents. The players didn't need to be told several times. They gripped their weapons harder, and with great fervor they began to fight their opponents. They were ready to fulfill the order immediately. Kang Chol frowned and stared intently in front of him, thinking that they were saying they would show him the way to survive, so he held out his hand. He looked at Iron and his surroundings and wondered if they were the main threat. Khan blushed and pressed his lips tightly together. His pupils became like dots, and he thought he had an entire squad of demons in front of him. The young men stood in front of him. The long-haired one clutched a sword in his hand, and Lee stomped his foot. Chol fell to his knees, frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and begged for mercy. Iron looked at him and began to walk forward calmly while the man continued to kneel. Our hero turned his head after a while and asked Khan why he was lying there and not walking. The man began to look around. He was very neat, and the guy with long hair noted that he was coming away from the shock. The young man stopped near one of the walls. He began to examine the wall. The young man stared intently in front of him, his lips tightly pressed together, and he was disturbed by the sight of that sculpture. After a while, he raised his hand up and put it against the wall. There was a click. The door and door leaves, and the two parts of the sculpture parted in different directions, and a bright light illuminated the whole place. The players stood near the open doors and stared intently into the distance, examining what was out there. The guy told the blood demon that there might be more traps, and he would go ahead, and he calmly remarked that there would be no more traps, as everything has a limit. The young man got drops of sweat on his face. He frowned and asked what Lee meant. Iron said that people called it a dungeon, but it was actually a fragment of a destroyed world, just like a blood demon castle, and added that a destroyed world needs to be maintained, and the price of a dungeon is extra resources, our hero stated. Since a huge magic circle of sacrifice has been established, the dungeon will no longer have anything to take. The man remarked that the master, as usual, knows everything. Lee looked carefully in front of him and said that he was once the head of the guild. The lad said that, as it was not monsters and traps that lay ahead of them, but the other inhabitants of this world. He was the first to step forward and announce that it was time to go forward, and everyone went along with him. Our hero still that he saw himself from the outside and thought about how it was some other feeling. Iron stood and looked carefully in front of him. He saw a huge number of magic circles. The other players were also looking at them, and someone shouted that it was the intersection of magic circles. One of the guys stretched his hand forward and drops of sweat appeared on his face like the others. The player who was in front stammered and told everyone to stand in the back and he would cover everyone. His partner remarked that it was all useless since magic circles were everywhere. Kang Chol frowned and pressed his lips tightly together. Drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he wondered why everything was like this. He looked at the young men and wondered why they weren't activating the magic circles. One of the men stared in front of him, sweat dripping down his face. He looked at our hero and wondered what it was all about, while he was using his power. Iron was absolutely calm. He said that it was better to be more careful in such a situation, and added that if you try to deactivate the circles now, the mana will flow in the opposite direction. The players stood back and watched him very closely. They were thinking about how unbelievable this all was. The man's eyes were glowing and he thought about the fact that Lee had found the center of the magic circles and destroyed the axis, and not just one, but all at once. Our hero informed him that he couldn't explain everything. They would feel it out for themselves. Iron raised his head up, looked in front of him, and the magic circle began to dissolve. One of the players took a few steps forward and noticed that the young man destroyed the magic circle of sacrifices. Our hero looked at his opponent from under his eyebrows and confirmed his hunches, and thought to himself that he had found what he was looking for. He thought about the fact that it was the great mage Bondeno, was born heir to Armo but was able to form 3 magic circles due to a disruption in the flow of mana. He overcame this and became a true genius. The guy looked at Lee and wondered if he was able to learn a type of magic circle completely unknown to him. Iron stood as if nothing had happened, hands in his pockets, and the young man wondered what he had forgotten among the warriors. The blonde frowned, drops of sweat ran down his face, and our hero noted that he still had the same dumb expression on his face. A slight smile appeared on Lee's face, and he noticed that his opponent's hairstyle was also not in line with the mage. The blonde looked at the young man and asked if he knew him. Our hero said that naturally he knew the guy very well, and then he stopped talking. The blonde man pressed his lips tightly together, and Lee declared that he had come here to save himself. The young man frowned, clenched his teeth. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He was ready to go into battle, and there were many warriors behind him, armed and running after him. Lee turned his head, gritted his teeth even harder, and thought about the fact that they would catch up with him sooner or later. He frowned, looked carefully in front of him, and an interesting idea occurred to him. The young man hid behind some of the walls, and the players saw this and rushed after him. After a few minutes they stopped. The guys looked confused and opened their mouths in surprise. One of them had drops of sweat running down his face and neck. He was staring dumbfounded and couldn't figure out where the victim had gone. His partner yelled that the fugitive must have jumped to the other side, and the guy yelled that they needed to follow him faster. And the young men started to climb up the brick wall. They were soaring like birds. Then our hero asked the young man whether he had fought back or not, but he was not answered. The pause dragged on. The blonde looked at Iron's back, clenched his teeth, and drops of sweat appeared on his face. Lee turned his head to Bondeno and thanked him for saving him from his attackers. Then the young man informed his rescuer that he was now in danger himself and had better leave quickly. The lad looked at him, put his forefinger forward, and asked him if he was not Lee Iron, the assassin's comrade. The young man was very much surprised and asked Bondeno if he knew who he was. The blonde man stood up and looked at our hero, and the lad asked the question again. He wondered how he was known. The kid smiled and remarked that he and Iron looked a lot alike, and added that was the end of it. He took a few steps forward and told Lee to follow him, as he would help him get out. The young man rushed forward, and the boy ran after him asking for an explanation. The man clenched his teeth and stamping each word asked if the little rat was really with him. Bondeno was covered with drops of sweat. He stood in front of his opponent, who was clutching a sword in his hands. Lee was shaking all over, and he was thinking about how they had found them, for they hadn't even realized they had been attacked. He saw that the man wanted to massacre Bondeno, reached forward and shouted with all his might. The young man frowned, drops of sweat running down his face, and he asked Iron if he had come to save him. Our hero didn't answer anything, only looked at the guy, and he noticed that he didn't even know him. The young man stared at his opponent and only smiled. The pause dragged on. After a few minutes, Lee said that he and Bondeno looked very much alike, and the latter opened his mouth in surprise. The young man walked over to Iron, looked at him, smiled, and added that that was the end of it. The boy frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and stammered that it couldn't be. Lee smiled at Bondeno and remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. And then the young man began to remember something. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought about whether it was the same Lee Iron in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes as he knew that he had been enslaved by the Hwasun Guild. Our hero looked at the young man and asked why he had saved him, and added that everyone had betrayed him, even those he trusted more than anyone else in the world. Lee also talked about how Bondeno had risked his life, and yet he didn't know him at all. The young man looked at our hero, while he repeated his question over and over again. After a while, the blonde answered that Iron was a real hero to him. He told about how he had once left Armo in desperate attempts to save himself, and he added that it was the fierce fight against injustice that betrayed his strength then. Our hero listened to him attentively, smiled, and thought that it was like that. The King of Swords appeared before him, and asked if it was true that the young man wanted everything to disappear. But Iron clenched his hand into a fist and thought that there was something else left. A man who truly believed in him. The young man held out his hand to Bondeno and told him that he had saved him, and so he would help him. The young man smiled at the boy, waved his hand, and offered to come with him. He stared intently in front of him. He was very much surprised and did not expect such an offer. He began to shake and remarked that he thought it was the end when the Henem Guild found the passage. He smiled and tears of joy appeared on his cheeks, and the boy remarked that he was glad they were alive. Bondeno took a few steps toward Iron and shook his hand and told him he was very grateful. Lee remarked that he would have to leave Armo to survive and asked how he felt about that. The young man smiled wryly and replied that everything was on its way and it was all just in his head. The men who were standing behind Bondeno's back began to whisper how it was to leave Armo, and he replied that Jekyll, the second unit, was obviously waiting outside, and if he wanted to survive, he would have to leave. The opponent remarked that the place held a huge history, and the second of the players asked why not try to defend the place. Lee looked at the men and thought about the fact that they were just like the players in the palace of the Blood King. The players began to clamor for something, and our hero thought to himself that they had not seen the real world and were only rotting in place. Bondeno stood looking at his players, and Iron thought about what the young man would do. It became very quiet as suddenly the young man shouted very loudly for everyone to shut their mouths. The older men frowned, closed their mouths, and stared intently at Bondeno. He spoke, minting every word. How could those who had bet their lives to save them be asked to risk it again? And added that they were powerless to stop these people, and asked the man if he thought they could handle fighting an entire guild. He also talked about how if they all die, no one will remember Armo's story, and what's the point then? Lee came closer to them and said that he wanted to clarify something to the players. His eyes lit up with red fire and he stated that he was only saving Bondeno and didn't care what happened to the others. He applied his skills and added that if anyone got in the way, he would get rid of them. Iron stared at the men and then asked what they had decided. The old man frowned and thought about the guy's bloodlust. He concluded that Lee wanted to kill them all. It became very quiet. The older men lowered their heads, each of them thinking about something different. After a while, Bondeno turned his head toward our hero and told him that they were coming, and the young men set off. The blonde man walked ahead. He led the other men. Kang Chul asked Lee if they were really going to destroy the dungeon, and he asked if the man was sorry that nothing would be left of Armo. The man began to stutter, and then stated that if the dungeon disappeared, but they would die. Iron turned his head to Chul, looked at him intently, and asked why the man was telling him this. Suddenly, Kang fell to his knees in front of our hero, and begged him to take them with him as well. He kneeled down, frowned, covered in sweat, and remarked that Lee knew that they were having a hard time hiding, and the Hanem Guild would definitely find them. Chul talked about how even if they were lucky enough to hide, they would be separated from their family forever. He looked up and asked our hero if he was the one who said he would show them how to survive, and added that they would do their best. The young man replied that he would take Kana with him, but asked him to promise something. Lee frowned and told the man to never kneel again, adding that he was getting sick of it. Chul raised his head and looked at Iron and realized that the man was originally going to take them. Lee frowned and checked with Khan to see if he was a member of Miltia and clarified if they still existed. The man began to rise from his knees while saying something unintelligible. Our hero said that he had rescued several people from that guild not too long ago. The young man wondered if there was still anyone left from Miltia. Bondeno spoke to them. He smiled and remarked that they would discuss it when they got out. After a short time, the young man reported that they were already in position. There was a golden book on a hillock, and the boy said that this was the center of Armo. He blocked Iron's path with his hand, and said that they had to wait a little while for the magic circle to deactivate. Our hero looked intently in front of him and then informed his opponent that they didn't have time. Lee took a few steps forward. A thin rivulet of red color began to spread from his foot across the floor. Bondeno frowned, grabbed him by the shoulders, and shouted that it was much stronger than layered magic circles, and because of one mistake, they would all die. But Iron told the kid to shut up and just watch everything that was going on. The young man was not prepared for such a response. He opened his mouth in surprise, and a drop of sweat appeared on his face. He looked carefully in front of him and saw the superimposition of the magic circle. Lee told Bondeno that he couldn't activate it and asked him to do it for him. His opponent asked in surprise where he learned such a thing. Our hero replied that he was taught by the Demon King, but the guy asked not to talk nonsense. Iron hurried him up, and the young man sat down near the magic circle and began to read the spell. Suddenly he shouted very loudly that this world is cursed, and all the same lightning struck the center of the circle. Our hero pressed his lips tightly together and watched intently. After a few seconds he approached the pedestal on which the golden book was lying. The young man did not think for a long time, but immediately put his hand on the book, and warmth came from it. Aaron's pupils narrowed. He frowned and looked intently in front of him, and was very much surprised. A system message appeared in front of him that the Einhart fragment had been contacted and could register Armo as the owner. The center of the system is the power that the Awakened One actually receives. Our hero knew that. He thought that he had lost the center, as he hadn't seen the system windows for a long time. But suddenly a notification appeared in front of him that he had been chosen to be a vessel of chaos. Lee put his hand to his chest and thought about the fact that the center of the system was clearly not inside him, but only chaos was inside. He wondered if it was the chaos itself acting as the center, when suddenly Bondeno called out to him and asked if he was all right. The young man asked the kid if he had ever received a notification from the system from the center of the dungeon, and he replied that such a thing was impossible because he was not a player. Our hero asked his opponent how he then became a dungeon master. Bondeno informed that he had spilled his blood into the magic circle that Lee had destroyed. Iron looked at the system message and thought about the fact that he generally understood everything and needed to try it out for himself. That was why our hero mouthed the word registration to agree to the notification. A bluish light illuminated a large book that was on a dais. A vast array of system messages appeared before the young man. The first notified him that he was registered as the new master. The second that he was worthy of the title of master of the castle. A new notification appeared, which clarified to the guy if he was ready to accept the position of the Blood King's castle master. Lee wondered why it was suddenly about the castle. After all, he had already established a connection with its center. He looked carefully in front of him and thought, noodles before this? He had not fulfilled all the conditions. There were a lot of system messages in front of him, and he said again that he agreed with the registration. He frowned and looked intently in front of him, but the system notifications did not disappear anywhere. Bondeno suddenly appeared in front of our hero, and he frowned and stared intently at Lee, and the latter stated that there was no need to get rid of Armo. A smile appeared on his face. A notification appeared that he was registered as the master of the two worlds, and he could merge the two worlds. The next system message clarified which world the guy wished to set as the master world. The young man understood perfectly well that there was nothing to even think about, and said that he wanted it to be the castle of the Blood King. Literally in a few seconds, the huge room was illuminated by a bluish glow. Bondeno frowned. His pupils became like dots and he started calling the guy's name. The man with long hair also frowned, rushed forward, and started calling out for the blood demon. The two young men tried to reach for our hero, while he stood calmly and looked forward. The players who were standing off to the side covered their faces as the bluish glow blinded their faces. The young men were very much surprised as the dungeon had disappeared somewhere in just a few seconds. The guy with long hair frowned, his pupils becoming like dots, and Lee asked what he was doing as he held his hands on his leg. And our hero's other leg was being held by Bondeno with all his might, and it was a funny sight. The man with the long hair bare his sword, and said that the blonde man dared to touch the great body of the bloody king, and Lee asked that the man not exaggerate. The players started asking each other what happened. One replied that he saw a sudden flash of light and they were already here. Kang Han shouted if they knew where they were, and added that he didn't know how they got here, but they wouldn't get out alive. A guy with long hair came up to him and called the man the leader, and the man asked what the captain of the bloody sword was doing here. As the one Lee who approached them stated he carried Arno into the castle, Iron pointed his hand at Bondeno and Kang Chul and told them to say hello to the new people. One of the old men frowned and wondered what was going on. Our hero turned to the players and said that he first asked for everyone's attention for a moment. His eyes lit up and turned yellow, and the guy announced that they had such tight security that he had to set a limit. The players opened their eyes wide and everyone's bodies began to shake very violently from fear. Lee asked Kang if the center of the Blood King's castle wasn't the Pond of 1,000 Bloods, and he replied that it was the passage that connected the divine relic to the castle. He added that only the priestess knew how to open the passage, and they had already contacted her. Our hero replied that there was no need to do that, as he could sense everything perfectly from here. A notice appeared in front of him about the inclusion of a new squad in the castle of the Blood King, and that they were united. The young man also learned that world expansion was also possible. Did he agree with that? The young man was very much surprised and thought about the fact that borders were movable and agreed with the expansion. Kang was covered in drops of sweat, and asked Lee what was going on, and the latter said that there was no need to worry. The players looked in front of them. They fell to the floor, watched what was happening, and got scared. The young man frowned. Drops of sweat streamed down his face. His pupils became like dots. The guys could see perfectly well that the world began to expand, and they were surprised by it. After a while, the expansion of the world was complete, and the Armos were dislocated. Iron looked in front of him, pressed his lips tightly together, and thought about how this was how it worked. The system message prompted him to choose a dungeon keeper, a blood demon castle keeper, and an Armo dungeon keeper. So he decided to appoint Kang Chul as the king's castle dungeon keeper. And as for Armo, he didn't want to restrict Bondeno. The guy remembered Old Man Jekyll and decided that it was worth appointing him as the keeper. The appointment was finalized and Kang Chul approached the young man. The young man turned his head and looked at him. After a few seconds, he fell to his knees in front of our hero and began to beat his bows. He wanted to say something, but Iron got up from his seat and told the man to stop. And he added that he shouldn't get so excited because of this, Kang Chul had become the castle's dungeon keeper and had gotten very young. Lee said that from now on, the man would not be able to leave the Blood King's castle without his permission. There would be a price for everything. He had become the dungeon boss. Kang folded his hand into a fist, stabbed himself in the chest, and remarked that dedicating one's life to the sect was a great blessing. He began to bow again and spoke of being Chul, swearing allegiance to the blood demon over and over again. Iron asked him to calm down as he was worried the floor would crack. The man heard some sound. He turned his head and saw that someone had entered the room. It was also a rejuvenated Jekyll. He asked why he had received such an honor, to become a dungeon keeper. Our hero got up from his seat, took a few steps, and wondered why he was asking. He was quiet for a moment and added that the man was the only one he could trust with this. Jekyll frowned and pressed his lips tightly together, drops of sweat running down his face from worry. Iron noticed that he was the only one who knew his name and looked the man straight in the eye. He couldn't even say a word in response, only smiled back as he was very confused. Our hero wondered what the man didn't like, if he was happy about this appointment. Jekyll asked how so, for the young man not only saved his life, but also gave him strength. He put his hand to his chest and said that he was the elder of Armo and would speak for everyone. He bowed and told the young man that he was grateful for saving all of them. Lee noticed that Jekyll had already heard that it would only be possible to leave with his permission, and even though he was Armo's keeper, he also belonged to the Blood King's castle. He held a finger up and noticed that his life was in the hands of the king and the leader of the blood cult. The man lowered his head and said that Lee had saved his life at the last moment, and he was grateful even just for that. As Bondeno suddenly appeared in the room, he opened his mouth and eyes in surprise. The blond man said that he could no longer feel Armo's power because Jekyll had become the keeper. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he informed him that he had been a genius for centuries. But now he had no circle or power, and was finished. A small shiver ran through the young man, and he turned to the dungeon keeper. Then he looked at Lee and asked him if the latter was laughing and shouted if this was all so funny. Our hero put a hand on Bondeno's shoulder and told him to stop the threat and follow him. He indicated that he would help the kid get it all back, and the kid looked at him hopefully. The young man smiled and said about helping the young man get his power back. Bondeno stared intently in front of him, drops of sweat running down his face and neck, and he asked if it was true. Iron asked the boy if he thought Lee would be of any use to him. He replied that it was more complicated than that, and he had never heard of a magic circle that could be restored. Our hero reached forward and said that it was often quite real, and added that he couldn't do it himself and would need Bondeno's help. The latter was very much surprised. Lee noticed that he still couldn't activate his magic circle, and the guy screamed. He calmed down a bit and looked in front of him and asked if it was a contact magic circle. Iron looked intently at the young man and remarked that the most important thing was that he trusted him. Bondeno was shaking all over and said that there was no such thing, for a contact magic circle could only be used by the demons of Gehenna. Then he calmly asked Lee not to say that he had become a demon, because that was impossible. The one calmly replied that it wasn't him who created this circle, but it was his teacher, the Demon Queen. Bondeno was very much surprised and asked what other teacher, but our hero remarked that it would take a very long time to explain. The blonde frowned, clenched his teeth tightly, and thought about the fact that in such a case, anything was possible. And Lee told him that a contracted magic circle takes power, and the higher the price, the more power it would bring. The young man looked at the kid intently and wondered what he would offer. Bondeno covered himself in drops of sweat and hesitated, then informed him that he had one thing of value. He frowned and stated that he was willing to bet his life and give his soul. Iron smiled and remarked that this was a most courageous offer. He was very pleased with this answer. The young man said that the moment he decided to save Lee, he had already put his life on the line. He frowned and asked our hero if he had left that bastard alive. And in response, our hero only gave his opponent a hard look and smiled. Bondeno brought his hand to his mouth and bit his thumb, so hard that it bled. The guy stepped closer to the magic circle, raised his hand up, and the blood started dripping right on him. He frowned, looked at the young man, and informed him that he was about to activate everything. At this time, Kang Chul was standing near a tree on the street, and huge rocks began to fall near him. He turned to the guys and told them that there should be enough materials to restore them, and they thanked the cult leader. One of the players started calling for help. He was talking about how he couldn't do it himself. A young man with long hair approached Chul and he called him captain. The man smiled and stated that everything was going great. He was very much pleased. The captain also smiled and noted that it was all thanks to the cult leader. If he hadn't brought the blood demon, life would have been much more difficult. Kang replied that the blood demon himself had guided him, and he himself had done nothing, and added that they should stay to thank him for his mercy. The guy with long hair bowed and replied that he agreed with the cult leader's words. Chul turned his head and noted that he had heard that the blood demon had gone into seclusion. The captain replied that along with the mage Bondeno, The man thought for a moment and added that Lee was already at the limit of his strength, but wanted to get even stronger. Just as suddenly they heard a very strong explosion behind their backs and were startled. Kang turned his head to see what happened there. He frowned and clenched his teeth. He said that there was a training room in that place and wondered why he could hear heavenly demonic energy. The men stood and huge blocks fell in front of them. Chul clenched his hand into a fist and his partners held their swords. Kang frowned and began to call out very loudly for the blood demon, while Min stared intently ahead. Suddenly the man saw a silhouette that began to approach them. He thought it was the heavenly demon's incredible energy. Suddenly Hong bared his weapon, his eyes lit up with fire, and he asked who it was in front of them. Chul clenched his hands into fists. He frowned and thought about the fact that they should find the blood demon first. He stared intently in front of him, his eyes burned with fire, and he was worried that Iron wouldn't get injured. Khan looked closely at the silhouette and was ready to wipe it into powder as he thought it was the enemy. Suddenly the men heard a familiar voice asking why they were standing there so surprised. They asked if the demon in front of them was a blood demon. They also wondered where the heavenly demon's energy came from. Iron clenched his hand into a fist, tensed all his muscles, and informed them that he had forgotten to say something. He held his head and said that he was both a blood demon and a celestial demon. The guy said that the divine art of the blood demon, the first thing his teachers taught him for becoming a vessel of chaos, this art is needed in order to create an inner strength that an ordinary body cannot withstand. The body is still human and can be torn apart by the slightest movement, which is why martial arts cannot be used. This is why the heavenly demon divine art comes in handy. It makes the body strong enough to withstand the internal pressure. But the heavenly demon divine art doesn't work on its own. It needs the power of the heavenly demon sect, like forging iron in a forge. Kang kneeled down. He frowned and spoke about how they had not been in contact with them for a long time, and then informed that in truth they never had, as they were enemies. The young man remarked that that was why he needed help, and he added that his opponent could activate the circle. Bondeno said that it was a holy magic circle used by the 3 sects of Einsart. He opened his eyes wide and added that it was not as easy to create as the circles of Gehenna as it was back then. Our hero looked at the young man and wondered if he could or not. He looked intently at the blonde man and asked him if he could activate the magic circle. The man frowned, drops of sweat ran down his face, and he remarked that if he made a mistake, he could die, and that was dangerous. Lee thought about the fact that he was trying to give himself to chaos, and death in such a case is not an obstacle. The guy sat down lotus pose and noticed that none of this matters, and asked Bondeno to activate the circle again. The one told our hero not to blame him if something goes wrong. The one calmly replied that the mage should not worry, and the young man proceeded to activate the magic circle, because he had no other choice. After a short period of time, Bondeno's face twisted. He began to scream as if furious. Our hero folded his hands in front of him and sat unperturbed as if nothing was happening. After a while, his nose began to bleed. Bloody wounds appeared on his body, and he screamed loudly. The mage stammered and remarked that it was just as he thought. It was overkill and needed to stop now. But Lee replied to keep the guy going, even if he thought he was about to die. There was no need to stop. Bondeno clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought about how a normal person would have passed out from the pain a long time ago. He looked at Aaron and realized that he was holding on thanks to his obsession with retribution. At this time, our hero thought about the teachers who gave the orphan real warmth. He realized that they were the ones who had given him a home to which he could always return, even if he found himself betrayed by everyone around him. The young man frowned. He felt very bad and thought about how he wanted to feel that warmth again just once more. The room suddenly lit up with a bright white color. Iron continued to sit in the lotus position. Bondeno began to call out to him. The young man frowned, drops of sweat dripping down his face in a hail. The young man appeared in front of the captain and Kang Chul, who looked at him intently. The man thought about the fact that normally martial arts were unable to coexist in 2 forms, which was why the Heavenly Demon sect was unable to master the dual energy art of the Lux sect. He understood that right now, the Blood Demon was controlling both the Blood Demon energy and the Heavenly Demon energy. Cheng asked the young man if it was true that he was combining the 2 arts. Our hero calmly replied that it was a silly question, and the men looked at him bewildered. Lee said that originally the 2 arts were inseparable and they were one. He held a finger up and informed that everything stemmed from a divine demon. And he remarked that he would show everything now and suggested that they move elsewhere. He pointed his hand at the mage who was lying on the ground and asked him to carry him back to Armo. After a while, the company found themselves near a huge wall. Lee noticed that this place would be perfect. He took a few steps forward and ordered his subordinates to move aside. The young man struck very hard so that a huge cloud of dust along with the grass rose upwards. A portal appeared in front of those present. Khan watched in amazement at everything that was happening. The passage opened and the entire team was blinded by a bright blue glow. The men gazed into the distance. Aaron looked calmly ahead of him, into the portal, while his subordinates covered their faces with their hands. This was the domain of the heavenly demon's divine arts. Our hero noticed its radiant purity. A drop of sweat appeared on Kang's face, and he said that this was the heavenly demon divine arts. He was very much surprised and wondered if such a thing was possible, but the guy asked for silence. The young man looked at his hand and noticed that it was just as he thought. It was too much for him for now. The men who were standing aside watched everything that was happening with amazement, as suddenly a fountain of blood began to flow from our hero's hand. He clenched his teeth and looked at it. Kang and Min were very much frightened. They frowned and began to scream as much as they could. Chul turned to the side and started yelling to get a doctor faster, but Iron asked him to stop making noise. He just squeezed his arm at the elbow, as if the wound wasn't even there, and calmly said that it wasn't anything serious. Lee looked at his arm and thought about the fact that it obviously didn't bother him, and he couldn't use martial arts even a little bit. His eyes were burning red fire, and he was thinking that he needed to get stronger quickly. If he faced that guy, it wasn't certain that he would win. Iron called out to the leader of the blood cult. He frowned and prepared to listen to his master. Our hero stated to Chol to tell him that he needed to urgently change his image. Near the B-Rang portal, which was located in Namyangju, the young men gathered. Ha informed the players that there would be a new member in the guild from today and looked at them intently. The young men stood in front of her, their lips tightly pressed together and drops of sweat streaming down their faces. The girl remarked that that man didn't like to stand out, so no need to talk too much. And the man behind her back asked what they were standing up for. Everyone very quickly fell to their knees and began to beat bows, and the guy asked if that was too strange a greeting. Iron ordered the men up and noticed he had said something about why he had come to the guild. He informed that he needed to train in real combat, so he would go on raids with them. Ha replied that in such a situation, she should immediately hand over the position of guild leader. The guy asked if he had said he wanted to be a guild leader. He thanked the girl for her hard work, and noticed that the guild's reputation had risen a bit, and word of mouth was running. He added that it would be very strange if Ha suddenly left his post, and noted that his name would draw unnecessary attention to the Vulcan Guild. A young man entered the room and said that he was very interested in this as well. He noted if one wanted to forge a new identity, why cling to an old name? Lee noted that it's just a name, and they won't check the name of everyone in the guild. Besides, the guild leader is in charge of all guild affairs, so no one can replace him. Our hero wondered if his teacher was still alive, if he could find him. A bluish glow appeared in front of the young man, blinding him with its light. Suddenly, blood began to pour out of the young man's hand like a fountain, but it did not frighten him. His opponent told him that they had only gone on a few raids, but it was already difficult to track his presence. The guy held his hand up and asked if Iron had any player strength left, drops of sweat appearing on his face. The guy turned his head, looked at his opponent and asked if he noticed at once and added that he had no system poison. Our hero scrutinized the young man and informed him that he was very ocular. They stopped near the huge paw of some animal, and Lee asked the fellow what purpose he was pursuing. He replied that the Henham Guild suspected that an unknown faction was involved in what had happened, and even if it was just reconnaissance, the worry was justified. Iron replied that they didn't know Bondeno would be there, and if they had, they wouldn't have sent such a squad. His opponent smiled and said that the top brass in Hainham were aware and looked at the young man. Our hero stood back and looked at his hands that were bleeding and asked why he would know. He put his hand on his chest, smiled, and stated that he had sold them the information himself. Lee remarked that in such a situation, the Hainham Guild had deliberately sent people to certain death. His opponent said that he felt like they were planning to use that as an excuse. Iron glanced at the man and asked if he was talking about the Iron Sword Alliance. The man smiled, gave our hero a hard look, and said that he was correct. He added that after the Hainham had absorbed the territory of Incheon and Ganghwa a couple years ago, they had their eyes on Gyeonggi Province, which belonged to the Iron Sword Alliance. Guy noticed that they were going to say that the Iron Sword Alliance interfered in the raid, and even killed their elder. Lee said that in such a situation, it came out that they were planning to start a war, and added that he wondered how the alliance would react. His opponent said that those had already started to act, and the young man looked at him questioningly. The man struck with such force that splinters of different sizes began to fly in different directions. He was shaking with anger and told his opponent that it was all because of the bastards from Henham. The leader of the Iron Sword Alliance, Chul Chong-hui, was clenching his teeth and frowning as he didn't like the rules of the competition. When he calmed down a bit, he asked the guy who was standing next to him what the others were saying. Dakondo Guild leader Jong-hu frowned and replied that they weren't saying anything, but were silent. Chul Yong-hui frowned. His eyes became like dots, and he asked if the Hainham were going to start a war. He stood up from his seat and said that they should prepare to fight back, and ordered all the guilds to gather in their territory as they needed support. Du Zhonghu frowned and wondered what they would do if anyone refused. Chuliang Hui shouted that the Iron Sword Alliance stands for justice, and any unholy guild is a pawn in the hands of the devil, and ordered to bring them in for justice. Our hero entered the room and stopped. He looked carefully in front of him. The woman first wondered who was there, but then she saw the Lord and calmed down a bit. She reported that a guest from the Dochan Guild had arrived. Our hero was very much surprised. The guy turned to the Ambal and informed them to think things over and contact them as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, he saw our hero and asked if he was a member of the Galaxy Guild. Lee hesitated, and the guy stated that it was disrespectful, and then asked if the young man hadn't heard who was visiting here today, and said that he was Du Sang-mook, son of Do Jong-ho, Lord of Gyeonggi Province and Vice Leader of the Dochon Guild. The young man continued to stand and stare at his opponent like that, and then asked, "And so what if he had so many titles?" And the young man was confused by such insolence. Lee stated if that's all, Du Sang-mook can go quietly and asked him to stay out of the way. These words made his opponent very angry. He clenched his teeth, frowned, and mentally called Iron a bastard. And the room slowly entered Ha. She began to look carefully at what was going on there. The girl approached the guys and asked what was the matter, and they all looked at her. Du Sang-mook stated that the young man didn't recognize him, and told Yoon that she needed to give her guild members a refresher training. He started to walk away and looked at Iron disdainfully and informed him that he would close his eyes this time, but the next time it would be different. As Do Sang-mook left and the doors slammed shut behind him, Lee looked at him and smiled. Ha was very angry. She yelled how dare the guy act like that and added that she would rip him to shreds. Ta told her to sit tight if she didn't want to start a war with the Alliance, and asked why Du had come here. Yoon reported that the one had offered to team up. The guy asked if it was with the Iron Sword Alliance. The girl clenched her teeth and reported that he had offered to join Doshon's guild. She remarked that she had immediately declined. But Do said they should think it over again. Iron asked that if they put aside their pride and looked at the facts, what would be best for them. The girl had drops of sweat on her face and remarked that everything needed to be thought through. She added that they wouldn't be able to take everything away from the Alliance. She thought that the Hainam themselves would target some of the territory and offer a truce. Yoon noted that the Iron Sword Alliance would never give up Gyeonggi Province, which meant Namyangju, where the Blood King's fortress was located, would be safe. The girl said if they helped the Dochon Guild win, they could gain more influence in Namyangju. Yoon looked at the guy and asked what he thought about it. He replied that she can act however she wants, since he trusted her to handle all matters, so she has to think for herself. Lee said if there was a problem, he would handle it, and asked the girl not to worry and offered to break for a cup of coffee, advising Ha to change into something comfortable and go out. Ha smiled back. She liked the suggestion and agreed. A short while later, the young men were sitting in the guild cafe that was located in Namyangju. Iron looked at the bartender and waitress, and noticed that they were already getting used to life outside of the battlefield. He sipped his coffee and reported that the guild members' energy had gotten stronger, and Ha added that they had started hunting monsters. Lee said that they still had a lot to learn, and added that they needed to be trained if they wanted to still be useful. He added that some Armo mages would join the guild once the defenses in the Blood Demon Fortress were erected, and asked Yoon to take care of them. She lowered her head and said she would do everything. She stood up from the table and asked the Blood Demon if she could step back for a moment. The Blood Demon asked her to stay and added that he would still come over. She only sighed heavily as she saw people starting to approach their table. It was Do Sang-mook again. He turned to the girl and noticed that they had met again. She asked what brought them here and clarified if they didn't have time to discuss everything. The one smiled and replied that Namyangju was originally a territory belonging to the Dochon Guild, and he could go in wherever he wanted. Suddenly his expression changed. He frowned and looked away. The guy saw our hero and was puzzled as to what he was doing here. Iron extended his hand in a cup in the direction of his opponent, and calmly said that he was drinking coffee. Du Sang-mook got very angry and shouted, "Didn't he say to watch his behavior?" The young man was surprised and asked if the guy wanted him to buy him coffee, and added that daddy had deprived his son of pocket money. The opponent gritted his teeth in anger. He kicked the table with all his might. It flew several meters away and shattered. Lee looked at everything nonchalantly. Du Sang-mook grabbed his sword, and with a marching voice ordered the young man to draw his weapon. His guards began to bear their swords as well, and the boy said that he was turning a blind eye because he was counting on the support of the guild. But Iron had gone too far. He frowned, his pupils becoming like dots, and he added that he would show the rules of behavior in the martial arts world. Ha, who had been standing to the side all this time watching, also began to bare her sword. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide. Drops of sweat appeared on her face and she mentally told herself to stop. Du Sang-mook lowered his weapon and noticed that the lady had given her consent. At least it seemed so to him. He informed her that he was the vice leader of the Dokkan Guild, the deputy leader of one of the guild's squads. The guy folded his hand into a fist, threw a punch, and said that he would give him a chance to land the first 3 blows. Otherwise, it would be too much for Lee to handle. He didn't have time to finish the sentence before he screamed very loudly from the intense pain. Our hero didn't stop, started throwing leg kicks, and thanked for the concession. A few seconds later, he hit his opponent with such force that he flew to the very back of the establishment. The guards could not do anything. They opened their eyes and mouths wide in surprise. Suddenly, one of them came to his senses and told the others to protect the leader and asked where he had gone. The young man held his opponent by the neck and said that there was 1 blow left, and if it was critical, Do Sang-mook would die. The guard frowned, droplets of sweat running down his face, and he shouted with all his might who the guy was. Lee turned his head slightly and noticed that now was not the time to ask such questions. Suddenly, incredible things began to happen to the guard. It seemed to him that an unknown force had struck him, and the guards one by one began to fall right on the floor of the coffee, the workers of which looked at them with surprise. Our hero pointed his hand at Do Sang-mook and ordered that he be carried to the fortresses of the Blood Demon. After a while, the man was sitting on a chair, his hands tied to it. He asked what was wrong. Iron sipped from his glass and noticed that the man was taking a very long time to come to his senses. Du turned to Ha, asked what it was, and then yelled for him to be released immediately. Yoon didn't want to watch these antics, so she pulled out her sword and stabbed her opponent. The man turned red, his pupils narrowed, and he screamed in pain and blood gushed from his wound. Ha told Do Sang-mook to shut up and thank the guild member, and added that his head was still on his shoulders, only because he planned to give him a task. The young man frowned, his pupils became like dots. He clenched his teeth and called them scum. The girl pointed her sword at her opponent and wondered if she should have cut off his tongue. Suddenly, Do Sang-mook shouted with all his might that he was sorry. He looked very scared. He collapsed, lowered his head, and no longer showed aggression as he had a few minutes ago. Our hero's eyes burned with fire, and he asked the guy if he wanted to stay alive. Do Sang-mook's face changed. He frowned and stared at some object. He was very surprised as he saw a Henim sword on the floor that was glowing with a bluish fire. Do Sang-mook scrutinized the sword that was on the floor and couldn't believe his eyes. Lee said that it had been slain by a Henim warrior, and the Galactic Guild had witnessed it. Our hero stared at his opponent and asked if he realized it or not. Do had drops of sweat on his face. He frowned and asked if the Iron Sword Alliance really wanted a war, and then asked why they were doing all this. Iron replied that the kid didn't need to know that and told him to go and complain to Daddy. He added that if Do Sang-mook doesn't want to, then he should die, and Ha, who was standing to the side, began to bare her sword. His opponent frowned and thought about the fact that war with Henim was inevitable anyway, and if he did as Lee said, they could at least get justice. He closed his eyes and mentally called our hero names. He wanted him to pay for everything, and he answered that so be it. He sipped from the glass and noticed that, judging by the expression on Do's face, he wanted to teach him a lesson later. Do began to refuse, and the young man asked if he thought he'd do all that without being sure of anything. Lee asked if Do remembered that incident, the one involving the Gate of 1,000 under common control with the Doshan Guild. The boy frowned, staring intently at his opponent, and his pupils became like dots. And the young man noticed that the Gate Master's favorite daughter had been killed a couple of years ago. The one in a rage put everything to search for the culprit. He grieved very much as this loss was very big for him. In the end, it turned out to be the work of a guild player who held a grudge against the martial artists. He was soon massacred as well as his innocent family. Iron remarked that this was the most common version, and then added that the truth was quite different. Our hero looked intently before him, paused, and noted that the daughter had been killed by Do Sang-mook. He pressed his lips tightly together. His pupils narrowed, drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he turned blue. Lee noted that he must be curious how he knew that, because everyone who knew anything about what had happened had been killed or imprisoned. He told Do Sang-mook to be careful, because if they found out he was behind all this, his daddy, no matter how much he loved him, would just have to cut off his head. His opponent was covered with drops of sweat. He was shaking with fear and hatred. He frowned and looked carefully in front of him. Our hero, together with Yoon Ha, stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. The pause dragged on. As here, the young man told the girl to find out as much information as possible, and added that the data on the greatest weapon will give incredible power. Once you take possession of it, you will no longer have to choose. The guy said for Ha not to be a weakling who was put in front of a choice, but to be a strong figure, able to stir up everything around her. The girl closed her eyes and was quiet for a while, and agreed with Iron's words. She replied that she understood. The young man turned his head to her and informed her that she could advance to the Dokkan Guild. The long-haired man was tearing up. He was shouting for all he was worth. He was angry at the bastards from Henim. Ha came into the room. Drops of sweat appeared on her face and she folded her hands into fists. The girl thought about the sheer energy. Sweat poured down her face in rivulets. She looked at the man whose face was twisted with anger and marveled at his strength as a third-rank warrior. Un frowned and thought, if he alone is that strong, how strong are Chulgyeom-moon, Haenam, and even more so Hwasun? She clenched her fist and thought about the words of the blood cultist who said that it was only a frog in the deepest well. Dusang-moon asked his father to calm down and added that at this rate, the building would soon start cracking at the seams. He immediately called his son poor and apologized for scaring him. He frowned and asked if the lady was right and wondered if the Haenam Guild was behind everything. Dusang-moon pressed his lips tightly together, drops of sweat running down his face, and his pupils narrowed greatly. He wanted to say something about the girl, but he stopped halfway through his words, and Yoon frowned. A slight smile appeared on our hero's face, and he noted that threats wouldn't work. He added that Do Sang-mook, Do Jong-hoo's only son born after 60, even if he found out that his son was to blame for everything, he would do anything to protect him. Ha opened her eyes wide and stammered, wondering if it was all dangerous then. The young man's eyes lit up with red fire and he replied not to worry, and added that he had already subdued his spirit with the divine demon art. Dusang-mook stared intently into his father's eyes and informed him that it was all Haenam. He pointed his hand to the sword that gave off a bluish glow and noted that he had brought proof. Du pulled out his knife and asked if his father still didn't believe him and stared intently into his eyes. Dusang-mook bare his knife and shouted that he would prove everything at the cost of his own life. The father was very much frightened, frowned, grabbed his son's hand and said he believed him, and himself mentally began to order that immediately 3 squads were gathered. In just a few seconds, the young men appeared in the room and were ready to carry out the order. Guild leader Dokkan clenched his teeth and thought about personally wiping the guilds of the Eastern Sea of Haenam off the face of the earth. Dusang-mook looked at his father, a satisfied smile finally appearing on his face. The man put the cup on the table and said, if all went well, Du Chong would be able to seize control of the entire Gyeonggi province. And he informed Ha that in that case, he would hand Namyangju over to her. That was Do Sang-mook. He looked intently at Yoon and remarked that thanks to her, he had an excuse to strike the Haeans first. The girl wondered if they should hurry up, and her opponent asked what for. Ha put a finger up and noted, if they knew what had happened to the master's daughter, there was a high probability that the truth was known to someone else as well. She glared at Do Sang-mook and said that those who knew the truth were in the Doshon Guild, and if the girl was in their shoes, she would try not to leave any traces at all. The man jumped up from his seat and told Ha that she was right, and they needed to deal with them immediately. Dusang-mook started walking towards the exit. The girl looked at him and thought he was a fool. Yoon stared at the girl in front of her, and she said, minting every word, that the war had begun. The Doshon attacked the guild and caught most of their members off guard and were able to deal with them. Because of this, most of Gyeonggi-do's gates were empty, and the Dokkan handed over the right to raid to them. Ha also said that they had managed to exceed the guild's membership limit and recruit lead warriors into their ranks. Lee asked the girl what about the task he received. She replied that she had already gathered everyone in the Blood King's castle. Iron covered his eyes and spoke about the fact that they needed to move out there as soon as possible. The thing was that they needed to meet with Ronin. This was something our hero had been thinking about for a long time. Ronin was a person who wandered around without much purpose, however. The meaning had changed somewhat now. The Silver World has fallen apart, and now Ronin are warriors who have lost their patronage. Some of them have lost their world, and so are left all alone and forced to wander. Some, on the other hand, were abandoned or rejected by their players and had no other choice. Or someone had committed a crime and been banished, so they wandered to keep out of sight. The man frowned, drops of sweat appearing on his face, and wondered what it all meant. He noticed that they were at a banquet with the Silver Guild, and wondered what they were doing here. His opponent frowned, covered in sweat, and replied that he didn't know himself, but he was sure that they had definitely been tricked. The man laughed in response, and noted that it seemed that those who had driven them here knew how to stand up for justice. A young man approached the guild members and asked if they were enjoying the banquet. It was our hero. He looked at the men, his hands in his pockets, and called them losers. Those got very angry at such an insult. One of them asked what the young man had said to them. Lee looked at them calmly and remarked that he was not surprised that he had been outsmarted. The man only clenched his teeth, frowned, and his pupils became like dots. It looked like he was about to cry. He clenched his sword in his hand and said that not only had they been tricked, but the young man was talking nonsense. Our hero's eyes lit up with fire and he asked the man if he wanted to test him. Suddenly the stranger knelt down in front of the young man and began to beat bows. After a while he frowned and thought to himself that this was the bloodlust, that he couldn't move. One of the men behind him shouted out what it was and remarked, "Lee may be a Ronin, but they're actually real warriors." This retort surprised Iron, He wondered how they even dared to call themselves that, and added that a warrior is someone who sacrificed everything for the martial arts, and asked who they were. Lee noted that they had lost their world, were banished, and then added that they were useless trash. Suddenly an older man said it was worth saying all this. The young warrior looked at him askance. It was an older man. He pressed his lips tightly together and frowned. The others called him master. One of the players wondered if they were gathered from all of them to taunt him. The eldest among the men turned to Lee. He remarked that this was his world, and added that he thought they were gathered for an entirely different reason. Our hero looked closely at his opponent and noted that he seemed more useful than the others. He put his hand up and indicated that all of the man's words were true, and he had something he wanted to ask. The young man asked the old man why he had lost his world. The man pressed his lips tightly together, frowned, and drops of sweat ran down his face. There was no answer. The players lowered their heads, and our hero asked the man if he had been poisoned. Iron asked the question again. This time he was concerned about why the old man was banished for a crime he didn't even commit. The man replied that they had no power. He frowned and said with bitterness in his voice that they had lost their home and were abandoned and also accused of crimes. Our hero listened attentively to the man, hesitated a bit, and remarked that the man was quite bright. The old man raised his head and looked at the lad with surprise, and Lee replied that he would give them. The young man was silent for only a few seconds, and then added that he would give them power and strength. One of the men frowned and stammered and asked if the guy would take them back to his place. Lee asked in surprise if they wouldn't, then remarked that they had no reason to refuse. The men frowned, lips pressed tightly together, drops of sweat running down their faces, each thinking about something different. He had never heard of the Yoon Guild before, nor had he seen a place like this, which meant that there was a good chance he was facing Muram's greatest enemy. The man frowned, looked at the young man from under his eyebrows and asked if they had a choice. Our hero looked at them intently and remarked that only the chosen ones get that chance. The opponent covered himself with drops of sweat and said that in the end, they would have to either accept or die. He thought for a bit, and added that it wouldn't be that easy with Iron after all. The young man looked at him in surprise. The man added that he had a friend on the council who reported to him whenever a contract was made, and if he didn't come back, the guild would know about the place. The hero smiled back and wondered if his opponent was threatening him. The young man put his hands in his pockets and began to scrutinize the men. He then asked if they thought he had called the place the Star of the Blood King without preparing himself. The opponents frowned, covered in droplets of sweat, and one of the men thought about it being a blood cult. The young man calmly told them not to be afraid of him, then added that he wasn't going to kill them. The men stood staring intently in front of them. They were very tense. They were cowardly with fear. After a while, our hero called Wang Yel's name. Everyone fell silent. No one said a word. The man who heard his name stared intently in front of him. His pupils became like dots. Iron noticed that Wang Yel, once the head of the Wang clan, after the conflict with Hengnam, he lost his family and lost his disciples. The guy gave the name Cho So-jin, and said that he was a descendant of 7 Hwasun disciples. After the conflict with the guild, he was banished and presumed dead, and then asked if the information he gave was correct. The young man was shaking with fear. He changed his face and stammered, and asked how Lee knew everything. He continued, talking about Yu Pei-san, who had been declared a criminal for something he hadn't even done. Our hero raised his hand up and said that he had told them that he would give them strength and power, and remarked that they should judge for themselves, as they might live their whole lives as losers. He turned around and started to leave the clearing and added that there was also a second option, which was to get the power of real warriors. The men pressed their lips tightly together, each thinking something different. The pause lengthened. Ha announced that everyone they had recruited had decided to become part of the Blood Sect. Iron folded his arms across his chest and noted that he had called only the most worthy. He wanted to add something else, but he stared intently in front of him and fell silent. The young man looked at Yoon and the man who was standing beside her and noticed that everything was pretty well played out. The old man frowned and stated that he had done them a favor when he took them all in. He remembered our hero talking about how he would give strength to take revenge on the Haines. Then the young man held out his hands and wondered if the man would go with him or not. Iron folded his arms across his chest, looked down, and said that the Blood Sect would become the home of the hopeless. The man bowed before the young man, and the man added to recruit more Ronin, for that was his task, and he agreed. Our hero looked carefully in front of him and said whether it seemed to him, but the people in front of him were too calm. Behind the iron bars were young men. They looked at Lee from under their eyebrows but said nothing. The man frowned, drops of sweat running down his face, and he told Iron that he wouldn't get anything from them. The man looked at his opponent calmly and noticed that he was very much mistaken. He noticed that he was not here for information and he already knew everything. Our hero looked in front of him and began to talk about the passage to Dogon, which is in Goyang. The men looked at the young man in surprise. They frowned and clenched their teeth. Iron noticed that he wanted to give them a chance, or else he felt really bad for the young men. His eyes burned red fire, and he announced that the Dokkan Guild would be wiped out and become one with them. The men looked at him from under their eyebrows, and Lee said that the unification would happen anyway, so it was better to facilitate it at once. Our hero began to leave the room, stopped, turned his head and told his opponents to think hard. The young man was screaming very hard, he rolled his eyes, and blood was pouring out of his mouth in a fountain. The man who had struck him was holding a sword of blood and looking at his opponent, who had fallen to the ground. He turned to the bald man and asked what about the other regions, and the man replied that everything had been cleared, and the entire area and the Eastern Sea was now under their control. The man with the scar on his face looked up and said proudly that they had done it. He raised his sword up and shouted that Gangwon-do now belongs to the Sword Alliance, and his men also raised their weapons up. Kang Han-chul said that all those who chose to leave the territories made it to the Blood King's castle and were given sanctuary. Lee looked at the clipboard and replied that was fine and asked that the man watch to make sure there was no infringement there. He raised his eyes and looked in front of him, and Khan said something was bothering him. Iron asked what it was. The man replied that given the size of the Galactic Guild, there was too much money flowing into the Blood King's castle. He added that thanks to the help of the black market, it hadn't attracted too much attention yet. Kang said that once the war is over, the Galactic Guild will obviously start to become suspicious. The guy asked the man not to worry, and added that the guild was developing so that no one would pay attention to the money anymore. Our hero was silent for a while, and then told Chol to be ready for new members, and he agreed. Cho Yu-ran, the leader of the Baran Player Guild under the auspices of the Blood Cult, thanked everyone for gathering. In front of her, men sat at the table and looked at the girl very carefully. One of the gathered men folded his hands in a lock, frowned, looked at Cho and asked what they had all been summoned here for. The girl frowned, glared at her opponent, and said that she wasn't the one who had called them all here. The man frowned even more. His eyes became like dots, and it was clear from his expression that he was very angry. He then clarified if it was a cult, and the other young man noticed that they had been quiet lately. He wondered how much they would demand this time. The girl covered herself with drops of sweat and informed that it was better to listen carefully, and added that someone of high rank was coming. The men were very surprised by this news. Cho Yu-ran stared at the crowd and said that she didn't even know who it was. Suddenly she jumped up from her seat, slapped the class on the table, and yelled for everyone to stand up. She saw a group of people behind the glass doors and announced that they were already there. The doors opened and a team of people entered the room. The leader immediately noted that they hadn't seen each other in a while. There was a girl at the head of the group, and she immediately turned to Yu-ran, the leader of the Baran Player Guild. The latter immediately knelt down and said that they were paying their respects to the Divine Priestess. The men who were sitting at the table also jumped up from their seats. They also kneeled down and began to beat their bows. One of the men pressed his lips tightly together, sweat dripping down his face as he thought about the fact that the Divine Priestess had come to see them. He was also bowing and thinking about what had brought the Divine Priestess to them today. Suddenly, she also kneeled down and asked the people who came with her to show respect. Yu-ren and her guild members were very surprised and unprepared for this development. Cho opened her eyes wide, covered in drops of sweat, and thought of someone above the Divine Priestess coming. Indeed, our hero entered the room. He was completely relaxed and was in no hurry to go anywhere. The Divine Priestess lowered her head and greeted the Blood Demon. He stopped, tightly pressed his lips and looked around. Tension was in the air. Those present began wishing him long life, and then chanted his name. Lee punched the Divine Priestess with all his might and shouted that he had said not to do that. Cho Yu-ran, the leader of the Baran Player Guild, and her subordinate opened their eyes wide in surprise. The Divine Priestess took her head and replied that they had a meeting today and asked the Blood Demon to show his dignity, and he asked who said he wanted to flaunt it and waited for recognition. He turned his head to the girl and apologized and remarked that it sometimes got to the point of idiocy. Lee sat down at the table and told the people who were in the room to sit down, or he would be uncomfortable, and those agreed. The guy introduced himself. He informed them that he was the leader of a blood cult, and he was a blood demon. He then remarked that he had heard that they were all loyal to the blood cult. Those replied that it was their duty. Lee closed his eyes and asked if those who were simply brainwashed and left with no other choice could be considered loyal. Our hero noted that it was slavery, and added that the blood cult no longer needed slaves. The young man snapped his fingers, and an assistant came up to him with a suitcase in his hands. Iron opened the suitcase, and Cho Yu-ran, the leader of the Baran Players Guild, opened her mouth wide in surprise. She was so shocked that she had drops of sweat on her face and began to say something unintelligible. The girl looked at the huge number of jars and then said that it was a blood poison neutralizer. Lee remarked that he knew their loyalties held on blood poison, and noted that the antidote would help with that. Guy informed if they didn't want to, they could no longer serve the blood cult, and added that their memories would have to be erased. Yuren wondered why all of a sudden, and the young man replied that he wanted an adequate state of affairs. He looked at everyone gathered and remarked that the investment would be a real investment, not a tribute. The man frowned and thought that the blood demon was joking, for he had taken everything from them, and now he was talking about some real investments. He thought it was a test. After all, they were too docile and predictable, so they wanted to be tested and shouted that he wouldn't take the antidote. Iron reached forward and stamping every word asked who said they would have a choice. The jar of blood poison neutralizer ended up in the man's mouth. Those present were shocked at what was happening. A guild member approached Iron and asked if it was true that he was counting on their input. The man replied in the affirmative, but remarked that he wanted to see their sincere investment and faith in the blood sect. Given enough time and money, the scriptures could be fully deciphered with the help of modern science and Einhart magic. The young man thought about the fact that, in other words, it was all just useless right now. Suddenly, one of the men present addressed the blood demon. He was silent for a while, and then said that our hero is completely different from what he imagined him to be. Iron asked why and wondered if the old man thought he was some kind of horned devil, but the man remarked that not all monsters in this world have horns. The man remarked that there are those who ruthlessly steal innocent lives and trample on the livelihood of others. The young man smiled and remarked that he was favored to be a horned monster. The man informed the young man that there was a problem. The blood priestess, as soon as she heard the word, got all shook up. She frowned and her eyes lit up with red fire, and she asked what the problem was. Then she shouted, "How dare some simpleton from a weak sect doubt the blood demon's words?" These words very much angered our hero. He minted every word and asked the girl to be quiet. She covered her eyes and stammered to apologize, and Lee told her if she interrupted him one more time, she was finished. He told the man to keep talking, for he had just come to listen. The old man asked the blood demon if he wanted their guild to become more active. The young man answered in the affirmative, while his opponent remarked that that was the problem. He pointed out that if the player guild became more powerful due to the power of the blood demon, it would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Lee realized what the man meant and asked, then wondered who would stand up for the guild. The opponent remarked that he had heard that the blood sect was an enemy of Murim, and added that if the association found out about it, it would be the end of everyone. The man asked our hero if he knew how to stop them, if he knew what power to restrain them. The old man had drops of sweat on his face and asked the guy if he could defeat the Hwasun, and added that contribution, "It's not just about getting, you have to keep in mind the possible losses as well." The man informed if Lee can't fully control Murim, then it's better to side with the association to survive. The room became very quiet, each person present thinking about something different. The man was covered in drops of sweat and was thinking that the old man had lost his mind, and if he decided to die, then let him die alone. Iron asked his opponent Lee An Jong-hyuk if he was An Min-hong's father. He answered in the affirmative. Our hero folded his hands in a lock, raised his head, and noticed that he was a typical major. The old man frowned, and the young man remarked that it was no surprise to him that the man was only interested in petty things. The man had sweat dripping down his face and told Lee to call him whatever names he wanted, and added that he was just concerned for his safety. He added that people like them have no power in this world. He was looked at askance. Iron asked if it was true that the man thought safety was possible here, and added that whatever he did, if the association wished, he would be finished off quickly, because that was the reality. He added that his son almost died in the portal and was saved by a priestess, and asked if An Jong-hyuk had forgotten about it. Our hero asked if it makes a difference what one dies because of, whether it's because of association with a blood sect, or because the association decided so. Iron said if they were destined to die anyway, wouldn't it be better to die under their protection? The young man noticed that the question had originally been posed incorrectly, and the men looked at him in surprise. An Jong-hyuk asked what was wrong with him, and the young man looked at him very carefully. An Jong-hyuk said that Murim had originally belonged to him. His opponent frowned, covered in drops of sweat. He was very much surprised. Lee folded his hand into a fist and informed him that it was just like that, and it was his world. He would probably need a little time, and eventually everything would be his. The guy said to let An Jong-hyuk judge for himself, but he wasn't going to convince him further. The man frowned and stared intently at our hero, droplets of sweat running down his face in rivulets. When Lee left, the man asked An Chong if he was thinking of joining, and the old man lowered his head and remarked that the boat had already sunk and that it should be recognized. The opponent asked why he didn't agree to the termination of the contract. He was very scared. An Jong-hyuk put his head on his hands folded in a lock and looked at the man carefully. He thought for a bit and replied that it could show their loyalty and asked why not. The old man frowned and thought about how anyone would call him a crank who believed such nonsense. He thought about our hero, and what bothered him the most was his gaze, so direct and intense. An Jong-hyuk saw that the iris of Iron's eyes was red in color, reflecting his face in it. The old man thought about how the boy's gaze was not clouded by arrogance or madness. It was as deep as the sea, and his eyes radiated truth. The man compared the young man to a strong and deep sea. The thoughts in his head kept him busy. He folded his hands into a fist in front of him and continued to pour sweat. He did not know what to do. The young man stood on the balcony, stared intently in front of him, and then declared that it was settled. He turned to the young man who was standing behind him and said that he would be in the Baran Guild. Iron then turned his head to the man, looked at him, and asked him if he liked it. The man closed his eyes, smiled, and replied that he was very pleased and promised that he would try harder. The young man said that was great and asked the boy to work hard, because anyone could become a guild leader. The young man bowed in response, and Iron covered his eyes and told him that he would wait. The guy left Lee alone as he suddenly inquired about his request. A man in a white suit began to approach our hero. He noticed that everything would be delivered in a week. He smiled, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and asked if it was all too much. The guy asked if the one commonly referred to as the king of the black market was being too cautious. The guy replied that the blood sect wasn't ready to face it all yet. Lee asked not to test him and remarked that his opponent himself knew that the sect was ready. The black market king glared at Iron and said that he was talking about the consequences. The young men looked at each other, and Lee asked his opponent if he heard a strange sound. His eyes lit up with red fire, and he minted every word and said that Mural had heard it. In response, the king of the black market only lowered his head, but said nothing to Iron. He pulled out his cell phone, looked at the screen, and noticed that it was starting. The young man noted that from Henam had arrived. Several players had appeared. He continued to look at the cell phone screen and reported that Cholgemran had displaced Henam as a result. Our hero sipped his drink through a pipe, and the black market king said that Cholgemran had also suffered significant losses, and added that it had left Doshan isolated in the Eastern Sea. Lee remarked that they must have been aiming for that from the beginning. He couldn't just sit back with his arms crossed after losing the East Sea, and continued that for a long time, being the honorable of the three great powers. They probably thought they could overpower Hanam. He said that Hanem was one of the 9 great sects, and Cholgemran could not compare with them. Our hero sipped his drink again and asked what Doshan's reaction was to what was happening. The black market king replied that they had requested reinforcements from Cholgemran. A man with long black hair was trying to somehow open the closed doors. He was hitting them, either with his hands or his feet, but nothing worked, and he was only swearing. A young man approached him and asked him if he should wait for reinforcements. He replied that Henam had completely blocked off the Eastern Sea using formations and magic circles. The young man also noted that Cholgemran felt that he could not pull forces away from the front to break through the formation. His opponent asked if the guild vice master was leading Chonin Moon from Ganon. The young man looked intently in front of him and remarked that even in the fastest case it would take 3 days. He waited with his hand in a fist and informed the man with long hair not to worry. The man asked to regroup and ordered him to stay at the peak of his strength. The young man agreed. The man clenched his teeth and thought of the strong words his opponent had said to him. The Henam elder we met in the previous battle wasn't just a name known outside the world, he was real. The man thought that he would be able to hold him off somehow. But if the elite swordsmen of Henam, the Parandai, joined, defeat was inevitable. He reflected on the fact that they hadn't even intended to retreat anywhere from the start. Also, the opponents had planned to isolate them in the Eastern Sea and completely annihilate them. The man frowned, and he was worried about what they were thinking. Hwasun would surely intervene. Just then he heard someone's footsteps behind him, and the young man he had just spoken to called out to him. He frowned, covered in drops of sweat, and shouted that reinforcements were approaching them. The man turned his head and was very much surprised as the guy was talking about Cholgemran not arriving. The young man looked intently in front of him. His pupils became like dots, and he shouted that it wasn't Cholgemran. He said that the Yeha guild was approaching them. The man with long hair was very surprised. The guild leader thought about whether they were crazy, no matter how fast they were growing lately. They were still a new guild, and the risks exceeded the benefits. He stared intently in front of him and wondered if perhaps they had another motive. The man frowned, closed his eyes, and thought that he must be in a panic if he was thinking about such useless things. A girl appeared in front of them, and he thought that guild leader Yun Ha looked very capable. He thought that if they could divert the extra forces of the Hanes to break through Gamena's support line, it would become much easier. Suddenly, the long-haired man lifted his head up, began to look at something intently, then turned to the young man beside him to inform all the guild members. The man shouted that Hanam was launching an attack, and armed warriors began to approach them. Our hero watched from the sidelines and said that they could not afford to lose. Red lightning flashed from his eyes in different directions, and he said that he could still be useful. Yun Ha walked up to the young man, looked at him, and called the guy a blood demon lord. The girl wondered if she could ask why the man insisted on helping Dosun, But the young man didn't answer her question, only smiled, and Ha looked at him in bewilderment. Iron tilted his head, smiled, and told the girl to think about her own question. She didn't answer anything, and the guy asked what kind of picture she thought he was painting. The girl had drops of sweat on her face and replied that the mutual destruction of Dokhon and the Celestials. Our hero looked at her slyly and remarked that wasn't enough. Yun asked what it all meant then. Lee stomped his foot on the ground and replied that the girl must try it herself to understand. The warriors approached them. They were all armed and stopped on both sides. Iron looked at those gathered and stated that it was strictly forbidden to break the seal during this war. He added that under no circumstances should demonic energy be released. His eyes lit up with red fire, and the lad remarked that the warriors could show their superior strength instead. The young men shouted that the order would be obeyed and pounded their fists into the palm of their hands, their eyes also burning with red fire. A few seconds later, the opponents who no longer posed any danger were lying on the battlefield. Our hero was approached by a young man who reported that everything was clear. Iron turned his head, looked at him intently, and asked if there were any casualties on their side. The man smiled and replied that there were none, and the warriors in the meantime were wiping their swords and stashing them in their scabbards. The young man looked at something in front of him, and then said that they were moving out. Our hero did not even move, and a portal appeared in front of him, from which a marvelous view could be seen. Iron told his assistant that this was the reason why Doshon was in isolation, and the young men began to walk towards the portal. The first to enter it was Lee. He began to look around. After a while, he replied that it felt like they were on vacation. Behind the rocks were men who were mentally communicating with each other. One of them said that the enemy had entered the formation. The other remarked that they could buy some time. Lee placed his hand on the sand and noticed that they still didn't have any decent formation masters in their guild. Suddenly, everything around him lit up with a bright yellow light, but the guy was completely calm. The young men who were watching all of this became very frightened and jumped up from their seats. One of them had our hero behind his back. The man was frightened and shouted that he was laughing. Just a few blows, and there was nothing left of the opponents, and Iron stared intently in front of him. The young man lifted his head up and began to look at something there very carefully. He saw a magic circle in a purple glow and was surprised, as he was not prepared for such a development. The boy noticed that if he deactivated the magic circle, it would leave traces, and that would be a problem. The man turned to him and remarked that he knew that, which was why they had brought the Infi along with the mask. Lee looked at the man who began to bat his bows and asked how long it would take. The man frowned, rolled his eyes, and stamping each word remarked that it would take 10 seconds. Our hero stood to the side and watched carefully what the young man was doing. After a while, the man raised his head and stared intently in front of him. He continued to stare into the distance, and after a few minutes, Iron approached him, but said nothing. The young man stared ahead carefully, and then noticed that he was going to have to help the man a little. The man with long hair was holding onto a huge sword. With his help, he was trying to get up. The old man who was standing opposite him noticed that it was not applicable and it would not be enough. He clenched the sword in his hand and asked if they really thought they could resist Henam with this pitiful strength. It was the elder of the Henam Guild, Gu Hyun-jin. The man only frowned in response. His pupils became like dots and he roared through his teeth. While the elderly man was communicating with Dogon, an invisible force began to disperse the warriors. The younger man continued to rest on his sword. He was shaking with fear and began to stutter. He finally got to his feet and wondered why there was such a difference in strength. He pointed his sword at his opponent and shouted very loudly. But the Henam Guild elder, Gu Hyun-jin, was able to repel his opponent's sword a few centimeters away from his face. He frowned, looked his opponent straight in the eyes, and informed him that they were fake. Gu Hyun-jin made a swing with his sword hand, and Dogon fell to the ground and frowned. The man couldn't understand what was happening to him, and his opponent struck with his sword. Dogon frowned, his pupils became like dots, sweat dripped down his face, he clenched his teeth and groaned in pain. Guild Elder Henam took his sword arm aside and stared at the man intently. He then inquired about what the fat pigs that lived on the waste thrown by the sect might know. And then he asked his opponent if they thought that this time it would end with just one show of force. Gu Hyun-jin remarked that absolutely not, and if that was the case, he wouldn't have made such a move. Dogon listened to him intently, droplets of sweat running down his face, and the old man informed him that the Steel Sword Alliance would be destroyed. The man was shocked by this news and cried out that it couldn't be, and Jin wondered why he thought that. He was silent for a moment, and then asked why they believed in Hwasan. Dogon just looked at him. The old man raised his hand with his sword up and said that Hwasan's monopoly, it's an eyesore, and even though it's a small land, Hanam is there, and arrogance has a limit. The elder of the Hanam Guild, Gu Hyun-jin, remarked that they had stepped forward to teach Hwasan a lesson. He didn't think for long and wanted to strike Dogon's sword right on his head. The man was like he was in slow motion. The man watched the weapon coming towards his face, drenched in sweat and screaming. He clenched his teeth, knowing full well that he only had a few seconds to live. Still, the man had hoped that his opponent would stop. The old man began to shake, either from anger or from fear, and he wanted to say something but began to stammer. He frowned. His pupils narrowed. He was drenched in sweat and couldn't say anything intelligible. And then he asked what monster Dogon had summoned. Just then, unbeknownst to him, our hero appeared in the company of his aides and said the word madness. He then turned to the captain of the Bloody Sword and remarked that the man thought he was Bondeno and defended him. The man frowned and stated that he would protect him at the cost of his own life. The guy who was standing nearby noticed that this was pressure. Our hero looked carefully in front of him and wanted to tell them something important. As the warriors came up and the young man ordered them to take care of his opponents. They immediately drew their swords and immediately rushed into battle. The players thought absolutely nothing of it. Iron stood aside and watched carefully, his eyes turning red. Near him stood an old man, to whom the guy said that they were already approaching and he should be ready. And the fight began. The opponent of the warrior Lee was an elder of the Henem Guild, Gu Hyun-jin. He frowned. The pupils of his eyes very much narrowed and he shouted, "What is the strength? Who is the one in front of him?" Our hero clarified that he was the one he was talking about and said that he was a member of the Yun-ha Guild. The old man frowned and was about to strike, but he thought about something and froze with his weapon in his hands. Iron, who was standing to the side, stated that he was not Gu Hyun-jin's opponent. The young man noticed that the old man's opponent was Do Mu-sung, who was the elder of Haenim. Our hero, who was standing behind the elderly man's back, recommended that he try to deal with him himself. The man frowned and stared intently in front of him. He regarded his opponent. The man clenched the hand in which he held the sword tighter, and thought that he had been holding the weapon for as long as he could remember. He reflected on the fact that he enjoyed wielding the sword and felt comfortable with it. The older man looked in front of him and thought about the years passing by like this. He didn't even notice how time flew by and he became an elder. The man looked carefully in front of him, and thought about the fact that he had never been loyal to the Blood Demon or the Blood Sect. He closed his eyes, frowned, and thought about the fact that he just wanted to reach the end with that sword. The elderly man thought back to what happened when the real Blood Demon appeared. He then pulled out the sword and dealt with the man who called himself a Blood Demon, but was not. The old man then watched everything that was happening very carefully, and our hero showed him the end of the sword. The young man turned his head to Do Mu-sung, who was very much surprised and said that he could see his wish. The young man's eyes lit up with red fire, and he told the man to go with him and he would show him the end of the sword. Gu Hyun-jin frowned, covered in drops of sweat, and was very much surprised by Do Mu-sung's strength. He was silent for a while, and then with all his might, he began to shout out who the person in front of him was. Gu Hyun-jin paused and calmly replied that he was a sword. After saying that, it became very quiet. The dark-haired man did not wait for any questions, and immediately struck his opponent, and then told him that he had in his hands a sword that destroys his teacher's enemies.